Hello again, friends! The great Brian Last here, you there. We are on the bus with Omnibus season. It's always Omnibus season, it seems like. This time looking at the topic of the worst of AEW. Not the best, but the worst. The things that are worth the ridicule. The things that are not up to snuff. And of course, the man who reviewed them, Mr. Jim Cornette.
We tried the best of AEW, but you couldn't really call a 16-minute clip an omnibus, could you? So instead, we went with the worst of AEW.
This is the worst volume 1. A lot of different topics, a lot of different events. Jim, any favorite ones pop into your head?
Well, yeah, this is what we've done here is we've gone back to the beginning. The initial Outlaw Mud Show 0, where it all began with the legless man. And then the worker bees at the Arcadian Vanguard Network have gone in chronological order, mostly, to bring you our descriptions of the silliest stuff, or the fakest stuff, or the poorly performed stuff, or whatever stands out in a sea of ineptitude and mediocrity as being really, really bad. That's what you're going to hear today, right here on this here omnibus here.
That's right, everything from the dinner debonair to Swerve Strickland breaking and entering. All of that and so much more. Let's get going right now. The worst of AEW, Volume 1.
Then we go right to Justin Roberts, formerly of the WWE, who's the ring announcer, who I thought was going to have a hernia a couple of times, but he and Tim Barr may have a fucking grunt off at some point from MLW, but he could have brought that down. And they announced the rules of the Battle Royal, which I couldn't follow. As I watched it, I figured out what they were doing, but it was they're trying to reimagine the Battle Royal. This time, 20 guys, whoever drew a heart or whatever suit they drew, heart, spade, club, diamond. There were 5 in each group. When they flashed up the diamonds, all the guys, 5 guys who drew diamonds came out. You see where I'm going with this? Here we go. This is the first match that anybody has ever seen from this promotion. And in the ring are MJF, and much more on him soon. One of the most talented guys in the business today of any length of time of experience.
Absolutely.
And I wrote these names down, even though they were all starting in the ring. So when they announced the names, there's 5 guys in the ring. They said 5 names. So if you don't know, you weren't going to find out until they started calling them individually who these fucking people were. MJF, Sunny Days, Brandon Cutler, Michael Nakazawa, and Dustin Thomas. And I'm swearing to God to you, I wrote down the first line I wrote on my notes. There's a guy in here with no legs. And apparently it was Dustin Thomas, as we would find out here shortly. He's a double amputee, and he was laying, sitting, perched. I don't know what the fuck you call that position. He's in the ring. He has no legs, and his upper body is not that fucking huge. And once again, I'm not knocking this guy. He's got more guts than I do. And it's horrible that he had to have his legs amputated, and all respect to him. This is the first thing I see from a new wrestling and the announcer is talking about how great this is, that everybody gets a chance. If this guy's lifelong dream was to play in the NFL, would they put him in a fucking game? If he was the biggest basketball fan in the world, would the NBA let him go out there and pass the ball in a game? If it's not right there, then it's not right here for the business and for this guy. And then MJF, of course, who was the star of this fucking fiasco, immediately goes over and starts stomping a mud hole in the legless guy. So MJF is he's a fucking genius.
He's the best heel in wrestling.
Yeah, he's one of the best everythings in wrestling, as we'll talk about more. I keep saying that, but first, I can't get over this. So, and then after they stomped him, the guy just spent most of his time laying there, and then later, well, hold on, we'll get to that. But then Sunny Days is a guy that's painted yellow. So when we figured that out, then the Michael Nakazawa, a guy gets a waist lock on him and he comes out of his tights with a bottle of baby oil and pours it all over himself and gets slick and slips out of the hold. And then he keeps pouring the oil on himself because that's his thing. And the legless guy lays there. And Cutler and MJF were doing some okay stuff, but I don't know what the fuck. Then the Diamonds were supposedly next, but it ground to a halt because they had some mishap or something. But then Brian Pillman Jr. and some other guy came out, and Pillman tossed him off the ramp into the fucking crowd. I don't know what the fuck. And then Jimmy Havoc and Joey Janela, there's a pair, jump Brian and suplex him on the fucking ramp. And then Shawn Spears comes out. And then MJF and Spears do some good shit, and the legless guy is still laying there, but along with everybody else, because they would just all lay there and sell something for an inordinate period of time while two guys would do spots in the ring where they wouldn't have to fall on anybody. And it didn't make any fucking sense. And also, by the way, folks, this Battle Royal, the winner of this Battle Royal will fight in the future for the brand new first time ever AEW championship. So already we've been expected to believe that a legless man, a fucking guy painted yellow, a goddamn where was the other one? The guy with the baby oil. All these people could possibly be fighting for the most prestigious thing that this company could bestow on one of its talents, its World Heavyweight Championship. Here come the Hearts. And that's later, not the Hart family, but the Hart suit. Billy Gunn, Glacier, Ray Lloyd, Jungle Boy, Mark somebody, and Ace Romero. And MJF and Glacier got in the center of the ring and did decent shit. But everybody else then just goes to the sides. And I know, once again, that's a lot of battle royals, but this is a battle royal with a lot of green fucking people in it. And then there's Billy Gunn working hard trying to do, whatever he can do. They did a bunch of outlaw battle royal shit. And then somehow Janela is sitting in the ring. This is that fucking idiot that just does stupid shit for attention. Janela's sitting in the ring, lights a cigarette in the middle of the match, but then somehow, and we missed this, thank goodness, they didn't get this on camera because they would have turned more people off. Jimmy Havoc staples the cigarette to Janela's forehead with his staple gun, because now it's also legal to have a staple gun in this fucking match with the winner going for the AEW championship. This is so outlaw. It's so bullshit. People used to, at least even watching the WWF, if they're used to silly, this is still just so outlaw and distasteful. Then here come the fucking Spades, which is Luchasaurus, which is a guy in a dinosaur mask, Marco Stunt. The fucking little kid that broke his leg is back already, and they're letting him wrestle again. He's going to get fucking killed. And this guy, now that I've seen him for more than a couple of second clip, can't be 5 feet tall and can't be 100 pounds. It's fucking embarrassing. Then here comes Sonny Kiss, who apparently got off his day job at the drag show at the fucking Tropicana. And I don't know, but see, they're not explaining any of this. Marco Stunt. Why is this small child competing in this match with the legless guy and the 400-pound man and all this other, the guy with the dinosaur mask, and then with the transvestite or exotico, as they would say at AAA? Did anybody bother to explain why he looks like that? No, they just accepted that. Here's another member of our roster. No reason to, nothing to look at here, folks. A new view, and then here comes Tommy Dreamer. And the Tommy Dreamer and Billy Gunn, the people that we know could be used to get people we don't know over, and I assume that's why they're there, and Billy Gunn's hired it as an agent, and I even wrote Billy Gunn was trying hard. MJF stole every scene, every time he could capitalize on somebody else's damage that they did and try to get a pin or get an elimination or whatever he did. He was great in everything. Somehow, in the middle of this complete hogwash match, one of the worst Outlaw matches ever broadcast around the world, MJF, because of his personality, because of his quick thinking, because it's him saying and doing these things, he doesn't have a writer. He made it work for him. He got heat in this match. Everybody else came out looking like complete, utter shit. Both the people that were shit and the people that tried to make the shit not look like shit. But MJF got over. He's a fucking magician. Anyway, Dreamer comes in with the garbage can and he nails everybody with the lid, and everybody's just laying there again so that they can fucking have the wild card entrance. And here comes Adam Page. And the only... Adam Page was with Ring of Honor back in 2010 and 11. I knew this kid was back 19 back then or whatever. And I knew he was going to be great. He was a great worker then. He's gained a little size. Unless it's storyline, he was selling his knee. Was he really injured, or was that they talked about something that somebody done to him the previous week? But was he really hurt?
I actually don't know. I didn't even get to see the Battle Royal because I was still trying to figure out how to buy the fucking pay-per-view for $50, which is a rip-off price for a brand new product. But I didn't see it, so I actually don't know.
Oh, okay. See, I thought you were just letting me roll on this. If you didn't see this, everything, if I'm lying, I'm flying and my feet ain't left the ground, everything I'm saying is true. This is exactly what happened. But Page had his knee taped up and he was selling real good all night. So, and I hope that it's not serious because, you know, he is one of their potential superstars, but he cleans house. When he hits the ring, he goes and nails everybody, and everybody takes a bump for him. And the only bump that the crowd popped for, guess who? MJF. You are correct. And then suddenly Paige and Janela get in the middle and they have a bad hockey fight because Janela physically looks like shit. He's one of these fucking guys. I mean, he's pale, fishy white, fucking no tone, no fucking definition, lumpy. Page hits him with some kind of wild ass fucking finish. I don't know what he called it. Then Marcos, there was more Outlaw shit. Here's Marcos stunt. Once again, the announcers, the one that's scared to death and the one that's obviously a fucking clown because he's got a mask on and calls himself Excalibur. So, and we've never heard of him. So it's not like it's Mil Mascaras in Mexico doing the fucking commentary. They're not telling me why that this small child is being allowed to compete as a professional fighter. Marvez plugged the ways that you could get the pay-per-view. It sounded like Patty Hearst reading a statement from the Symbionese Liberation Army.
I wish the SLA would take Alex Marvez.
Then the legless guy, I swear, gave Janela a 619 and then got up on the top rope and splashed him off the top rope. And then the legless guy eliminated Shawn Spears. Then MJF dumped the legless guy. So at least it ended well because MJF got some more fucking heat. But once again, obviously, I don't know. And I'm hoping they haven't signed him to some exclusive deal because I love MJF and MLW. And he's going to be there coming up this weekend. And I want to be around him more often. But they obviously know what kind of talent he is because unless he just said, fuck it, some of this stuff required obvious setup beforehand. So they had to be featuring MJF. But I don't think anybody could have known that he'd get over like this in the middle of this fucking scrambled egg bunch of bullshit. Then Luchasaurus chokeslammed Janela over the top rope through a table at ringside. And, of course, everybody went, oh, wow, that's so fucking great. Wow. Brian, this table was sitting at ringside. Nobody was sitting at it. There were no chairs at it. There's no monitors on it. It was right in the middle of the ring, not in any of the corners. It was just there so the guy could get chokeslammed through it. What the fuck? Stupid. So anyway, then Tommy Dreamer is in with Sonny Kiss. Sonny Kiss did the old, imagine an upside down Bobo Brazil, where Bobo used to get in the turnbuckle and lift his legs and put them on the guy's shoulders and head scissor him that way. Sonny Kiss was upside down doing a push up on the top turnbuckle with the guy's legs or his legs around Dreamer's neck. And he starts bringing his legs in and running Tommy Dreamer's face into his fucking ass. And Tommy Dreamer is like Mick Foley. He is way too fucking nice. And he wants to help these fucking guys get over, even when he is helping guys that have in no way deserved to get over or have a prayer of get over with this bullshit, which you'll find out in a minute. After Sonny Kiss does that to poor Tommy Dreamer, then some clown named Orange Cassidy gets in. I didn't even see where he came into this fucking thing, right? He just appeared somehow. Hey, I don't think he was announced, but they said his name's Orange Cassidy when he gets in the ring. He's wearing blue jeans and no shirt. He might weigh 150 pounds, fishy white. He looks like one of these fucking skateboard fucks that you see on these stupid videos on ridiculousness, right? He gets in Dreamer's face with his hands in his pockets of his jeans, and he starts just kind of lightly play kicking Dreamer's legs over and over. And so Dreamer hauls off and fucking decks him. The guy takes the bump, keeps his hands in his pockets, and then nips up with his hands in his pockets. And then Dreamer throws him over the top rope. So now Tommy Dreamer's a fake, phony outlaw piece of shit, because he was willing to sacrifice his credibility to cooperate with this fucking clown that did nothing and just made the whole match fucking phony and bullshit. Because you can tell some of the fans knew who this guy was that were there live, right? So that means apparently he's a fucking thing. And this is what I was worried about, is these guys signing their friends instead of people that have a prayer of getting over at a major league level. On a mainstream basis, and it dragging, and if this guy's spending a lot of fucking money, and he's being ill-served in a fiduciary sense so far by somebody,
he knows what he's into.
Well, then it's his fault. Havoc staple guns Dreamer in the nuts and tosses him out. And then a bunch of people gang up on MJF, but he rolls out of the ring underneath. Basically, Excalibur is as phony up at this point as Alex Marvez is bland. Adam Page dumps the Luchasaurus. MJF comes back in and dumps Page, but Page holds on, flips back in, and hits a big lariat, which was the best spot of the fucking match, and clotheslines MJF out. And that the last 30 seconds, basically, once it got down to Page and MJF, it was great. It looked like two guys knew what they were doing, brought the roof off. MJF and Page got over in the middle of the most embarrassing thing that I've ever seen in a fucking wrestling ring. Fuck everybody that had anything to do with putting that fucking thing together or executing it, because you all set wrestling back 50 fucking years. And poor ref Paul Turner from Ring of Honor, I hope they're paying him a fortune. I'm disappointed in Tommy Dreamer and Billy Gunn just for lending his presence to that. And then real quick, let's get to the main event. The Young Bucks package against SCU. The Young Bucks talk and they show the highlights. I could buy the Young Bucks if they were smarmy, smart aleck, chicken shit, mid-card heels, and they could get some heat for being little fucking pricks that do double team shit and and then a grown baby face fucking puts them in their place. They might get over that way. But when they try to talk tough, it's fucking preposterous, is it not?
I think that they're really bad promos. And I know they connect with a lot of fans with what they do, but I think that they are not good on the mic. And they come across, I'll give them one good thing I'll say about this. Usually I think they come across quite pretentious. And it's a lot of like bad acting, bad comedy kind of stuff that they throw in there. At least there was none of that here. But even though they were shot at kind of from below to make them look bigger than they are, I don't.
Where did they find a 3'5" cameraman either?
Yeah, I wasn't feeling the interview. I don't think they're good interviews.
Well, and here, the match isn't going to take long, and we'll come to the root of the problem. Bucks versus SCU. I like everybody in SCU. They're great athletes, but here, instead of bringing the Bucks up to their level because they can work, they go to the Bucks down to their level, and they started out all four guys doing a 27 phase high spot, and there they go. I did notice that referee Rick Knox looks like the heels from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What were they? The gentlemen, the bald-headed trench coat wearing fellows with the hollow eyes and the pale skin?
I don't know.
They never slowed down anything. There was no pace. They do moves back and forth to each other. Nothing has time to register. Everybody stands around waiting to catch people who dive at them. Sometimes people tag. Sometimes they just come in to help with a stunt. And then finally, SCU beats the Young Bucks with their finish. And the Bucks are the same as Kenny Omega. They have deluded themselves into thinking because of they were in their little world that they're over. And so they're starting to try to get everybody else over by beating them. But the average person who never fucking heard of the Young Bucks or Kenny Omega before this television program, well, you know what? They don't really give a shit because they're not watching. Because nobody that's never heard of these people wants to watch this program, and that therein lies the fucking rub. If you didn't already like all these people on this show, would this show have made you watch this show? Would this program, this series from the start, if you weren't already in love with the idea of all these people having their own wrestling promotion, and you watch this show, would you watch it ever again?
No, what's kept me going since we started doing these reviews is Jericho and Cody, and whenever they actually have MJF on TV, but there's always a ton of stuff that I feel like I don't need to see, that I don't want to see. And when it comes to the dives, every match has dives. You know, it's like if you're going to have Jungle Boy Jack Perry do his dives, maybe cool with everyone else doing it.
Don't anybody else do a dive.
Or, you know, even
but they can't have a match without doing that.
But even Scorpio Sky, who's really talented, he's really good. He did that flip dive. I don't know what they call it. I can't stand Excalibur anymore. Let me throw this in here right now. Because he does this.
You've come around to my side, eh?
Well, you know what it is? I don't care about the mask thing. At this point, I'm past that.
Yeah.
But it's the way he talks. It's like, and now he's going for a tope con hilo. Like, it's this weird cadence he has where everything comes out like this. It's the Young Bucks.
Because he is a mark, and I don't use the term mark for fans. I only use the term mark for marks. He is a mark playing wrestling announcer with his friends. Did you hear when he said that officially in the record books, Jericho and Jungle Boy had gone to I'm going to try to repeat it now. Instead of a 10-minute time limit draw, he actually said a minute time, Tim, and JR made fun of it. Go back and listen to it.
Although at this point, JR is just, if he's not checked out, he's just willing to say whatever he wants at any point. He's calling the butcher and the baker, he got their names confused. He called Jungle Boy Jack Perry at least 3 different names. Jungle Boy, Jack Perry, Jungle Jack Perry, Jungle Boy Jack. I mean, it's such a funny show, but Excalibur's way of talking during just yelling out, oh, and there's I can't deal with it anymore. But my point was, Scorpio Sky, who's really, really talented, he does that flip dive. I don't know the exact name for it. I tuned out Excalibur at that point, or I would have known. But he did that on the 2 Bucks, the one who was ready for him and the other one who got his brother next to him to get ready for him.
Yeah.
And it looked really good. Problem was, I saw the exact same dive by Kenny Omega an hour and 45 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
You know, I know these guys are all talented. They like to do all their things, but let one guy do it this week, and then another guy can do it next week. So it has a little more
Well, that
impact.
wouldn't be inclusive, Brian.
Well,
that wouldn't be inclusive, where everybody wouldn't feel like they're loved and they belong. Anyway, here's the thing. The match is over. SCU wins. Here come the creepers, the masked, full-body outfit fucks that apparently come in all shapes and sizes. And apparently now we know that they don't even bother to put wrestlers under these fucking outfits. They surround the ring, and then the Dork Order themselves, the fat one and the fucking Grayson, the fat one's in a suit. They come out to the stage, and Fat Dork, we're going to call him Fat Dork, and the other one will be now Beard Dork. So Fat Dork does a stagey, rehearsed promo in a fake evil voice. And then the creepers swarm both SCU and the Bucks, because we didn't really know who the fucking baby faces were anyway. And they get horrible fucking heat on the baby faces. Then, now Kenny Omega has been beating his match. And you just said he got fucking dumped in the commercial break. Well, he hits the ring and is immediately shut down again. And by the way, now we know also Kenny Omega fights like a girl. Not just like a 12-year-old girl, not even a 12-year-old professional wrestling girl, but like a 12-year-old girl at a goddamn grade school. He hits and his punches are shitty, and none of these fucking idiots know how to feed the baby faces coming in anyway, because when you do a staggered run in like this, okay, the heels have shut down the baby faces that were in the ring, and they've got them down, and they've got them on the far side of the ring so that there's some room. Here comes one baby face. He comes in, you feed one heel, boom, two heels, boom, three heels, boom. The baby face is shining. As he goes to hit the first one the second time, he turns his back, and the fourth one shuts him down. They didn't fucking feed anybody. They didn't time these or stage them right. They didn't stagger him right. Kenny Omega gets shut down because he's a fucking limp penis, probably in real life as well as in professional life. He fights like a girl, and then he gets shut down after he's been beat on the show, so fuck him. That's what people are thinking, with some star. Then here comes Cody and Dustin. And I thought Cody was the one smart enough to stay away from all this, but he probably had to do him a favor, and he didn't realize how bad it was going to be. Dustin hit with fire, but there was nobody feeding him, so he tries to go and get people. And then he's throwing punches, and they won't shut him down. Finally, I think he had to tell somebody, shut me fucking down. And then they left him alone later on, and he got up and he looked like Andre because he was a foot taller than all the rest of these people, and he's throwing punches again, and it took him a while to get him down because they don't know how to get heat. And I'm not talking about the emotion heat. I'm talking about they do not know how to perform getting violent physical heat on the baby faces in a fucking angle. To have the fucking sound and the motion, the fucking kicking the shit out of a guy in one corner while you're holding the other guy in the other corner up and you're mugging him with shots and they're ringing the bell and there's people getting up on the apron. I used to send people from the fucking concession stand if I didn't have enough. I'd send some guy up with a fucking Ring of Honor t-shirt just to get punched and go down to the floor just because it adds to the chaos. You've got to create these scenes. They don't just happen. This was fucking rotten. And then this shut the Rhodeses down. The crowd is standing there staring. The ones that aren't booing are staring. Staring and booing, booing and staring. And not booing like, oh, get up and kick their ass. Booing like, would you get this bullshit out of here? And then in the middle of it, one of the creepers gets on top of one of the baby faces and is just pretending, obviously, pretending to punch the guy when he's punching toward his head a foot away from it.
That was Dustin that he did that to.
Yeah, that he was doing it, just pretending, obviously pretending, just swinging his fist, and you can see it. It's not like he's trying to hide anything. And then I know the fat dork gets two masks and gives them to the other two guys that look like small children, Silver and Reynolds.
Well, see, you missed they were doing these really bad packages. You may remember I mentioned to you that were very professionally looking.
Yes, I saw, but last week's, yes.
Yeah, and those
recruitment.
Those were the guys who no one had any idea who the fuck they were. All of a sudden, there were these promo packages, and I guess they were recruited, and I guess these cameramen are on the payroll as well. That make these professional packages.
Well, anyway, finally, Fat Dork stands over Matt Jackson, who looks like he is prematurely either bit a blood thing or maybe his fucking tongue's just red. I don't know, but Fat Guy stuck his hand in Matt's mouth and like he was trying to pull his tongue out. And then my DVR cut off. But it was something that didn't work, right? Was he trying to rip his tongue out and there was going to be a blood deal? Was he sticking something down his throat like they stuck this fucking TV show down our throats? What was even going? Could you even tell what was happening there?
No idea. Wasn't explained. There's lots of things not explained on this show. That's how they went off the air. I mean, your DVR probably went off 10 to 15 seconds before the actual show went off.
Well, so anyway, I remember a couple weeks ago, I think I said April 15th, TNT will be tired of this nonsense. 3 more of these shows and they'll fucking kick them off right then.
I don't know if you've noticed, but one of the interesting things is we've been talking about the show with our honest feelings about things, and of course your amazing expertise about these things. A lot of people focus on the negative. A lot of people...
Thank you, Brian Butterup.
Well, you're very welcome, Shoeshine Boy. But a lot of other people really have paid attention and have thought we've been fair, even though you certainly hate Kenny Omega, for example. But there have also been a lot of AEW fans just rushing to their defense and defending everything. You're not seeing that anymore. You're seeing a lot of their core audience saying, we don't want this shit. This is exactly why we don't like WWE. It shouldn't be guys who say, we hate WWE style wrestling because we're not the guys in those roles.
Yeah.
It should be, we don't like that because it's the opposite of what we think wrestling should be.
You're exactly right. The opposite of WWE sports entertainment is athletic-based wrestling, which is what the bill of goods that we were sold. Oh, and wait, there's more, folks. The show it went off the air on TV, but there was still something in the arena. We were told by the owner that it was going to be a sports-based presentation, and he owns a professional sports team, or his father does, so we were inclined to believe that. But then he goes into business, which is once again why that I have never had anything to do with All Elite Wrestling past the initial conversation, because I knew he was going to go in business with. The guys that more than anybody else in wrestling today have been responsible for teaching and telling and convincing the fans and themselves and their little circle jerk of friends that wrestling is supposed to be silly and fun and for everyone and look like a video game and be inclusive, and we can have the legless boy and JoJo the dog-faced man or whatever the fuck. And they don't know how to do this shit. And they don't know how to do shit that people care about, except for a fad audience of people who like silly young fucking children play fighting. And that's what their fans can't stand about it, because it's the truth. They don't know what they're doing, and that's what their mindset is. Silly children having play fights. No attempt to make people believe this. Killing the business. Kayfabe is dead, man. That's what the problem is. Now they've been handed this, and it shows that they don't know what they're doing. They can't do it, and to do it, they would have to admit that they were wrong all along, and they got over as a fluke because they just started doing shit that nobody else was ever allowed to do for good reason. And they found a fucking mark that's going to let them do it and pay for it. And they've got all their friends' jobs, and this is their example of wrestling. Every time there's a pinfall 1, 2, 3 instead of a fucking bell ringing, it ought to be that noise it makes when your video game quarter drops. That ought to be the end of every match.
You know, it's funny because when AEW was first being conceived, one of the things you heard a lot of people talk about was the success of the t-shirts, of them getting these t-shirts into Hot Topic, and how that...
The t-shirts that had none of their names or pictures on them?
Well, funny you bring that up. 2 quick anecdotes I think you get a kick out of. One, I know someone who recently went to the mall. The Kenny Omega shirts were on clearance. Secondly, I forget who wrote this in, and I forget if it was via email or Twitter, but someone got in touch recently. It may have been in a Mothership Facebook group. And they said they went to their wife's Christmas party, and they were wearing a Cornette face t-shirt. And there was someone there in a Bullet Club shirt. And they thought, oh boy, you know, we're about to have, I don't know who this guy is, but we're going to say something. And he went up to him, he started talking to him, and he goes, so you're a fan of the Young Bucks? And he goes, oh no, I saw this shirt. I like guns. So I got this shirt.
The shirt that sold was the Bullet Club. None of those people is named Bullet, and there was no picture or any wrestling on the shirt. It was the Bullet Club shirt is what got this fucking billionaire Mark to fucking finance these guys' grade school friends a wrestling promotion.
The guy liked guns, and he bought a Bullet Club shirt. I mean, that says a lot. But the Kenny Omega shirts being on clearance, I don't know what exactly that means, but I think it...
As soon as he got on national TV, they put the shirts on clearance.
At least,
there you go.
At least at this one location, yes.
Anyway, here's my biggest bitch. We're going to get this out of the way, and then we'll finish this fucking program. Like I said, one of them dunked, and one of them drowned. Here comes MJF. And everybody's going to think, oh, he hated it because he had to wrestle Jelly Nutella. Well, that's a small part of it. I keep saying just give MJF a good solid win, and they end up putting him against a fucking goof job guy, but still it's a good win for MJF, I'm thinking. Let me just also mention this. Once again, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, his physique is looking good now. The body language, the pace, the attitude, the facials, everything is flawless. It's a shame he had so little to work with here. They took it through a break, but still he was controlling most of the pace of everything, so it couldn't go, too far wrong. But there was no reason for MJF to take this long to beat. And let's face it, he's an underneath guy. If they're going to use him as anything, that's what he is. But then suddenly, they go through a break, and back from the break, Jelly Nutella gives MJF a superplex off the top rope. And, of course, MJF sold it like $1 million. But I'm thinking, Brian, even when there was a top guy and a top guy on to get a win on Raw 20 years ago when everything was making money, did Aldo Montoya ever superplex Shawn Michaels off the top rope?
No, never. No.
Okay, so I can't, and MJF's a nice guy. He's trying to get along, but no, he shouldn't have gone for that. Not only to take the risk on being injured when he's a valuable commodity, but also because Jelly Nutella is nobody to give MJF a goddamn superplex off the top rope. But then once again, here comes Superbad Kip Sabian and Super Slut, whatever her fucking name is, his girl.
No.
That I don't give a fuck. This fucking goddamn romantic triangle bullshit. She was apparently fucking jelly, so apparently there's something the matter with her. She's not the tampon girl, but there's got to be something the matter with her because she was fucking the blob of jelly, and now she's with Superbad. They come out on the stage at the entranceway and kiss. And this distracts Jelly Nutella so that MJF can hit his finish. Number one, they distracted the babyface. The babyface is nominally in this because nobody's the heel against MJF. The babyface is Nutella. So he looks like an idiot because he stands there and watches his girlfriend that he got fucking thrown over by kissing another guy in the entranceway and gets beat by the heel because he's an idiot. You made the babyface look stupid. Not to mention the fact that MJF needs a distraction to beat Jelly Nutella. In what universe? Once again, when did fucking Shawn Michaels need fucking distraction from Kevin Nash to beat Aldo Montoya?
Yeah, and that's the least bad thing they did with MJF in this segment.
Well, I was about to say, and then at least he gets a win. And then here comes fucking Cody. And Cody out to confront MJF, and they have built this thing up where MJF's got all that heat, and you can't touch me. You can't touch me or you won't get your match, and you've got to do this, you've got to be whipped, you got to be that. They've built it up, and Cody can't touch him. And MJF is really getting the fucking heat up, and then here come, once again, these two children dressed like high school kids on spring break and the same size. Actually, no, I know large high school kids. And they super kick MJF and throw him in the fucking swimming pool because they've been joking about, nobody's gone in the pool yet. That's where they need a manager. Or that's where they need a mid-card heel like a Buddy Landell was in Mid-South. Or somebody that could have took the bump in the pool and got mileage out of it. But no, you fucking morons. Isn't Cody even fit? It's his own deal. There's no way you should have touched MJF and take heat off of him, blow steam off of him with shit like this. When you're leading to a fucking pay-per-view, Cody is over, and he's going to be over regardless of what happens. With this audience especially, now's the time to take MJF up. Don't have him fucking around with the young fucks. These two stupid school children. Don't get them in the way. Don't have them super kicking him. Don't throw him in the goddamn swimming pool. Oh, boy, I really want to fucking buy that pay-per-view to see that MJF get the shit kicked out of him. Oh, he just went in the pool. Well, okay, maybe I don't have to buy the payper-view.
That was nitro booking right there.
You know what? Here's what they should have done. If they were thinking, oh, there's going to be a pool nearby. I know because I've been in many conversations backstage and dressing rooms like this. Was it going to be a pool? Well, somebody's got to go in the pool. Well, who'd go in the pool? Oh, MJF. They'd love to see him go in the pool. Well, let's let MJF go in the pool. for a momentary little ha-ha on their free television show and for people on a cruise, you just sacrificed the whole point of your goddamn pay-per-view main event. But that's all right. But here's what they should have done. After MJF finished beating Jelly Nutella without a distraction from his fucking former fucking whore girlfriend, the girlfriend that whored herself out to Jelly and is now whoring herself out to fucking Superbad Sabian. None of that. Instead, MJF should have just beaten Jelly Nutella middle of the ring with Cody Rhodes' finish, the Crossroads.
5 minutes.
As he did the double cross in 5 to 7 minutes. And then he should have taken Jelly to the pool. And he should have said, hey, you want to see somebody go in a pool, you fucking wise asses? Here you go. And they'd throw him in a pool. And then everybody would have laughed at Jelly Nutella. And MJF would have been, he would have got some heat because he would be asshole-ish in the way he did it. And then Jelly would start crawling out of the pool. And then MJF would go over the side and stick his fucking right foot on top of Jelly's head and push him back under. He is now going to drown Jelly Nutella in this fucking pool. And I mean to the point where here comes some goddamn referees and maybe even a fucking camera guy puts his camera down and MJF knocks their dick stiff and goes back to trying to drown Jelly Nutella, who now they're throwing life preservers in the goddamn pool and he's holding this motherfucker down like Betty Davis and Joan Crawford would to each other in one of those old 60s fucking movies. He's going to drown this cocksucker. And here comes Cody Rhodes. And when Cody shows up, MJF backs away and Cody dives in and pulls Jelly out and starts giving him the goddamn CPR and is saving his fucking life. Well, we got to make sacrifices for the angle. If he pulls through, he pulls through. And he's looking up at MJF screaming, Max, are you out of your fucking mind? Have you gone insane? You fucking lost it. MJF was trying to drown the fucking guy. Cody saves his life. Cody's a babyface. Cody goes over like he wants to punch MJF, and MJF says, go ahead and do it. One shot, you'll never get another one. Wait till the match, and you can punch me as much as you're man enough to, you fucking asshole, and walks off and leaves Cody standing there. That's the way you fucking sell a goddamn pay-per-view, you fucking amateur twits.
That's really good. They treated the best natural heel they have, and maybe the best natural heel in the entire business, like a jerk-off on their show as they're building up this big feud with him and Cody.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me want to see the cage match with Wardlow more than I did last week. On a bright side, I'll give a compliment to Jelly Nutella. It always, because he has such a non-wrestler physique, it always looks like his pants are going to fall down, and they never do.
I think he's got them taped. It's like the boob tape that the girls wear. He's got ass cheek tape on.
No, it infuriated me, that segment, because even when Cody came out, I was like, you know what? I wouldn't do this, have them face-to-face right now while you're building this up, but who knows? Maybe they'll surprise me and do something interesting. And as soon as the Bucks of old come out, shushing everyone, don't say we're sneaking up behind this guy who can't hear us, I said, oh no. And then they took him to the pool, and I'm like, there goes his heat. And look, he's a brilliant guy. He'll get his heat back. It's not really about that, but it's just, all you did was hurt the build to this match, which you have been building up, and this program you've been building up for weeks now, since the Jericho-Cody match. And even before that, where they were friends, there was no point to this. There was no reason for it. Someone should have said, this is a really bad idea. But it seems like there's never that person to say that.
Well, that's because there's no one person that, just because you've gone to fucking flight school and you've flown the simulator doesn't mean you can be Captain Sully and land the fucking plane on the Hudson. And just because a lot of these guys in practice have booked and written television and formatted things and come up with finishes, whatever, doesn't mean you can actually do it when there's actual fucking consequences and national television. Anyway, all right, the final match of the evening, what'd they call it? The Stadium Stampede or whatever? What was the name of the match?
I think that was it. I think.
It's the Inner Circle. It's Jericho and his minions, Ortiz, Santana, Sammy Guevara, Jake Hager, against the executive vice presidents. The Road Warrior Buck, Balding Buck, Kenny Olivier, Hangman Page, and whichever personality Matt Hardy is occupying at this point in time, right? And I want to say one thing at the beginning of this. You made me promise two things. You made me promise that I wouldn't fast forward the first match or the last match. And that, I think, is why I hate you the most today, right now, because I couldn't fast forward this thing because I'd be breaking my goddamn promise to a friend. So I sat and I didn't watch it closely. And I took my new toe knife out and tried to dig some fucking crud out from under my toenails at one point, but I didn't fast forward it. But instead of Stadium Stampede, they should have called it Football Field Fuckery. That's what happens when you get 10 jack-offs that just want to have a giggle with their friends and go out and find a football field and play with each other and fucking goof off, and some idiot surreptitiously videotapes it and broadcasts it to the world. A football field fuckery, sort of like Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies. Saturday Night Live was getting ideas off of this. And you know what? Now that I've said that, they fucking twats are going to think that's a good thing. At least the fucking Olivier and the fucking young fucks, they're going to, that's a compliment. It's not. I promise you it's not. You couldn't imagine Kenny Olivier and Road Warrior and Balding Buck, the complete disdain I hold for you, personally and professionally. All right, so they're on the field. They've got pyro. They've got cheerleaders. They've got the football introductions. The inner circle's even wearing football outfits. The babyface team had some kind of, instead of doing everybody's entrance, they just did, the same music, and they played some kind of fucking douchebag entrance music. I don't know what it was, but it sounded like some kind of fucking 80s porn soundtrack. And then they just started fighting. They just started fighting around the fucking football field. There was a ring set up. They were in it for, well, as a matter of fact, that's in the middle of all this foolishness at the start. Jericho and Balding Buck were in the ring doing a drop-down leapfrog spot. And they pretty much, otherwise than that, nobody used the fucking ring. Adam Page comes out late. He didn't come out with the rest of the team. He comes out riding a horse and chasing Sammy Guevara out of the fucking stadium. If one thing on this show got over with me in the course of the night, it was Sammy Guevara's cardio. Otherwise, the whole thing was fucking hot garbage. It stinks like a man eating Fremunda cheese in a septic tank of a slaughterhouse. So they did a bunch of indie spots like they do in the ring in their backyard briefly at the start of this thing, and then they just all left it. I noticed again, the world's greatest wrestling artist, Kenny Olivier, is so fucking awkward and herky-jerky when he's not doing his dance routines. When he's not doing his fucking made-up wrestling moves and his snapdragon suplexes and his fucking petunia fucking double stomps or whatever, when he's trying to fight or he's just trying to move somebody from one place to the next because he's never been properly trained and he's not a natural worker to begin with, he's fucking awkward and herky-jerky. And shit like this brings that out. Then they had the segment where a bunch of people dove off of shit onto groups of people who were standing there specifically to catch them. Road Warrior Buck, Matt, who hurt himself diving off the goddamn stands on TV the other night, then backflipped off the goalpost onto some people that were standing there waiting for no reason other than to catch him. And then they all went up in the stands. Adam Page now is in the bowels of the building, so now they're trying to imitate the Money in a Bank match by having different fucking scenes in this, different locations in this thing. I almost wanted to apologize to Vince Russo for saying that he produced the worst wrestling that I've ever seen or heard of after seeing this fucking thing. Because, it was the worst aspects of Money in the Bank without the WWE production talent or budget. Page is in the bowels of the building, still riding the horse, looking for fucking Sammy Guevara, but he's just trotting. He's not like running. He's just walking. ambling or whatever. And he sees the sign for the bar, so he gets off the horse and tells the horse to stay and goes to the bar in the middle of this fight. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Santana and Ortiz are beating up Olivier, and they powerbombed him through a barricade. And then Hardy saves him with Santana and Ortiz's slapjack, which must have a tennis ball in it because they repeatedly use it and nobody ever fucking suffers any ill effects from it. Then suddenly they came upon a swimming pool. They have a swimming pool at a football field? Why is this?
Well, a lot of stadiums now, because they want to get people with some money to come in and have a good time. You know, in Arizona, the Diamondbacks, their stadium, they have a swimming pool in the outfield. It's just, another thing.
What?
Yeah.
Who's going to go to swimming at a fucking football game?
There are some total douchebags who go to these sporting events and don't give a shit about the game. It's a social gathering for them.
Well, these two particular douchebags tried to drown Matt Hardy in a swimming pool. And besides, the fucking timing of attempting to drown a wrestler, which I am not even going to go into because other people can go into that and it won't sound like Cornette just hates everything. And they should be going into that. But what I was more offended by is that every time they dunk Matt Hardy in a swimming pool, he comes up as a different person dressed differently. And I'm supposed to fucking buy that. And at this point, and the announcers are calling it. And here is what I wrote. I promised Brian Last I would not fast forward this, so I didn't. However, I will never watch this fucking shit again. Fuck all you people. I'm ashamed of Matt Hardy. I'm ashamed of Tony Schiavone. I'm ashamed of Jim Ross for not walking out on this. I'm ashamed of everybody involved in it. And it's the last time I'll be watching this fucking horse shit. And Tony Khan can take his sports-based presentation and shove it up his fucking ass. David Schultz should be there to personally fucking slap the fucking teetotal shit out of every motherfucker that lowered himself to be involved in this. And it wasn't over. So then Matt Hardy took Pampiro Firpo Jr. to the big fucking Liberty Bell. There's a bell there, I don't know why. And he rang the bell on the guy's head and the guy went into convulsions. So then he duct taped him into a wheelchair. And then threw Santana into the ice machine. Did they ever explain how Santana got out of the ice machine? I never saw a shot of him getting out of the ice machine.
I don't recall a explanation.
So then, meanwhile, Jake Hager, one of the other blue chip players that they could have made something out of until they made him a goofy, phony, fake fighter and one of the boys that just stands around with a stupid look on his face all the time and forever gets goddamn embarrassed. Hager goes looking for Paige and sees the horse and sees the sign for the bar. So he goes to the bar, they sit down, they have a fucking drink with each other, and then suddenly getting a big schmoz. And Paige does a backflip off of a bar and a crossbody off a pool table. And that's where I wrote, these guys are taking big chances of getting hurt just to make the wrestling business look stupid and phony and fucking give a fucking billionaire's little fucking spoiled kid a giggle. So then Olivier shows up and he and Paige break 5 liquor bottles over Jake Hager's head and he never goes down. And they were fake bottles. And then Olivier gives Jake Hager his little fucking sissy leaping fucking knee and he didn't go down. So then Olivier bends over and Paige does the fucking vault over him and gives Hager the buckshot lariat over the bar. Then when the dangerous MMA fighter has been left behind the bar like a sack of shit, Paige and Olivier have a drink with each other. However, Paige has a shot and Olivier has a glass of milk to make sure that we know that Kenny Olivier is the biggest nerd fucking pussy on the face of the planet Earth. in real life as well as on his television program where he's supposed to be a fucking superstar. Then they did a spot where Sammy Guevara and Road Warrior Buck did endless gymnastics on the fucking football field. And when they got to the end of it, the referee threw a flag on Road Warrior Buck for excessive celebration, and he super kicked the referee just to make sure we've gone 3 minutes or so. Somebody might be trying to take this seriously again. Let's make sure they don't. Jericho's over yelling at Balding Buck on a megaphone, so Balding Buck pelted him with footballs. Jericho hit his finish, Judas elbow, on the mascot of the football team. And then Chris Jericho, former WWE champion, biggest star in this company, used a baseball bat on Balding Buck and got a 2 count. So Chris Jericho can't beat a fucking guy that looks like a junior high school fucking gymnast with a baseball bat. But then he challenged the referee's call, and is this a thing they do in football now? That he and the referee, Aubrey, who now has completely no credibility whatsoever and is just as meaningless as the rest of them, they went into a tent to talk about it? This is what they do in football now?
I don't really watch football much.
I don't
tell you. Baseball's where it's at.
Well, I don't want to watch anything related to anything that happens on a football field. If there's porn shot on a football field, I don't want to see fucking on a football field anymore. I don't want to see anything that takes place on a football field after this fucking match. So then Balding Buck went all the way to the top of the stadium and ran down the stairs for no reason, like he's getting up a big head of steam, but he's running down stadium stairs. He can't get out of control. He can't go full speed. And then when he gets to the bottom of the stairs, he stops and jumps up on the rail and then jumped off and splashed Jericho through a table. So the running was just for nothing because he's an idiot. And then as Jericho is laying there, Adam Page ran the line marker over him, straight up the middle of him from his crotch over his face. Chris, it's been nice knowing you, but fuck you too. What the fuck? Can you not exercise any goddamn control over these fucking idiots, or do you just not care? Are you just taking this fucking goof's money and you want to be a rock star so you don't care about the wrestling business anymore? It's gone. There's no reason to fucking try anymore. Is that what it is?
He wants to fit in with them. That's what it is.
Well, I'm sick of everybody wanting to fit in, because you know what you do when you fit in? You become one of the fucking crowd. Nobody gives a shit about you. But I never want to see any of these people ever again, personally or professionally. This reminds me of when I fucking said good things about Mance Warner in MLW. Yeah, he could talk, and he had a different kind of gimmick, and he stood out. And then I see him on the internet having a match with the Invisible Man. And I went up to him at the Charlotte Fan Fest. I said, "Oh, the Invisible Man returns." I said, "What the fuck are you doing?" Well, I said, "No, you have talent. You didn't need to do that. Now I cannot defend you. I cannot say anything good about you ever again. Not that you care, maybe. I don't care whether you care. But still, I told him he's a fucking moron for doing that. They're all fucking morons for doing this. I'm disappointed in all of them. I don't want to see him personally again because I'd have to tell him. I don't want to see him professionally again because I don't want to see anybody involved in this ever again." And then Guevara was laying on the sprinklers when they came on, so that woke him up. And they chase him in a golf cart into the stands. And finally, Kenny Olivier gave Sammy Guevara his one-winged fairy move. Off the stands, it's the one-winged Tinkerbell, folks. Off the stands onto what appeared to me, unless I'm missing something again, Brian, what appeared to me to be an airbag crash pad that they didn't even try to disguise that they landed on, and the announcers had to go, "Oh my God, look at the height." Yeah, and they landed in fucking an airbag. Was that what I was looking at?
Yes. They didn't try to hide it.
And 1, 2, 3. Fuck all of you. Fuck you if you've been my friend. Fuck you if you've been my enemy. There are some things that you have to take a stand on and that are more important than goddamn taking a paycheck. That anybody involved in this did not walk out. I'm talking about the announcers. I'm talking about the referees. I'm talking about the participants. I'm talking about the camera crew. For fuck's sake, why didn't one of the fucking technical people in the truck say, we're not going to fucking shoot this for all of y'all's sake? If this is what wrestling is now, it needs to die. Leave it alone and let it go. If you can't bring it back and you're just going to fucking piss on the fucking rotting corpse, let it go. Find something else to do with your fucking lives, like I have, because I'm too embarrassed to be involved with these people or this industry because of shit like this. I just slapped my own self in the face. And I did it again.
You don't have to do that, Jim.
I'm going to beat my own self up. Fucking assholes. So, you can't... I'm not going to tear this. I'm going to set fire to it. Can you hear flames over the microphone?
We can't. Just hold on to that. Maybe we can find something productive to do with your notes.
No, I'm setting fire to this shit. I'm set right here in the goddamn floor of the office.
No, don't do it in your office.
Okay, where is I need some...
There's so much stuff in there we can't have burned. Don't do it there.
I'm going to burn it.
Will you stop?
I'm rubbing two fucking Sharpies together on this thing.
Well, that's not going to do it. I don't think that's going to do it.
All right. You know what you need, don't you? Well, do you have any final thoughts about the stadium extravaganza?
Well, you certainly captured a lot of thoughts in your review. I'll say that I thought it was one of the biggest pieces of garbage I've ever seen on a professional wrestling broadcast. Although, again, this is sports entertainment, not professional wrestling. This is not sports-based wrestling. This
isn't sports entertainment because there would have to be sports and there would have to be entertainment.
You know what? This is sports entertainment the same way Vince does it. These guys, it's another version of Vince McMahon's style of wrestling. And I think you didn't hit the commentators as hard as I would have hit them because they're just laughing.
What, saying fuck y'all, you should have walked out is not hitting them hard enough?
The whole show, just they're shucking it up and having a great time, laughing about things with each other. Jim Ross is completely checked out.
Well, why wouldn't you? And, you know, Tony was away from the business for 20 years. So I was figuring I was giving him a pass when he would laugh and go, wow, this is great, because I was thinking, well, he actually thinks this is great because he doesn't know what's changed or what's gone on. And he thinks now this is acceptable because he was away for a while. But nobody that was ever a wrestling fan or cared about the business could think any of this was acceptable. And he's still going, wow, it's great. So he's just taking the fucking check. And let's face it, you know Jim Ross knows. I haven't talked to him after this, probably won't talk to him for a while after this. But he knows this is garbage.
Well, he's not going to say anything until after he stops getting paid by Tony Khan. We know how this works.
Well, you know what? And there's two ways to look at this. He's signed to do a job, so he's going to do the fucking job, and he's not going to fucking come out and just bury the shit on the air. There's that. That's being professional. Or there's being professional enough to go, you know what? I'm not going to ruin my goddamn legacy and my standing as the greatest announcer of the modern era by being remembered for calling this fucking horse drivel. And he should go home and fucking apply his many talents to doing his own thing instead of fucking letting these people drag him into the goddamn cesspool. Fuck.
You know, so much of the reaction on social media that I saw was extremely positive. People loving this match, people saying that it was nice to be able to have some fun and just laugh. And I think there's the big divide, is that there are a lot of fans who just want to get into the personalities of the wrestlers and then see them do wacky things in a match or in a spectacle like this.
That's what we've got left because all the other ones are gone. They've run them off with all the wacky shit.
You know, no one ever just turns away from wrestling. I truly believe, you know, so many of the listeners I have on 605, so many of the Cornette listeners are people who don't watch wrestling anymore, but they still want to hear wrestling talk. They still want to follow the business They just don't want to watch the business.
Well, and they watch YouTube, and they buy the old DVDs, and they watch the good stuff. And, why couldn't they give them some more of the good stuff that they have to pay more money for that's brand new that they haven't seen? Because they can't, because you have people like this that think that this is what people want to fucking see and are blinded by the fact there's a fucking audience for anything, as we've mentioned. People will watch tapes of people's balls being nailed to a step stool. But there were so many millions more when we were serious about this shit and everybody didn't know what the fuck was going on or know how or whatever, and we acted like we cared. Now nobody acts like they care. They just jack off, and it's become a goddamn comedy show to be watched like America's Funniest Videos or Tosh.0. Oh, look, they're going to do something else stupid. Fuck.
Like I said earlier, AEW's numbers are not that much greater than where ours are right now. There's a big audience that doesn't want this. There's a big audience that wants something different. There are people who watch that show just to hear you tear it down.
Are you trying? Well, that's why, and that's the only reason I'm doing this. Believe me, and this will be the last time I do this fucking thing. After this, I don't want to ever see any of these people again. But I only did it because everybody wants me to fucking do it because I speak for them and how insulted they are and how fucking offended they are as wrestling fans by this shit. But for fuck's sake, just have some pride, people. Just turn around and walk away rather than being remembered like this. I'm not talking about the Bucks and Olivier and those fucks. This is the only way they'll ever be known. I'm talking about the people who have actually had success in wrestling and are ruining their fucking legacies with this goddamn being a part of this.
But let me correct you. The Bucks and Omega have had success in wrestling. A success with their style of entertainment like this. The problem is guys like Jericho want to do that because they want to fit in with a younger audience, then try to go the other way, which is, let me teach you guys some of the things you're not doing. Again, these are the guys that reject any older voice that tells them anything. They think they're the only ones who know anything. They're going to reject any principles the industry ever had and just do their own thing and lots of high spots and stand around and catch me and all this shit. The problem is you have a lot of people that are saying, hey, let's try to fit in with them and their crowd, as opposed to let's try to elevate things. Let's try to build a crowd that's bigger than this. And I thought this whole event was embarrassing.
Just real quick, by the way, it's not a question of wanting to fit in with the younger people. It's wanting to fit in with the stupid people. Age has nothing to do. I talk to 20-something-year-old people or hear from 20-something-year-old people on Twitter or on emails all the time and say, this is fucking stupid. Why can't they be serious?
Well, when I said younger people, I'm specifically saying someone, let's say, who's in their mid-40s, early 50s, who sees something happening with younger people in the business, like the Bucks and Omega, and think, you know what, I want to find a way to get with that. I think that's what's happening right now. I thought this was an embarrassment. I thought the whole event was bad. I heard people said it was one of the greatest pay-per-views of all time, and there's the divide. There's the fucking divide. There are people who think this is okay. There are people who, if this exact spectacle had been on a WWE show, would have shit on it. But for lack of a better term, and excuse me, pardon the pun, whatever you want to say here, there's a cult of personality around the Young Bucks and Omega and AEW so that they have a free pass for anything they do. But if the same thing was done by WWE or Vince McMahon, it would be shit on, rightfully so. You know, I killed Money in the Bank. I kill this. Awful. I think Tony Khan, you know, one of the big problems at AEW is there's no leadership. You have a guy that wants to drink with the wrestlers and hang out with the wrestlers. He may not be as pathetic as Gordon Scazzari ended up being. He may not be completely clueless like Dixie Carter was. But it's the same.
He may not end up with coke and hookers like Herb Abrams did.
No.
But it's the same
and
thing.
He has unlimited capital, but he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any better. I don't want to hear any more that, oh, he loves Mid-South Wrestling, or, oh, he used to collect Memphis wrestling tapes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He doesn't know any better.
So after this whole thing, you know what? I had such a throbbing, massive headache. I decided to take some of my Omax Cryo-Freeze CBD pain relief roll-on and rub it all over my fucking head. And it did make my head feel better. I still couldn't forget the anguished memories of this horrible affliction that I just watched, but my head did feel better. I was going to split this thing up because I knew it would be lengthy. And so I decided Sunday afternoon I would watch the first half, and that way I might be more receptive to the second half on Monday morning before we recorded this. I watched the first segment and turned the whole thing off and spent all night trying to decide whether I should watch the rest of it or whether I should just disappoint people and take care of my own mental health. What are people saying about this thing? I have, as I said, earlier in the program, I've been out this weekend with the pole saw, been doing some things in the yard and trying to get some things done. I haven't lived on the internet. Is somebody making excuses for any of this, or specifically the tooth and nail match?
I don't know if anyone's making excuses for the tooth and nail match. Other things happened on the show that distracted everyone from the garbage that was the tooth and nail match.
From the horribleness and awfulness of it. Is anybody making excuses for this program in general, for why that people were charged money to watch this, and why that nobody got their shit straight?
There are certain excuses being made by certain people. However, unlike the previous COVID-era pay-per-view that AEW did, this one is one where even AEW fans are saying this pay-per-view wasn't that great. Some are saying, well, I like the matches, but ... And the fact that there's a but there tells you everything. It's hard to...
Yeah, it's hard to watch.
It's hard to... No, I think it's hard for AEW fans.
It's hard to watch a dream die.
I think it's hard for AEW fans to see this pay-per-view and pretend like all is rosy in AEW land. This was an embarrassing pay-per-view event.
Well...
If I may say so.
Well, you may say so, and we will talk about this. I don't know whether I'm embarrassed to have been involved in professional wrestling. I don't know whether I'm embarrassed for the people that were involved in whatever this was. I don't know whether I'm embarrassed for the people who bought the pay-per-view and can't write it off as a business expense. I don't know who I'm embarrassed for. I got plenty of blame to go around. They made a big deal of announcing a couple of days before this show, hey, the tooth and nail fucking match was going to be on the pre-show, but we want to give people the best wrestling show we can. So we're putting it on the pay-per-view. Is Tony Khan a drug addict? Is Tony Khan on hallucinogenic drugs?
Not that I'm aware of, and I don't know.
Had they seen this beforehand and then made that decision? Because obviously it didn't happen live. So did they tape this fiasco, commit this thing, and believe me, commit is probably the best word, commit this thing to video and then decide to put it on the pay-per-view?
I believe, from what I've been told, Tony Khan, as well as Jerry Lynn, were at the location when they filmed this.
Well, God, there was a lot of people there when Kennedy got shot. That doesn't mean they had anything to do with it. Poor Jerry Lynn, don't slander him. Tony Khan, I can believe. I would imagine if Jerry Lynn was there, he was probably, parking the cars when all this went on. I would have figured out some excuse to get away from it. But so there was a pre-show which I did not watch because I could tell it was a pre-show and I knew this fucking main show was going to be long enough anyway. Before we get to this fiasco, was there anything else on the pre-show we should be aware of?
There was a truly atrocious Jelly Nutella match where, once again, he showed that he just is not very good as a professional wrestler. The guy he was wrestling, who apparently is someone who's been featured on Dark, I'm not familiar with Serpentico or whatever his name was, he was equally as bad. It was a real amateur hour match.
That's what everybody gets for free to try to make you decide to buy the thing, right?
That was one of the puzzling things. You would think you'd put something hot on the pre-show to get people into buying the pay-per-view event. This match was so bad, and just saying indie isn't correct. It was just amateur hour. It was really, really bad, but we've talked about it. Jelly Nutella is one of the few people in AEW that AEW fans and haters are united over the fact that he doesn't belong there, that he's not good. He's really, really not good. What
was it that they had the feed going to Fight TV? I read this, that they went to a break when Jelly was I think that's when he was impersonating his cousin Pippi Longstocking. And JR said to Tony Schiavone while they thought they were in break, but they were live on Fight TV, why do they keep booking this kid as a fucking babyface? I said, I'm looking at a heel. Because look at the state of this guy. When you look at him, he's disreputable in every way and has no endearing features. So why would you book him as a babyface? Just because they booked him as a babyface on some fucking shows in closets in front of other people that look even worse than he does. So naturally, he would look good by comparison. But anyway, so basically nothing on the pre-show of any consequence that anybody gives a shit about.
No, there was that match, which was horrible, and then there was a private party match, which was a private party match. And then they bring out Jim Ross for like the last minute of the pre-show. And I would actually think it would be important to have Jim Ross there for as much of the pre-show as possible, because you want people to see him who aren't familiar with AEW and go, oh my God, Jim Ross. What's he doing there?
I'll tell you I don't have any inside knowledge that JR has said this, but from my perspective as being someone in his age category and not close to his fame level, but certainly a bigger fame level than anybody else involved in this proceeding. If I was JR, I'd say, bring me out right at the end of the show so you can tease me coming out, because I've got to sit out there for 4 hours and figure out something to talk about with this shit unfolding in front of me. So if it might better use JR, sell the goddamn show on the pre-show and then let JR leave so he's not embarrassed by what he has to call on what you got to pay for. I don't fucking know. I want to talk about this thing, the tooth and nail match between Dr. Britt Baker with her assistant Reba and Big Swole, which was cinematic in nature. And to use that, they said this was going to be a cinematic match. Brian, I have shot better shit. I'm not even talking about content. I'm just talking about better lit, better edited shit with a camcorder and Smoky Mountain Wrestling myself for free. This was an embarrassment, not only from content, but to be aired. They were trying to imitate the WWE cinematic, dramatic acting. Now we know Big Swole can't work or act. The TV crew can't light, can't shoot, or edit. This was a cable access level, like a parody of if you found some women who had never really seen wrestling before, but you told them have a movie fight in this office and use some wrestling moves in it. Is the only way I can, whether this was faker than silly or sillier than fake, it was still large amounts of both. Horrible overacting. Or just bad acting to begin with, sloppy play wrestling work, if you can call it that, in a dentist's office. Hitting each other with the goddamn framed pictures. They were breaking, even though they're not even, I don't want them, they're women. I don't want them to hit each other with shit that they can fucking put each other's eyes out with and bust each other open with. But if you're going to goddamn have a fight, hit each other with the shit for real and have it gimmicked or something. It was both fake and fake at the same time. It was fake on the surface of it, and it looked fake. It was insulting to anybody, wrestling fan or no, even if it was on a free show. The announcers made fun of it because what could they do? Or they just laid out entirely because what could they do?
Well, can I stop you there? And this may be a topic later in the show, but the announcers make fun of, just sit back and laugh at so many things throughout the show. And I get it. We're doing something here on this show. We're critiquing and reviewing this pay-per-view event. We could shit on it. We could make jokes about it. We could laugh about it. The announcers shouldn't be doing that. I don't care what it is.
No. Well, here's the thing. I agree with that, but I can't agree in this instance. Because last year when I did commentary for MLW, there was some great, exciting stuff, and there was also either some of the young folks who wanted to go 100 miles an hour or the lucha stuff that you sometimes couldn't figure out what to say, but I didn't openly mock or laugh at, you could find something, because remember I said on the program, at least they're really trying and they're not assing off on purpose. And so I did not have ultimately a problem with my voice and face being on that show, because even if all of it was not executed 100% according to the Eddie Graham playbook, they were not just being stupid and phony for the sake of it. And therefore, you work with them in whatever way you can. You cover up the misses, or you try to give some insight into the mindset of why somebody would do something that on the surface of it looks basically like something that you would be crazy to do. But, well, he thought this. You try to do all the little announcer tricks and help them. But with this, there's nothing to fucking help. It's a goddamn travesty. It's an insult. And at that point, if it was me, I mean, at this point, JR knows what he's in for. I understand that JR doesn't want to sacrifice his entire career by calling this like it should be serious. But give the fucking best announcer in the goddamn business something serious to call, so he's not embarrassed to talk about it. Yes, I believe the announcers should be, while they're on the show, should be everything a professional that they can be. But when you're looking at something like this, then it's like, I don't want to get any on me. Maybe I'll have credibility to actually sell something another day when they try to get their shit together. That's what maybe the mindset is. The only one that's excited about any of this shit is Excrement, because he's excited to be there again. Anyway, the finish of this thing, Britt Baker goes for the fucking, after she's tried to put a power drill and they've done all the other thing, whatever the fuck. Britt Baker goes to get swole with the hypodermic of Novocaine, but accidentally gets it jumped or stabbed into her leg, and her leg goes numb. And Reba was screaming over and over, "Oh my God, you've stabbed her," while she's standing there with a banana peel on her fucking head. Not even just actually splayed out like a little cap that she didn't have time to fucking knock off. And then Swole doesn't just hit Reba with the goddamn diploma, but hands Reba the diploma so she can hold it in front of her own face so that Swole can hit that, and then puts Britt Baker out with the nitrous. And the real question is Tony Khan on the nitrous? How dare you, sir? How dare you ask people to pay for this? How dare you, sir, ask people to watch this under the guise of watching a professional wrestling program? How dare you, sir, perpetrate this on all the people that have given their blood, sweat, and tears to keep this industry going for the past 125 years so that you can shit on the airwaves? How dare you, sir? Unprofessionalism. So, we are instituting the tooth and nail rule, which is this. Remember how I've said, okay, Britt Baker has grown on me with the heel thing and the promos, and I get a kick out of her and Reba. I will never watch anything again involving Dr. Britt Baker, Reba, or Big fucking Swole. Never, ever. I don't care if they bring Britt Baker to the fucking WWE and she fucking knocks out Brock Lesnar with 6 F5s in a row. That they did this should have revoked their membership in the goddamn wrestling fraternity, which they're not really in anymore anyway, because there is no such thing as a goddamn wrestling fraternity, the brotherhood of people inside the business that protected it and respected it. There's just a bunch of goddamn clowns playing in it. But if it was possible to revoke a wrestling license over a single performance, every single motherfucker involved in this, and Mike Posey, the referee, don't ever let me see you in person again just for fucking being there.
Did you want him to quit his job?
Yes.
How's he going to support his family?
Oh, for God's sake. He picked up a goddamn referee spot in a goddamn nail salon or a dentist office in suburban fucking Atlanta somewhere. I think you'll fucking be fine.
I will say, I know you hate the term performer, but I'm going to use it here in this case. Out of all the women's wrestlers in all of wrestling, Big Swole is the worst performer in the entirety of professional wrestling. She's garbage in the ring. Her promos, her attacking wrestlers when she's sitting at ringside, her performance here, this whole Britt Baker Big Swole feud. This is awful. This was the worst way you could have started this pay-per-view event.
If this had been done right, it would have still sucked. But it was done low budget, outlaw, rotten, stagey, and awkward. And in a simple-minded fashion, for once they needed writers. Imagine, Jim Cornette just said they needed some fucking writers. Tooth and nail rule.
Nobody writes my TV but me.
Well, nobody makes my rules but me, and Britt Baker, Reba, and Big Swole are disqualified for their participation in this from my life ever. I know everybody has been waiting for me to talk about what occurred next on this program, and I honestly don't know what to say. I do not have words. I do not know what to think about the people involved in this from start to finish. I don't know why anybody thought that. Well, I do. The people that thought this was a good idea were the people that are masturbating themselves on television every week. Whether it be the mental masturbation of the alleged amateur armchair booker that's running this fiasco, or the masturbation from the past his expiration date oversized canned ham that has taken over this program and turned it into the Carol Burnett show when Jim Neighbors would guest. I don't know what to say about this thing. I do know one thing. I will make the apology that I've already made on Twitter. I apologize for complimenting anyone ever. I apologize for saying anything good about anyone ever, because and I will not do it as freely anymore because I'm tired of getting burnt. Whenever I do say good things about modern wrestlers, invariably they make me look like an idiot. Remember when I went to MLW and I liked old Mance Warner? And then I found out he was on every independent show every weekend doing staple gun matches and wrestling the Invisible Man. And I had to quit putting him over. MJF had it. The one guy in this company, the one guy on their entire roster that not only had it, but was still young enough to use it. The one heel who looked and talked and worked like who he was supposed to be. And he's blown the image. Name another heel that looks good enough to be a star wrestler, looks like enough of an athlete with enough size, can cut a promo as a top guy and work psychologically like he's a top guy, like he's real and like he's who he's supposed to be. Name another heel on this roster besides MJF.
I can't.
Name another face a baby face that fits that description besides Cody, that looks good like an athlete, that can cut a fucking promo, that sounds like he would say these things and can fucking work like that guy should be able to work if he's real. Another baby face besides Cody.
Off the top of my head, I can't.
So they had two and now they've got one. MJF he rode back with me from one of the MLW tapings in Black Beauty to the hotel in Chicago, which was like 30, 40 minutes away. So the MLW tapings in Chicago were in Cicero, and it is a horrible looking neighborhood filled with vacant lots and industrial parks and a lot of fucking barbed wire and people sitting around on the corners of the streets that you probably wouldn't want to go up and engage in casual conversation with. Not a sharp neighborhood. We're leaving, going back to the truck in the parking lot. And of course, since this was just last year, it's long after the days when there actually were uniformed policemen to escort the talent out, because nobody needs that anymore. MJF is being MJF to the people then. To the point, I mean, he's not like he's getting in everybody's face and screaming and cussing them, but as he's walking to the truck through the parking lot, people are saying shit to him, and he's blowing them off, insulting them, and keeping moving as he goes. He's being a rude dick. To the point where I was like, you know what, fuck. We're out here in fucking Cicero in this neighborhood. Maybe you ought to lighten up and be a little nicer to these people. I almost said that. That's how fucking committed he was. And now I don't know which one he is, whether he's Steve Lawrence or Edie Gourmet, but it's overtaken him too. They've not only decided to fucking take the rest of their program and flush it down the porcelain throne, but they are now infecting the few people they had that could do this right. The people, we haven't actually said what we're talking about, have we?
You have not.
Jericho and MJF were scheduled to have a steak dinner and talk things over. And they did. They sat down at this alleged steakhouse and they did scripted, unfunny comedy about how they were ordering their steak from their waitress, Velma or Thelma. It was like it was like Harvey Korman and Lyle Wagner doing a skit on the Carol Burnett show. And you can kind of even hear the audience tittering. And then suddenly, they broke into song. Music started playing. Music started playing. They started singing. Jericho started trying to sing. MJF wasn't very good, but he was better than Jericho. The curtains behind their restaurant table opened up to reveal a dance floor, a ballroom. They had, 5 or 6 dancing girls. And they proceeded to do a duet mixed with ballroom dancing. And that's why I said Steve Lawrence and Edie Gourmet. I'm pretty sure this is their fucking song. I'm pretty sure when I was a kid, I saw them do this song on television. They were singing and dancing and doing customized verbiage for AEW. It wasn't the most offensive thing ever on television, in wrestling TV. It wasn't as repugnantly offensive as the tooth and nail match, which beat football fuckery for the worst thing ever on a wrestling show. But that was for one reason, because the tooth and nail match was not only insulting to anybody who's ever been in the wrestling business, but it was poorly performed and shot worse. It looked like it was fucking recorded on somebody's phone and the participants were SOMA'd. So, other than that, that's the reason why the tooth and nail thing was still more obnoxious and repugnant. This was actually shot better, but it was similar, very similar. And to me, watching this, it looked like 2 local news anchors that were doing a fucking song and dance routine on a local charity telethon, backed up by the cheerleading squad from Tits McGee Middle School. What the fuck? They finished this thing. Even the dancing girls were rotten. Did you notice they couldn't even figure out what they were doing? Keep and stay. Should have had Sonny back there. See, he's a talent for something in wrestling. They even did a false finish on the song and Jericho was blown up. And then I really mean, and they go back into it again. Is this now supposed to be a sports-based musical variety program? Is that what it is? That's why I'm saying one segment, Eddie Kingston is cussing like a whore with crotch rot, swearing to kill people. And after the break, the 2 top heels in the company break into a song and dance, and the fucking stage and the dancing villagers appear like an episode of the 1967 Jackie Gleason show when the honeymooners went to Europe. And They won't even, these fucking people, they're like Trumpers. They're so fucking far up the ass, and they're so delusional, and they just can't admit that they were wrong, and they've been hornswoggled and taken for suckers and taken for a ride all along. There's people trying to say, well, it was entertaining. No, not in any way, shape, or form. It was insulting to wrestling. It diminished your capacity to do future business by not only making Jericho look even more stupid than he's already made himself look over the past several months, but now you've got MJF with shit all over his face, too. If you found entertainment in this, you might be one of those people that likes to have their fucking balls nailed to a step stool. And I don't know what to think about anybody anymore, but I will be less free and easy as I have been with my endorsements and accolades or allocades from this point forward. Just because I'm sure Jericho thought of this. Just because he thought, well, it would be funny. Just take your dick out, Chris, and just jack off on Tony Khan's face while he's there. Because you've just raped him and ripped him off of all this other money he spent on this fucking company that started out looking like you were going to carry it and now is looking like you're going to sink it.
He likes this just as much as these idiots like doing it.
That's what I'm saying. While he's at this, take his dick out of his pants, jack off on Tony Khan's face, and splooge in his eye. You're showing him, even if he's too stupid and immature and inexperienced and lost in the weeds as a goddamn wrestling observer, Mark, instead of a fan of wrestling, that he can't see, that he can't book, and he's wasting his father's money, and that this is all a goddamn variety of horse shit that's going to lead to nothing but wrestling never getting on national cable again for the next 20 years. Just because he can't realize that doesn't mean that Chris Jericho, who knows better, has to fucking splooge in his face, waste his money, and fucking make fun of his own fucking product at the same time while he's doing it. I feel sorry for Tony Khan when shit like this comes up on his television program.
I don't feel sorry for him at all. He's running his wrestling company the same way he runs his dad's football team and soccer team. It's just that wrestling fans, the super niche audience, are more forgiving because they like some of this stupid stuff. This is all Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho has some of the stupidest instincts in terms of entertainment of anyone in the history of the wrestling business. And his 2020 has been an embarrassment. And remember when I said last year that this is the Jericho show and he's the star here and he will carry this and get it over if it's going to be got over? I apologize. You know, you brought up Stephen Eady and Carol Burnett. Funny little fact, Stephen Eady and Carol Burnett lived on my family's block in Lido Beach.
What?
Yeah. I still have like a whole bunch of Stephen Eady autograph photos I used to give out.
But you were the one that would take them?
What a neighborhood I had. Stephen Eady and Carol Burnett, a few blocks over, the Rubens, Rick Rubens family. A few blocks over, Gambino. It was a great neighborhood to live in.
If Edie ever got with Gambino, she could have been Edie Gambino instead of Edie Gourmet. All right.
Well, you know, look.
That's a fun fact about Carol Burnett.
I have been a big fan of MJF. Unfortunately, I've been seeing that things are going in this direction for a few months now. Ever since that really awful campaign shit. Yeah. When they should have made him a serious heel going after Moxley. Look, I saw this ever since they threw him into the pool, which told me everything I needed to know about the way they're going to treat a guy who has the possibility to be an actual heel in a company with lots of smart fans who can get heat. That told me everything I need to know about the way they see this kid who has a world of potential.
The only thing that MJF needs to be the modern 21st century Roddy Piper is experience and learning how to take care of himself. And unfortunately, he's getting a crash course in how he shouldn't take care of himself. This is what not to do. So maybe if there is a wrestling business in 5 years and MJF does stick with it, he's learning now what not to do. Hopefully he'll get a second chance to be viewed and say, well, he's going to get a second chance to be seen by people because I assume that all the AEW fans hate the WWE and they don't watch most of it. So if he's only being ruined in front of AEW fans who are not going to watch any real wrestling programs, then when he moves on to actually make money and become a star on a highly rated program, if it still exists by then, the WWE fans won't know that he's been goddamn one half of the fucking Rat Pack or whatever.
Chris Jericho is a major problem for professional wrestling right now in terms of wanting things to be serious and not just really stupid. And I know you've always been a defender of his, and I know you
Not
can't,
anymore.
and I know you can't deny it anymore. You can't deny that it's a fact. He's proven it over and over again. You know, there's always been talented people in wrestling. By the way, I'm not including Chris Jericho in that list. But there's always been really talented people in professional wrestling. Guys who could sing or play guitar, guys who were funny in the back. Wrestling was never a talent show where whatever you could do, let's make sure we do a song and dance number. MJF is obviously a very talented guy. This was embarrassing. I was embarrassed watching it. And I know a lot of the younger fans will say, oh, but wrestling's supposed to be fun and silly. And hey, if that's what you like in wrestling.
Yeah, we covered that at the top of the program. Then why don't get mad when we laugh at you and tell you how stupid and silly you act.
This does nothing to get people who don't like this into the door. And, you know, it bothers me to critique someone like MJF, who I think is a world of talent. He's a fellow Jew from Long Island, but he is from Suffolk County, so maybe I feel all right about
I'm reaching across the aisle. I'm not even Jewish, but I liked him. I don't even know why I'm supposed to be mad at Jewish people. The only reason I'm mad at him now is because, goddamn it. And I know it's the first big contract he's had, and I know they're paying him a lot of money. Goddamn, sit down and say, no, for the sake of my career going forward, don't make me stupid like the rest of these people. I may be able to fucking help you one day.
You know what would help AEW right now? Fozzy going on tour. That would help AEW. Hey, Jim, real quick, let me read you a few comments that I got a kick out of. Because I'm trying to not take this too seriously, because why should I? They don't take it seriously. And I'm trying to laugh at the stupidity of this. So a few comments from the Mothership group that I got a kick out of. Lou Kippelman, superstar producer.
Kippelman!
On the network. It reminded me less of Frank and Sammy and more of the New Yorker staff Zoom call with Jeffrey Toobin. It was the first time I said to myself, you know what this segment needs? Brandy. Jericho revived that game show gimmick he had on ABC. He put MJF's promising career on a conveyor belt, taking a slow ride off the side of a tall building. How does self-consciously ironic shitty singing and dancing come across? Shitty. And really unfunny. And there's a few other, can't wait for the eventual movie-length Rat Pack tribute, Cody and the Seven Marks, featuring songs by Sammy Kahn.
Oh, good old Sammy Kahn.
Scott Cornish said, I could see the headlines in a Simpson meme right now. Old man yells at production number, doesn't understand the wrestling has involved. And finally, one more from Scott Cornish. The main problem with AEW wrestling, it's too choreographed. Again, trying to find some light in the awfulness and the horribleness that was this segment on AEW.
Well, I guess we've got as much to the bottom of that as we can get. It believe me, it was at the bottom. You gotta laugh. You can't, I mean, the horses left the barn and the wrestling business is gone. And as I've said, I'm going to make it a point just because I can. And I despise all these people. I'm going to point out every time they suck and everything they do bad and everything they do, it's embarrassing. And every time they show that they're poorly trained and untalented and lacking in fucking determination, because they don't give a shit. So why should I? But so we will laugh at them and tell them that they're silly because that's what they're going for.
You always do the I told you so thing. When it comes to Chris Jericho, I told you so.
You told me so.
I told you so. He can't help himself. He truly believes he has good ideas. He can't help himself.
Help me.
He's not just drunk off the bubbly. He's drunk off his own ego, which needs to be put into check quickly.
Well, you just want to get to the next segment because it was your all-time favorite.
Let me just say, I'm going to say something before we get going. This next segment is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. this is the best segment in the history of AEW. You get every emotion, every feeling you would get from AEW in this one segment. It starts off and you're like, all right, let's see where this goes. And then you're like, what the hell is this? And then you're like, oh my God, this is awful. And then it's, holy shit, where did that come from? This is awesome. And then it goes right back to, oh, it's AEW. There is so much that happens here. I rewound and watched this 3 times. I watched this live. I had to do something at 8:30. So I only had a half-hour window I could watch one of these shows live. I chose AEW. So I watched this live as it happened. I sat at my desk. I was howling with laughter. I thought this was the greatest thing ever. I couldn't believe it. At first, I thought they were going to do a Cody's having an affair angle. And I was like, oh, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. This is the greatest. But then it went in a completely different direction. And it was one of the most beautiful train wrecks I've ever seen. And at its peak, at its greatest moments, it was fantastic. And at its worst moments, it was something I could just be entertained by.
It didn't have the shock appeal, no pun intended, of the Shockmaster, but it was really spectacularly bad television in the same vein.
It was beautifully bad television. I couldn't look away. I laughed. I covered my mouth and said, oh my God. It was perfection. In the world of AEW, it was perfection. This is the greatest segment in the history of AEW.
Well, let's explain for the folks who didn't watch the program or don't watch until we talk about it, so you know what to look out for. Cody has his big entrance. He's dressed in a suit. He looks professional except for the neck tattoo, but he's coming out and the music and the cheers and everything. And I thought this was going to be some kind of serious interview segment or something involving Cody. And the first thing that I wrote down was that I know we've talked about this before. I like Cody's promos, even if you think sometimes they veer into, and I agreed with you a time or two, the theatrical or maybe too grandiose in their soliloquy. He delivers things easily. He likes being out there. He's relaxed. I hear Dusty in his cadence, if not in the actual verbiage. And by the time that I said that, he's talking and a woman walks into the ring that we've never seen before from behind him. And, he realizes that she's there. And he turns around and he says, can I help you?
I was dying by this point. I was like, what is going on here? This is amazing.
Because this woman, she's a tall, striking-looking black woman with blonde hair and a red outfit, and she's got abs. As a matter of fact, at first I thought, oh my God, it's Linda Miles. She's back.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, and now I don't want to besmirch the name of Linda Miles after I heard this promo. And this woman starts trying to talk to Cody Rhodes. And as Mama Cornette used to say, she couldn't say suey if the hogs had her. She couldn't say shit if she had a mouthful. It was Big Mama 85 Jim Crockett level bad. I wrote, oh my God. She's like, Cody, I've looked for you, or I've tried to find you, or I've wanted to confront you, or whatever. I've looked in bars. I've looked in cars.
You see, that's why at the beginning I thought it was going to be, Cody, we've been having an affair. I was like, oh my God, where are they going with this?
Well, I didn't even think that, because I thought, my God, I don't know what I thought, but this girl was awkward. She was gangly and nervous, had no idea what she was doing, had no business being on national television. She had memorized some shit she was supposed to say. She couldn't get her name out. Is it Jane Cargill? Well, might as well have given her, fucking Eustace McFingermang McGee. Give her something else even harder to pronounce.
Von Hepper Trepper.
Von Hepper Trepper. And with she was trying to lay out some kind of story, and Cody kept standing there, and you could tell by mental telepathy he was trying to will her to get this out. And I wrote, why is this happening? It sounded like the fucking county fair speech by Don Knotts in The Ghost and Mr. Chicken. What do you know about giants? Who are giants? What are giants? Let me clarify this. I know a giant. And Cody's looking at his watch, right? And JR says, well, this has been riveting. She has, in a monotonous, like machine-like delivery, beating around the bush. Then she finishes apparently what she's saying and leaves the ring. But then when she gets to the stage, she turns around and there's more. And it starts going longer. And she reveals her giant friend's name, because that's the whole thing, is Dustin's been saying, or Dustin. Cody's been saying he's a giant killer. Well, you shouldn't say that, because I know a giant. And the giant's name is Shaq. Well, nobody popped, because the last thing that anybody sitting at home or probably in that building was thinking about when they're talking about giants in wrestling is Shaq. I thought she said Shrek. I thought they're doing a crossover with the goddamn Pixar or whatever. And then the announcers had to jump in and say, oh, she means Shaquille O'Neal? Well, now if she'd have said that, everybody'd known who the fuck she was talking about. Even on a wrestling program.
Well, not everyone, if you say Shaq, everyone knows what you're talking about.
I didn't get Shaq in the context of this unknown woman that's never been seen before out on a fucking outlaw wrestling program, and suddenly she's going to be talking about a giant basketball player. It didn't register to me. I bet it didn't register to a lot of people.
Where did she come from?
Jumped in.
Did she hop the rail? Like,
no, she walked out behind the ring down the ramp.
Yeah, where did she come from?
She came from the entranceway.
No, she didn't come from the entranceway. I thought she came up from the floor.
I thought she came from the entranceway.
I like when she would just randomly pose, when she would randomly hit the double bicep.
She would stop talking and just get back and flip her hair and pose because she was lost and couldn't remember what to say. And I bet you Cody was doing some ventriloquism and talk about the giant.
So let me stop you real quick, because she's now on the staging area. Cody's still in the ring. Cody has this look on his face, like you said, like, oh my God, what is going on?
And this has taken a long time.
It has gone on for so long that it went from this is bad to this is amazingly bad. Fantastically bad. And
see, I didn't like it that much at that point, because I've been out there on live TV for some segments when other people shit the bed, and it just seems like forever.
How many times has this happened to Cody, where he gets in the ring, he gets his long entrance with the dramatic music that goes on longer than anyone else's music before you see him, and then he finally gets in the ring, and he's on the mic for 30 seconds, and boom, Jake the Snake Roberts shows up.
Yeah.
Like, this has happened before. So she's now on the entrance ramp area, the entrance way. It's not really a ramp. She's standing there. Cody's in the ring. My first thought after she says Shaq is, thank God they're going to do Shaq and Cody and not Shaq and Jericho. Thank God they didn't let Jericho latch on to this.
Well, but now, do you even think, how old is Shaquille O'Neal now?
He's, I would guess, at least 45. At minimum 45, maybe closer to 50.
And 300 and some pounds easily, and whatever the fuck. Do you think even Cody can get this done?
I don't know. He's been teasing wanting to do something in wrestling forever, and I don't think he's ever actually done anything. But she's on the stage, and I'm like, this is amazing. And then somehow, it got turned up to 10, and it became all-time classic. It became one of the greatest things ever. And it was easily the best thing at AEW. I didn't expect this.
From an unlikely source.
An unlikely source, and I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to let you have this. But an unlikely source came out and delivered the promo of a lifetime.
Thank you for the handoff. Ladies and gentlemen, as this Linda Miles-looking woman named Jane Cargill was standing there and had dropped the Shaquille O'Neal bomb, here comes Brandy Rhodes. And she's pissed. And she launches into old Jane with the goddamnedest promo that I've ever heard in my life. She meant every word of it. She was cussing. She was pissed off. She told her everything that she should shove up her ass and exactly which fucking direction to do it in. I mean, it was great. And it was Brandy, and it was great. I mean, her promos go from sounding like Meryl Streep to sounding like Butch Reed.
That was it. It was Butch Reed 85 calling Dark Journey a heifer on Mid-South TV.
Yeah.
It was incredible. Incredible.
Oh,
and where did this come from?
Right then, I wrote Ole, Piper, Foley, CM Punk, Brandy. In the all-time pantheon of promos in pro wrestling. And then, as she basically told her to get her bitch ass out of her building there, that here comes Jerry Lynn to separate.
Oh, no. You're skipping over some of the most important parts.
Okay, well, go ahead.
While Brandy is cutting this, the greatest promo of her life on this woman, and totally believable and great, Cody's never cut a promo this good.
No.
This woman is standing there and she's posing and she's smiling.
You don't know how to sell it.
And she's not selling. So then Brandy says, convincingly, you better get out of here. But then Brandy gets out of there, turns around and starts walking away, and the girl just pats Brandy on the ass. And that caused Jerry Lynn and all the officials to run out.
And that's the thing. If you'll notice, they pick their spots on when to run out. They did it another time on this program, but so Jerry Lynn's separating the women, and then they can't leave well enough alone, because then Cody's still in the ring watching all this go on. Cage attacks Cody from behind and power bombs him, and here comes Starks, and they're kicking the shit out of Cody. Well, then Darby Allin's music starts playing, and they just freak out and stop beating up on Cody, and Darby Allin is 100 feet away.
They stop beating up on Cody when the music hits for this brooding twink to walk as slow as he can down the entire building to get to the ring.
And then he rolls in the ring and they charge at him and he hits him with his thumbtack jacket. He's wearing a jacket covered in thumbtacks. Everybody has one of those. They were all the rage back a few years ago, and you got one sitting in your closet. And he hits them with his thumbtack jacket, and then the fucking heels bail out and are leaving Taz and Starks.
Taz is standing on the stage saying, like, okay, all right.
Yeah, Taz, come on back. The guy with the 150-pound guy with the thumbtack-covered jacket just beat up my giant bodybuilder, my sexy, Ricky Starks, stroke daddy. And besides the fact that they waited for him to come in the ring, stopped beating up the guy that they were beating up, and waited for him to come in the ring, and then got beat up by him, then if they hadn't blown enough heat off of these heels already, as the heels are leaving, going down the fucking tube, somebody had told Will Hobbs in the back, hey, Will, go out there and throw a chair at him, because here comes Will Hobbs. The heels are leaving, going down the fucking passageway, and Hobbs comes out and throws a chair at him. You better get out of here. It's like the time that Heyman threw the garbage can at Ric Flair after Flair had already left the room.
And everyone calls him Will Hobbs except for Jim Ross, who keeps calling him Willie Hobbs.
Willie Hobbs, baby. Willie Hobbs, back can hear Dusty saying it. Dusty would call Willie Hobbs the same thing. As a matter of fact, Dusty would have written Willie Hobbs on his lineups. He had nicknames for everybody, either initials or nicknames. Dennis Condrey was DC Cab because that movie came out and Dusty saw it on a fucking pay-per-view channel in the hotel one night. And Dennis Condrey forever after became DC Cab on the lineups.
Oh, awful movie.
Anyway, so that was certainly a segment of renown. We'll remember that one.
That was the greatest segment in AEW history. It hit every, like, if you were someone who enjoyed AEW, there was something for you. For me, it was everything. Like I said, it started out with, okay, let's see where this is going. And then, what the hell is this? And then, oh my God, I can't believe this is still going. And then out of nowhere, this is one of the greatest things ever. And then right back to AEW where just unnecessary stuff is happening that makes no sense. This was my favorite thing in the history of AEW. I love this segment. I wish it would have kept going. I wish it never ended. I wish it was still happening right now. Nothing else on this show was able to stand up to this. It was all downhill from here. And you know what? I got to agree with you. You say it. It's always Cody's segments that are the greatest. This was...
I don't know if they planned it this way, though, that this was be the greatest for this reason.
This was the best segment in modern wrestling in forever. This was so good. I watched it over and over. I'm going to watch it again after we're done recording. I love this segment. I encourage everyone, go out of your way
but Boogie,
to see this.
I've looked in bars. I've looked in cars. Yeah, this... Oh, boy.
The balance of power changed with this segment.
Honestly, I thought this was kind of what it must have been, right? But
no, apparently it wasn't.
Brandy Runnels having the greatest promo in the history of wrestling. Is this equivalent to a rookie golfer hitting a hole-in-one?
It's like when all of a sudden Sonny King would hit like a great promo. Like all of a sudden Sonny King...
That's an interesting comparison.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like all of a sudden, Sonny King, you'd be like captivated by what he said.
Yeah.
And then every other time you'd be like, oh my God, this guy sucks on the mic.
This was the part where then they get the footage from the loading dock where here come the middle-aged Bucks with their right-wing birther nut parents, Mama Buck and Papa Buck. Old man Buck is both balding and pie-faced, so at least we don't... I was going to say we might have suspected the milkman, but... they're religious, so that wouldn't happen. Now, you can tell old man Buck is responsible for both of these sperm dollops.
You know, everyone knows that Steven Seagal is like a bit of a shady character, but the Young Buck's father looks like young Steven Seagal, but skeevy.
Yes, with the ponytail, and he's like a 65-year-old right-wing hippie. It just doesn't matter. The picture doesn't match.
What a wardrobe the last 2 weeks that this weirdo has on this show.
And he's a public figure, folks. He's on TV. He's about to get juice.
Every time I see him, it explains so much about why the Bucks are the Bucks.
Yeah.
It really does. And he didn't get juice, but we'll get there.
Well, we'll get to that. But he wanted to.
He got catsup. He didn't get juice.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, so they walk into the loading dock and they stopped by the truck, the AEW ring truck that has the Bucks picture on it to take a picture with their parents and their picture on the truck. And it's just love is in the air. The next match was exceptional. Jake Hager versus Brandon Cutlet. We've mentioned Brandon Cutlet, of course, is a childhood friend of the middle-aged Bucks from Rancho Cucamonga. And so he gets a big entrance and gets a goofy outfit with face paint to wear. It's the biggest entrance ever for a winless job guy, but he's friends of the Republibucks, so he gets that. And I started to take notes on this, and I said, you know what? Nobody even wants to hear me make fun of this. Cutlet's rotten. His buddy's got him a job. Hager beat him up. And I just sat down and waited for the finish. Suddenly, Cutlet made a comeback and hit not one but two dives out of the ring in succession on poor Jake Hager. The second one almost killed both of them and/or almost broke Hager's leg. And they've made Hager completely meaningless because there's another guy that the Big Show could work with. But he's Hager with that monotone face and that goofy, slope-faced fucking demeanor that he's got. And he's just a big, awkward putz, and he's been booked into oblivion, and he's been bumping for midgets for months. So people might buy him against Big Show for 30 seconds. Of course, yes, he is a real MMA fighter, but you would never know that by the way he's presented. And of course, you know, and it's not like he's Matt Riddle or anything, like he's the toughest guy on 2 feet. He's the baddest man in the world, Matt Riddle. So anyway, so they can't figure out a squash match. And finally, Hager beat him, but not without a lot more effort than it should have been. I didn't see anything else of it.
That's every squash match, though. I mean, it's very rare. Kenny Omega beating Sonny Kiss, I could think of off the top of my head. It's very rare that someone who should lose quickly loses quickly in AEW.
Ryan Nemeth.
Ryan Nemeth, even that wasn't that quick. That wasn't as quick.
Well, it was quick compared to normal. Anyway, after this, so Jake Hager has just beat a job guy, probably the lowest talent on the totem pole that we've never seen even win on television and barely seen lose on television. So, of course, Santana and Ortiz and Wardlow have to come in and start getting heat on him after he's already got beat. And the only reason this is done is just to set up a save when you're obviously doing shit that has no place otherwise than just to set up what's going to happen next. Lazy booking. So they got weak, lackluster heat on him where nobody actually even looks like they know how to stomp or kick, and they weren't following through with shit. Of course, the Bucks immediately come out and throw their shitty super kicks. They can't just grab people and punch them or pull them off of somebody. They have to do intricate ducks and dodges so they can throw their super kicks. Remind me, if anybody's ever beaten my ass, not to call the Bucks for help. Well, I wouldn't do that anyway. I'd call somebody who could actually whip somebody. But I especially if they were my friends, I'd want them to come and help rather than waiting for an opening for a super kick. But as soon as they do that, of course, the heels powder, and then Pieface gets the microphone and cuts a promo like he's a badass and challenges Jericho and MJF to come on out right now. So they play Jericho's music, and then you know what happens. The screen pops up, and on the screen, Jericho and MJF have kidnapped Papa Pieface, and he is on his knees selling like he's in a trance, like that someone has starched his entire outfit of clothing and nothing will move except his head kind of back. And he's got fake blood, obviously fake blood, smeared all over his face, and he's got some in his hands, so when they throw him into the truck, he can mark the right places for the dramatic picture they're wanting to get.
There was a lot in his hands.
A lot in his hand. Yeah, because he had to mark up 2 pictures on the truck. And what the amateurs behind this fiasco were going for is that, yes, it would be a dramatic scene if vicious heels had somehow accosted the babyface's father and bloodied him up and fucking rammed him into the truck with the pictures of his sons on it so his blood was all, oh, that's great. Except it's the 4th fucking kidnapping in a week and a half. It's obviously fake blood. The guy's selling like a goddamn mannequin where suddenly being hurt and bloodied makes you immobile and frigid and stiff and freezing. But leaning back like, you know, you're on the cross. And they've done some shit with this guy and his kids that are completely unbelievable, that nobody gives a shit about on a personal basis because everybody knows this is phony and they just want to watch the trained chimpanzees do tricks. So it would have been good except for all of those reasons. So they run him, and when they run him into the truck, since he obviously can't work, he goes into the truck and then he puts his hands up where the blood's supposed to be smeared and then slowly drops down the back of the truck. And the Bucks run to save him, but they're jogging. Someone is literally beating your father bloody, and you're going to help him, and you're jogging? And they run in too late. And Tony Schiavone put the fucking perfect period on this sentence. His quote was, "It's a horrible scene." It sure was. It was a horrible scene when they did the same angle in segment 2. It's a horrible scene.
Where was the mom? We saw her come in with the dad at the start of the show.
She's been kidnapped.
They kidnapped her too. Okay.
They're going to be having their way with her somewhere over in a cabin somewhere in the woods out Alligator Alley there.
Why was the Buck that tries to be the tough guy on the mic, why was he so mad challenging Jericho and MJF? Last week, they got punked by his dad. Last week, the dad pushed Jericho.
Oh, well, the Bucks were mad because the Inner Circle had just been beating up their childhood friend, Brandon Cutlet.
But not Jericho and MJF?
No, because they were in the back waiting to come up on screen so they could sodomize the Bucks' father.
Look, the Bucks' father was ridiculous in every way. His acting.
Every way.
The fake blood. It's the fakest blood I've ever seen in wrestling. Just all over his face and his hands. I mean, it made no sense.
And I got something to say that will make you, and I didn't think this was possible, but this will make you like this whole deal, this whole segment even less when I tell you what I'm about to tell you.
Oh, okay.
They made a point of letting people know on the internet. I don't remember whether it was Shivani. I don't remember whether somebody, but whatever, in one of their celebratory circle jerk sessions where they all get on the internet and talk about how great the performances were that they did. The Bucks' father really wanted to blade and get juice, but they wouldn't let him, to show what kind of a tough guy and a trooper that old withered senior citizen right-wing religious nut birther fanatic fucking ex-hippie Papa Buck. He wanted to get juice the right way, but we wouldn't let him. Well, why didn't you? Maybe one thing on your fucking show wouldn't look as phony as a football bat, you two twinks.
Give me a break.
What's the matter? You can't let your fucking dad get a little juice for the business? I despise fake blood. The only time that I've ever used fake blood in my life, myself, or in any of my fucking angles was when you need to bleed from the mouth and I didn't have a fucking syringe to draw my own blood or somebody else's and put it in a fucking rubber and put it in their mouth so they could bite down on it. Otherwise, if you can't, it's like a low-fat Twinkie. If you can't eat the fat, don't eat the Twinkie. If you're going to have blood and it can't be real blood, don't have blood. Fucking lunatics. That's what everybody used to say. The blood in wrestling's fake, when it wasn't. Now it is. I am disgusted by that.
Who was it, the famous story where someone said, I know it's all fake, and I know the blood is fake, and the wrestler said, well, actually what we do is we take a razor blade and we...
Jerry Jarrett. I'll tell you, the Wendy's on Summer Avenue. Jerry Jarrett and Bill Dundee come in Friday night from Tupelo or whatever, and it's midnight, and the guy's closing, and he sees who they are, and he says, I'll let you guys eat while we're cleaning up. And they're eating. They're the only ones in the place, and the manager comes over and sits down, and this was 1979, 80, 81, whatever. Says, guys, you guys can tell me that that blood, when y'all bleed on TV and everything, so I watch the show all the time. That's not real blood, is it? Jerry Jarrett looked at him. He said, actually, it is. What we do is we take a razor blade. We buy at 7-Eleven. We take a pair of scissors. We cut a piece of it off. It's nice and sharp. We tape it up. We either put it in our mouth or right down in our crotch. When we need it, we pull it out, we cut the shit out of ourselves with it, and then we stick it back in our mouth or our crotch. And the guy said, all right, if you didn't want to tell me, you could just fucking told me that. Fuck it, never mind. He walked off. Anyway.
One other thing about this segment, I can't criticize, of all the things to criticize here, and there's so much because it was ridiculous. And we didn't even get to the ambulance yet.
I was about to say, that's the first time ever in the history of wrestling a 65-year-old right-wing hippie has been loaded into an ambulance.
By the way, he goes into the ambulance. Who joins him? His son, Nick, the Good Brothers, and that's it. No wife. And the other Buck stays there because why? Why?
There was no more room.
Why didn't he go instead of Gallows and Anderson? It made no sense.
Oh, because they're trying to sucker the Bucks into believing in them, too. That they're their friends.
And where's
the
mom? Is she on the zip line? Where's the mom? She just vanished. I wanted to say, of all the things you can criticize, I don't think MJF or Jericho really did too much wrong here. It's not their fault that this was so silly. They did okay as heels doing a promo after beating them up, except for the very end, where all of a sudden they were frightened. Oh, come on, let's go, let's run. At the last second.
Yeah.
That I hated. I hated that. The chicken shit runoff from those two. That was, they hammed it up and I didn't like it, but
Well, a chicken shit runoff because look who was coming.
Two chicken shits. Bucks. Yeah, the chicken shits.
Yeah.
The heels were the chicken shits. They were running from the chicken shits.
All right. Well, the big package came up next. We gotta keep this moving. This fucking show is taking forever. By the way, at this point, we were 3 hours into this show, 4 if you count the pre-show. And the CEO of Moxley Plumbing was still out in the parking lot. 3 hours into the... That used to cost money. I wonder if it still does. Because from the time that we started doing pay-per-view with Crockett, and then later on with WCW and with WWF and TNA, and not the Ring of Honor pay-per-views because they were internet pay-per-view. That's what sometimes they weren't on that. But with all the regular televised pay-per-view events, you had a 3-hour satellite window. And that's why the rule always used to be that the show would go, and I know the In Your Houses were 2 hours, but bear with me on this. Point is, an even amount of time. You had a 3-hour window on the pay-per-view. The pay-per-view had to go off the air by 2:55 in because they needed 5 minutes to re-rack the replay and get it up at the top of the hour. And if you went long, they would charge you for another hour of satellite time. This fucking thing was almost 4 hours long, 5 if you count the pre-show, and goddamn, the greatest cards in the history of wrestling weren't that long, and they had good matches from top to bottom. This was dreck to begin with, and it was interminably long. Are they trying to punish people? So anyway, it's an exploding business death match, killing the business with the CEO of Moxley Plumbing and the CEO of Twinkle Toes Theatrics. Did you see Harpo's cartoon drawing?
I did. That was on Twitter the other day.
The official company Twitter, by the way. Harpo Fingerbang did a cartoon crayon drawing of how deadly the deadly plan for this exploding barbed wire death match with all the exploding bomb pits and the everything. It looked like something that a fucking 9-year-old would do at summer camp, and they tweeted it out as if that would make... Can you imagine if Dusty had let Dustin, when he was 12, draw a picture of the War Games cage and they put it on TBS? So this is an exploding barbed wire death match. And to make it look even more goofy and unprofessional looking, the wrestlers decided to compete in their grubby street clothes while the referee was wearing a hazmat suit. I'm not making this up. Barbed wire boards in 2 corners of the ring, barbed wire wrapped around all the ropes, barbed wire boards around 3 sides of the ring, and Callis immediately on color referred to the explosions as effects before they'd hardly even started the thing yet. Brian, I hate it when I'm right. But do you remember what I said about this a couple weeks ago?
In fact, I do. And in fact, because I saw so many people on Twitter mention it, I actually pulled that audio.
Oh, well, that's... Why don't you just, instead of me saying it again now after the fact, why don't you play what I said about this stupid idea for a match about 2 weeks ago, long before it took place?
This is from Jim Cornette Experience, episode 369, approximately 2.5 weeks ago or so. Here is the clip.
It's stupid. It never works. It just looks low rent and cheap and sideshowish and outlaw. And guys try to have garbage matches in the middle of this, and it doesn't fucking work. And I have high expectations that this is going to be a technical fiasco and another outlaw garbage match between 2 fucking guys that don't know how to work. That's pretty much my opinion on what's going to come up. We shall see, because we're going to watch this thing. I wouldn't miss it now. Maybe Harpo Fingerbang will get set on fire. We could watch him fucking melt. That would be worth the price of admission alone.
And there it is, Jim, from Jim Cornette Experience 369.
Can you find anything that I was incorrect about?
Certainly it was deflating, the ending of that match.
Okay. First of all, the way this thing was set up, I can buy the wire around the ring ropes, right? I've been involved in, I've booked barbed wire cage matches where the barbed wire was around the ring so that you couldn't get out or nobody could get in. Except that wasn't what this was. They just wrapped barbed wire around the ring ropes, but it wasn't there was nothing on one side where the stage side was, so everybody could just get in and out freely. And if they didn't want to bother to go to the stage side, they could just drop down and roll out under the bottom rope. And the rest of it, barbed wire boards leaned up against the turnbuckles, the referee in the hazmat suit. Then on the stage, there's a garbage can with a barbed wire baseball bat in it and a kendo stick. And they've got a chair wrapped in barbed wire. And so when they started out, it looked like they might actually know what the fuck they were doing because they were milking using the wire, and it somewhat made sense, and they were trying to push each other into it or whatever. This somehow made sense despite the fact that this is just so visually stupid that you can't. When you've already got a ring wrapped in barbed wire and barbed wire boards leaned up in it, and barbed wire surrounding the ringside, you've got to still have a barbed wire chair and a garbage can and a baseball bat and a blah, blah, blah. This isn't a hat on a hat. It's you're wearing 3 suits, one on top of another. And then finally, they go out on the stage because you can leave the ring enclosed in deadly exploding barbed wire freely. Moxley gives old Harpo 2 little pussy shots with the baseball bat. So the big badass has a chance to hit this guy with a baseball bat, and he pokes him in the gut and gives him another little shot. Now it's completely fake. Thank you for removing all doubt, balding plumber. Harpo at one point blinded Moxley with powder and threw him into the wire so the effects could go off. And then they started using all the gimmicks, whether it be the garbage can, the kendo stick, a chair wrapped in barbed wire, everything that's made pro wrestling look like shit and made people ashamed to be fans of it for the last 20 years, all in one match. So it's nice they had it all together. And then Moxley gets color. So they're in the stupidest, fakest looking, most illogical, most visually comic parody of pro wrestling that you can really ever put on a big budget production, and he's down there cutting himself to make it seem more real. Blood adds drama in a grudge wrestling match, not a cartoon garbage parody. Then it's just, you're going to bleed anyway because you're rolling around in all this barbed wire. Of course, I believe from what I could tell, they were only using 2-pronged barbed wire, which makes it easier not to get caught up in the shit, but they're still cutting themselves, so they're fucking morons, because they're rolling around in it and blowing off the effects. And then did you see fucking the supposed babyface in this thing, Moxley? The babyface is always supposed to be smarter than the heel, right? The babyface wraps the barbed wire around his own arm just to clothesline Twinkle Toes. Now, meanwhile, there's a baseball bat laying 5 feet away from both of them, but nobody actually goes for it. It just laid there for 15 minutes. They're wrapping barbed wire around their arms and fists to hit each other with, but there's a baseball bat that if you were a real man, which apparently neither one of these fucking pricks are, you could just pick up and you could finish this issue in about 2 or 3 swacks. But no. More on that later. they take a bump on the barbed wire boards on the floor. Olivier was down there forever trying to get color. Finally, he got some. But really, they could have saved money at this point and just showed one of Ian Rotten's old VHS tapes, because it's a garbage death match. It's the same thing every time. It matters not. The only thing they missed the opportunity here was they could have had the guy that eats the live chickens be the referee instead of whoever was in the hazmat suit. That could have made it just a little more sideshowish. And then finally, 25 minutes into this interminable fiasco, Moxley realizes there's still a baseball bat laying there and picks it up. And here comes Gallows and Anderson. And I counted, Brian, Moxley hit Anderson 6 times with the baseball bat, then hit Gallows 6 times with the baseball bat. They weren't down for 30 seconds. And then Moxley got hit supposedly in the head, but the replay showed that it was actually kind of a shoulder chest shot by Twinkle Toes with an exploding barbed wire bat, where an effect went off when he got hit with it, and that was a 2 count. He hit the fucking guy supposedly in the head with an exploding barbed wire baseball bat for a 2 count. Those words have never been said before in professional wrestling, and still haven't, because this isn't professional wrestling. And then Gallows and Anderson just come back in and just in front of the referee, because it's no disqualification, which, as we all know, as Danhausen would tell you, shitty bookinghausen. Gallows and Anderson help Olivier give Moxley the one-winged fairy onto a chair for a 3 count, because, of course, a one-winged fairy on a folding chair is much more deadly than exploding barbed wire baseball bat. And you know what we had left at this point, don't you, Brian?
Well, apparently,
4 fucking minutes!
What I was going to say is, the commentators also let us know that there's no way to stop the explosion.
Yeah.
Even though the match is coming to a close, the bombs have to go off. There's no way to get around that.
There's no way to turn the switch to defuse this situation. We've just discovered that apparently, even though this match just ended 4 minutes early, the ring's going to blow up in 4 minutes. Fortunately, everybody had time to leave and plenty of time. Oh, no, wait. This was insane. They went home so early, and they've told the people what the time left is, and I think they even showed the clock by this point. They've got to continue to get heat on Moxley, who's selling like he's halfway dead for once. Anyway, he's selling. And they beat him up, and nobody comes out, and they handcuff him. And nobody comes out, and they have to go back, and Olivier's mugging for the camera, and then they go back to getting some more heat on him. And then they're taking the barbed wire bat and raking it over his head, and now the announcers, they're beating a dead Moxley. And the announcers say, under 2 minutes! And Olivier hits Moxley with the bat twice more as they die, twisting in the wind. And finally, at a minute left, and Jim Ross's comment, are these guys stupid? Which he meant they need to get out of the ring before it blows up, but it was perfect at that. Are these guys stupid? Yes. Yes, they are. And they also have no concept of how to time their shit. So finally, the heels leave with a minute left because now the sirens and the gongs and the it sounded like the China syndrome. Some bad shit's going to take place here. This ring's going to blow. Here comes Eddie Kingston, who was the star of the night. He had frantic body language. He was in a panic. He was looking left and right, trying to get his old friend Moxley, who they've had these wars, but really he deep down still appreciates and loves their friendship. And he's trying to drag this guy out of the ring because, oh my God, the clock is counting down. Bam, bam, bam. Woo, woo, it's gonna blow, and the fucking announcers, take cover, and it blows. and it looked like Gilberg's sparklers on the ring posts. A boom from a couple of firecrackers and a puff of smoke and a hearty, hi-yo, we fucked all of you. And the ring didn't blow up, and the fans start booing, and it came off like a popcorn fart. But because they had thought that this was going to be impressive, poor Eddie Kingston, by the way, where was he during the 5 minutes of heat? Had he already driven out and been halfway home and had to turn around? But
he was waiting in the parking lot for Jon Moxley.
Well, I could understand Moxley laying there because they'd beat the shit out of him. He had a reason to sell like death 7 minutes into this match. Poor Eddie Kingston covered Moxley with his fucking body. And the sparklers went off, and Kingston sold like death. He looked like a man who had had a heart attack while fucking his mistress and just slumped over face first and laid there. It buried him. Nothing happened to him. And then to make it worse, they wouldn't get off of it. They had the doctor and the trainer and everybody come in, and those guys never got in. They were laying there, and they fucking wouldn't get off of it. And finally, they signed off. And apparently, from what we saw also on Twitter, after they signed off the pay-per-view, Moxley was so embarrassed that he tried to save it by saying, well, at least Omega made a shitty gimmick match. And good night from Jacksonville. You want to play my clip again?
That was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. I mean, in the sense that I'm embarrassed for the promotion, for the company, for Moxley, for poor Eddie Kingston. Poor Eddie Kingston didn't deserve this. I can't even imagine how you can make it more underwhelming. Now, earlier in the match, I liked the match. I know what you think. You just talked about it. Up until the run-in from the Good Brothers, and they should change their name to the Groan Brothers, because every time they're on fucking TV, I groan. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Because they suck. I mean, I'm just going to come out and say it. They're not very good. But because they were in the Bullet Club, a lot of people...
I like their matches. They just have them doing stupid shit just like everybody else here.
Well, I don't need to see them ever again, but I'm sure I'm going to see them plenty. But they come out. Once the run-in happened, to me, whatever the match was building towards, it stopped. I got into it. I was able to lose myself in it. How are they going to end this match? They have to do a big explosion because they promised it. I don't think it's been revealed yet at that point that no matter what, the bombs have to go off. There's no stopping them. If the fire commissioner shows up, tough. We have to get these bombs off. So I got into the match, and earlier in the match, when Moxley would get shot into the ropes or Omega, I thought that looked pretty good.
That wasn't bad. It wasn't offensive or really egregiously phony.
No, that I thought looked good. So I'm like, wow, AEW did that right. That looked good. This explosion is really going to be something. So then I even start thinking, like, the people there, are they going to have to, like, move back from ringside? Is there going to be a lot of smoke? What exactly are they?
I'm hoping for Jane and Sonny Kiss and a bunch of other people to even lean up on the edge of their seats.
Oh, will you stop it? Oh, will you stop it? But I'm like, what exactly does blow up? Like, what exactly is exploding? What is exploding? Is there an actual item that explodes? I'm really putting a lot of thought into this. Early in the match, they say, the people at ringside, they have to wear flame retardant clothing to be able to sit there. I'm like, oh, wow. Like, they're really serious about this. The first signs that something may not be right with the explosion is when Moxley and Omega went off. I think Moxley did his DDT into the barbed wire.
Yes.
But he was the one who got caught in the barbed wire, not Omega. It looked like it hurt him far worse than it hurt Omega. But there was no big explosion. I thought if you landed on those boards, there was going to be a big explosion. So it's like, oh, that's not good. And then, like I said, once Anderson and Gallows ran in, I just groaned.
Well,
not just because it was them, but because
16 baseball bat shots to 2 guys and they're just right back up on you.
Yeah.
Come on.
Shaq goes through a table. He's dead. He's dead and he vanishes. But these guys, and then the handcuffs. I said it, a month ago. I'm sick of handcuffs in wrestling. And they go for the handcuffs. And
also, here's the thing. They handcuffed his hands behind him. How did that keep him in the ring that was about to blow up? He could just roll underneath the body. If he was capable of rolling, the handcuffs were not going to deter him in any way.
And then poor Eddie Kingston gets in the ring, and I'm like, I hate the finish. I was finally enjoying the match. They ruined it with the finish. They ruined it with the excessive beatdown. But, at least we get this nice storybook ending of, feud of the year, Eddie Kingston and Moxley. Eddie Kingston comes, sacrifices himself to save Moxley. I don't know how that would work.
He really did look panicked. He was like, oh my God, there's nothing else to do.
You said it before, he may have been the MVP. He did everything he needed to do right. And he's there, and I'm sure everyone has seen it by now, but it was a couple sparklers on the ring posts, and then it was like just a couple. I've been to 4th of July parties that have been more impressive than that. Legit, on Long Island, where the cops are patrolling.
I've had a couple of arguments around the house here that have been more exciting than that.
And all this happens.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And you hear the fans. It's not as audible as it is on some of the fan footage I've seen, but the fans start booing.
Well, that's because they turned the crowd mics down as soon as they because it was it rumbled low at first, and as they realized that's what it was, then it got bigger.
And poor Eddie Kingston is selling it like he's dead. He's selling it like everything has exploded everywhere near him, and he is dead. So, I mean, we'll talk about Tony Khan's explanation in a moment, but when they try to pretend like this was the intended result, no, the fact that the commentators weren't in on it and Eddie Kingston sold this like he died means that wasn't the intended result. You actually thought there was going to be a big explosion.
Yeah, no, nobody's buying that hogwash excuse. This was 3 hours and 45 minutes of, if you gave an amateur class at any wrestling school a big budget and said, do what you want, here it was. It's shameful.
Well, that was AEW Revolution, like you said. Hours and hours and hours of wrestling entertainment.
Hours and hours and hours. I know where they got the Revolution name from. That's what the fans that want to take up arms. Instead of storming the Capitol, they're going to storm Daly's place. Jeez, but it couldn't be as dangerous as Daly's place already is with all those kidnappings and assaults back there. Anyway, I know what you want to talk about. It was the next segment. Oh, no, it's Ito. The 6-girl tag team match that they call trios matches now, because I guess they've just decided it's Lucha Libre now. But as most people would know as a 6-man or 6-woman tag match, this was the kicker, boy. You want to start? Tell us everything you liked about it.
Okay. As I said at the top of the show, I may have watched the clip. And when I say the clip, basically by the time the match starts, I'm out. Because the match itself was not good. Maki Ito, whatever I'm about to say to her, does not negate the fact that she's horrible in the ring. She's really, really not a good wrestler. However, she may have produced the greatest segment in AEW history. It's right up there with Jade Cargill. I watched this thing like 20 times. So, all the various participants in this trios match, as it were, are getting introduced and they're coming down and not...
No. You forget. Some of them didn't even get introduced.
Oh, that's right. That's true. But...
Because... explain this to me. We got to see the entrance of Dr. Britt Baker with Reba and Nyla Rose with Vicky. And then here comes, oh no, it's Maki Ito. and then the other ones just ran out there.
Well, they were out there, I think. But either
Were
way.
they? We never saw them. We came back from a break, and here comes Dr. Britt.
Either way, like you said, the heel team are introduced, including their managers, Reba and Vicky Guerrero. And then Maki Ito comes out. Now, on the pay-per-view, she was on the pregame show where she sang her song and then did some really bad wrestling. So this time, she comes out there.
Now wait a minute. You got to back up there a second, because the way you phrased that, it sounded like the music might have been good. So critique the singing as well.
I got no problem with her singing. That song, maybe because I watched it 20 times.
I asked you the question. I said, is this good singing and I've just gone deaf, or is this bad singing? You said, no, it's bad singing.
I just watched this clip 20 times. That song is stuck in my head. I don't even know what the hell she's saying. It's a catchy little tune. So she comes out there. Her music's playing. She starts singing. I don't know if she's saying fight or but she's like, fight, 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 fight. And then she starts doing her little dance and her little thing. I guess her gimmick is what they call her, the fired idol. Like she wants to be.
Yeah, because she got fired off that, because I read the Wikipedia thing. She was on one of those teen pop idol groups, and she got fired because apparently she was the shits at that too.
So she starts singing her song over the track, like she's Chris Jericho. But then eventually the track stops and she keeps singing. And the reason the track stops is all of the wrestlers in the ring just start fighting with each other.
Because her partners are the other heels, but the babyface team, Shida and Thunder Rosa, poor Thunder Rosa in this thing, and old Rio de Janeiro with the fur ball in her stomach, they jump. So the babyfaces jump-started the heels while one of the heels was still singing. So that didn't make any sense to begin with.
And she was going to get her song in because it didn't stop her. She keeps going and she's just doing all sorts of her little act. Meanwhile, Hikaru Shida at some point goes to the floor and gets into a sword fight with Reba. She has a kendo stick and Reba has a metal crutch.
Yes.
And boom, you hear it. And they're getting into a sword fight. While this is happening, again, Maki Ito's still dancing and singing.
I think there was heat because Reba at one point kind of fucking shoved Shida around a little bit and turned around like she was hot. I think it was one like, what the fuck are you doing, lady?
We'll get there in a second, because while all this is going on, the cameras are cutting back and forth between the action on the floor, Maki Ito singing and dancing. They find two fans in the crowd dancing, and they show them with the camera angle that you can see everyone else around them is sitting down. And just like, what is going on here? So then, the AEW Women's Champion, Hikaru Shida, is having this fight on the floor, crutch versus kendo stick with Reba. Vicky Guerrero comes over there and gives her because it's a wide shot, what appears to be a little kick in the leg. Shida goes down. Shida's now selling for Vicky Guerrero. Vicky Guerrero and Reba start laughing with each other, like looking at each other, laughing, holding their mouths. So then Vicky Guerrero somehow gets the kendo stick. Again, Maki Ito singing and dancing while all this is happening with no backing track. It's incredible. And Vicky Guerrero goes to choke the AEW Women's Champion Shida with the kendo stick, but she loses her grip on the kendo stick, so Shida goes down, choking herself. I mean, it's kind of quick, but you watch it. She's holding the kendo stick to her own neck until Vicky Guerrero gets her grip back. Then the camera cuts away. The next time we see the action on the floor, Shida is being thrown away by Reba. Again, Shida is the women's champion. And she's being made a fool of by Vicky Guerrero.
And a one-legged manager.
And Reba. And if that isn't bad enough, she gets pushed away by Reba right in the direction of the stage where Maki Ito is still singing and dancing, but she's concluding her song, her performance, right as she's concluding it with a big smile on her face and her hands are going. Shida gets up there and Maki Ito takes the microphone. I've never seen it done like this.
No, wait a minute. You got to remember there was a swing and a duck. Shida swung at her and Maki, the heel, ducked the baby face.
Maki Ito ducked the AEW Women's Champion, who's just been made to look like a piece of shit by the two managers at ringside, including Vicky Guerrero. I mean, Reba was at least a wrestler. Vicky was never an athlete in the business. She was just a manager and a GM or whatever. She's been made to look like a piece of garbage by them. She gets on the stage. She goes to punch Maki Ito. She misses that. Maki Ito turns around with the microphone. And we've all seen like someone get hit with the microphone. Because you get the boom sound, it creates a pretty cool effect. You get the boom
over the PA system.
Yeah, but you kind of have to like make it look like you're hitting the person. She hits her with the slowest, softest mic shots of all time. So you get the sound, and Sheeta's selling it like, she's getting killed. Yes. But they look like shit. Meanwhile, Shivani...
No, it doesn't look like shit. Doesn't even take it anywhere into account. It looked like a 3-year-old toddler with an ice cream cone play fighting with another toddler. It was not even any attempt to make these look like violent blows. It was just like kids playing with each other. That's why it circulated on Twitter, because it was so preposterous. And that's when JR jumps in and says, live TV, folks.
But meanwhile, Shivani and Excalibur are losing their minds.
They're laughing.
They're laughing at this whole thing. They're treating it like the joke that it is.
Yeah.
This whole segment, forget about the match. No one needs to see this match. The match isn't good. Maki Ito, not good in the ring. But this minute and a half or so, from the moment Maki Ito comes out until the moment that Sheeta is down on the ground in pain, is one of the most astounding things I've ever seen on live wrestling. I watched it live and I was like, what did I just see? I couldn't believe it. This is on the same show where the heavyweight champion asked his manager to 69 him in the middle of the ring. This is on the same show where we got NBA audio, including Marvin Gaye singing his greatest hits during a match. On this show, the takeaway moment is the Maki Ito singing and dancing while the champion is destroyed by everyone until she gets to Maki Ito and then gets attacked with the worst mic shots ever. This is up there with Jade Cargill as being the greatest segment in the history of AEW TV. I watched it over and over again because there are certain things that are just so bad, they're amazing. This is greatness. They can never repeat this. They can never redo this exactly the way it was. And the camera work and everything. This was, again, right next to Jade. Maybe even beating Jade as my favorite segment in the history of AEW.
See, now I'm pissed at you. Because you sent me an email, said, whatever you do, don't skip the girls' match. You got to see this match. So I watched the match. I didn't know once that fucking Maki Ito finished taking a shit on television that you were done with it. I watched the entire match.
I watched the match too, but I'm just saying in terms of what people out there need to go out of their way to see.
Oh, no. Well, there was more.
And by the way, because we're talking about the match, you say whatever you want. I just want to say one thing about the match. I feel like they are dead set on hurting Britt Baker one way or another.
They're going to hospitalize her again. At first, you couldn't really even fucking tell who was wrestling who because it was such a mess with all the, six-way and et cetera, and the managers. But then Shida and Maki Ito were in there forever. Then comes Ryo Matsunaga, or whatever her fucking name is, with more fake chops and pulling a fake rope like a mime, like she did on the pay-per-view. She did it again. Nobody bothered to tell her, never do that again. So she's actually, and there is fucking Maki Ito staying in the corner while this fucking girl fucking hits her with fake chops over and over while making funny faces and running in place, and then goes out in the middle of the ring and pulls a fake rope from side to side, and then goes back and hits her again, and she's standing in the corner for it. And then, as you mentioned, Shida at one point snap suplexed Ryo supposedly into Britt Baker. They missed her, thank goodness, because it would have probably hurt her, but it missed the move they were trying to do would have hurt her, but thankfully they missed it, like every other move they tried to do. Every time that either Maki Ono or Rio de Janeiro breathe, it's embarrassing. Poor Thunder Rosa. She's outnumbered by the fucking chlorophyll crew here. They're all green. But at one point she was going to dive off the top rope onto everybody, and she saw Britt Baker in the ring. She got down, grabbed her, shit-canned her, looked like there was a little discussion of what should be done, and then goes back up to the same corner and then dives off onto everybody, including her partners. So the Thunder Rosa, the best female athlete along with Serena Deeb they've had, and now she's doing stupid shit too. And then there was sloppy stuff with Reba and the crutch, and then Thunder Rosa just dropped old Maki Ono on her head legitimately, fairly stiffly. 1, 2, 3. And then Britt Baker comes back on Thunder Rosa, hits her with the crutch, and they get in a schmoz with the girls on the floor. Britt Baker lockjaws Thunder Rosa. Every match, main event, preliminary, whatever, also has to have an afterbirth to just really leave a bad taste in your mouth. Nobody can just win and leave. There's got to be heat after or some kind of issue. This could have been top to bottom the most unprofessional display of alleged pro wrestling that I've seen on Major League television.
And I loved it. I loved every moment of it. It was great. You can disparage Maki Ito by calling her Ono. I don't know if that's a shot at Sonny Ono or Yoko Ono, but she is
Either
Maki
one.
Ito. She is, the fact that she's so bad in the ring makes everything else so amazing. Because she seems like she's really into her performance.
Oh, she's having a ball.
She's having a great time, and the commentators are too. And the two fans in the crowd that stood up to dance, they were too. She is amazing. I can't believe this is her act, and this is all happening here. This was just such an amazing segment. This AEW women's division, it never lets you down, and it always lets you down. I mean, there's just so much here. I love this segment so much. I really do. I wish Riho was in this match. The more we see these other girls from Joshi Princess Pro or whatever the apartment house is, the more I do appreciate Riho. Riho is tiny. But I realized it the other day because I was watching her on something. She always has that look on her face like, derp. And I can appreciate Riho the more I see these other people like Maki Ito and Ryo Matsunaga or whatever her name is.
I'm just going to say this. Because everybody's like, and even you sometimes, oh, so-and-so's not a Japanese schoolgirl. Well, I've seen too many of them. They've muddied the water. The point is, people are starting to come around and realize what's Cornette been saying all along. Just because a female is of Japanese descent does not genetically predispose them to be a great professional wrestler. Yes, as we've talked about, the 90s All Japan Women Dojo, they didn't train those girls, they tortured them. They were serious as heart attacks. They were in fucking shape, and they could fucking work. And honestly, I thought they did too much also, because if the one girl, what was her name? You might remember it, broke her fucking neck in the match, taking a tombstone pile driver off the turnbuckles, and finished the match while holding her broken neck and head in place with one arm and finished the match with the other arm. Little too far. And also, I always thought, watching those matches on tape, that obviously they did too much, because if they're doing stuff that should hurt a 250-pound man, but a 125-pound girl lives, so, it's fucking too much. But I wasn't offended by that, because nobody in America was going to see Japanese women's wrestling. It was for the minute tape trading audience, a niche group, and it wasn't going to make American wrestling look bad, or the fans weren't going to see this and it obviously be an expose. Well, look, that fucking 120-pound girl took that, and the guys get carried out in an ambulance over it here, because nobody was ever going to see it here. But now two things have happened. Number one, they brought Japanese female wrestling to us. And number two, they didn't even bother to set up a training program equivalent to the one they had then, but instead they have joke outlaw wrestling groups, male and female, in Japan as well as they do here in this country. And that's where I've been explaining all along, and now people are finally realizing, oh, golly, that's where Twinkle Toes gets his talent from, is the Japanese outlaw women's groups. Not competent, trained, experienced professionals, goofy Japanese fetish objects, whether it's fetishes or cultural differences, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's both incapable of getting over in the United States on a mainstream basis, and it's embarrassing to the wrestling business. They're playing cosplay wrestlers. I say this, but this is legitimately it. The girls are cosplaying as wrestlers when they're failed pop idols and fucking 12-year-old gymnasts. And this is what fucking Harpo has contributed to American television. Let's put rotten talent on national TV and make the wrestling business look bad at the same time. And everybody's been saying for a year and a half, oh, Cornette, yeah, but now they're starting to fucking see. And you like it.
I like this. This was great. And again, I think there are some bad Japanese women wrestlers, but there are good ones too. And I feel sometimes you get so upset about the bad ones that you overlook the good ones. Or you put down the good ones. You're prejudiced against the good ones because of the bad ones.
What you think? If you ate 8 hot dogs in a row from different places and they all fucking made you sick, would you eat number 9 or would you just say, fuck it, I'm done with hot dogs?
Well, that's a good point.
All right.
That's a good point.
Let's talk about the main event.
Yes.
Lights out match. Falls count anywhere. No disqualification. Anything goes. Lazy booking. When I heard that the women's match was going to take center stage and be the main event, I knew already before you called me that I should watch it. So I never intended to invoke the tooth and nail rule on this match. Because it is a women's main event, and it was an historic moment for AEW, so I wanted to watch it. And boy, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I never dreamed, and I don't know why I didn't see this coming all the way down the road. I never dreamed that they would make the women's match falls count anywhere, no DQ, anything goes, lazy booking garbage. But I was wrong. Let me say this at the outset. Both girls did a phenomenal job doing what they did. They took it seriously. They did their best. They worked hard. They bled. They took outrageous bumps. Wonderful job. Let me also say this at the outset. This was a crime against nature and should never have been allowed to fucking happen. That anybody would allow these two girls to go out and do that shit if they wanted to, much less book them to do it, is ridiculous. And it proved a point. There is no sexism in wrestling because male or female, garbage wrestling is garbage wrestling, regardless of who's doing it. It's still the shits. It's still stupid. It's still bad for the business. It's still egregiously low-class sideshow circus bullshit. Before we talk about the actual match, before anybody says, oh, Cornette hates the women, doesn't want the women to main event, what was my favorite match on WrestleMania last year?
Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte.
Exactly. By far the best match, the best thing on WrestleMania. The biggest company's biggest show. Why? Because that was one of the first empty arena shows right after the pandemic had hit. And instead of, as we found out, as anybody who's tried to do it already knows, angle fights and backstage bullshit of fights in empty arenas are death. And most grudge match, brawl type of matches in a completely empty arena are death. But those girls worked a contest. They worked an athletic competition with the sounds, and you could hear them hitting, and you could hear them grunting and squealing and screaming. But it wasn't stupid. It wasn't silly. Here's the difference. The difference is they talk about wanting a women's movement and wanting to respect them equally to the men. Well, if you watch Charlotte against Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania, you could respect them as athletes, even if you knew wrestling was a work. They looked like stars and they were on a big budget program and it was professional and you could respect it, even if you weren't a wrestling fan. If you were a potential sponsor for a program, business that might want to sponsor a big TV show like that, you could look at that and say, well, I don't like wrestling, but God, those girls are athletes, they're attractive and they're professional. Look at this budget. If a young girl, because now so many of these young girls are supposed to be looking up to their role models, right? And wanting to get in the business. So if a young girl wanted to be a wrestler and their parents, male or female, either one, were sitting in the room and watching Charlotte and Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania, same thing. Well, yeah, it's showbiz and it's fake, but gosh, they're athletes and they're making a lot of money, obviously. And look how costumed they are and the spectacle and the pageantry of this show. Well, our little Kathy probably will never be an athlete like that, but we could encourage her to do something like that. That wouldn't be the worst thing our daughter could do. You would want to sponsor it. You wouldn't freak out if your daughter said, I'd like to do that. If you look at that and you say, this is a positive image of professional wrestling, whether it's a work or not. This, you think anybody wants to sponsor a show where there's a bunch of indie garbage, bad outlaw wrestling going on with bloody women rolling around in fucking thumbtacks? You think any parents would want their daughters to do that? You think that the guys sitting back in the locker room, if they had half a lick of sense, they were back there applauding them, they should be going, what the fuck? And they'd be going and slapping Tony Khan around the face and say, if you ever let the fucking girls do shit like this again, we'll all walk out. Because what have they got to do now? If a 120-pound girl can take a Death Valley driver off the top rope onto a fucking ladder and get covered and kick out after a 2 count, you need to take a goddamn battleship and flatten a fucking 275-pound man. It's making their job harder. It immunes the fans because let's face it, I'm sorry, but this may be sexist, but it is also the stone cold fact. Thunder Rosa versus Britt Baker will never headline a goddamn pay-per-view event that draws a legitimate amount of money. But guys in a grudge match, been heavily built up to, might. And they might want to use some of those goddamn bumps or moves. I was not upset about the women getting juice and bleeding in a vacuum. I was not upset about that concept. But the way that it was done, let's talk about the way it was done, and then let's talk about the way they could have done it. They have this match, falls count anywhere, no DQ, anything goes, lights out, lazy booking. They can't just let these girls have a match. Thunder Rosa and Serena Deeb, the best 2 fucking women they've got on their roster, that have had excellent matches every time they go out, despite what opponents they might be given. I know Serena's injured now, but Thunder Rosa is phenomenal as an athlete. She could have led Britt Baker to the best match that Britt Baker's ever had because she has come along as a worker and she's a good athlete. And they could have done something that might make women's wrestling look positive. But instead, they do the same shit the guys do that make wrestling look negative. Before the bell, Reba hits Thunder Rosa over the back with a crutch, and she has a fight with her, but Britt Baker blindsides her, and they do a big finish on the stage, the Rico Constantino's old finish when he was in OVW. She dropped her, boom, 1-2 on a 2 count, a bump on the stage in the first 15 seconds. And then immediately Britt Baker's got a chair. And Britt Baker beats Thunder Rosa with a chair. And then Thunder Rosa wears Britt Baker out with a chair. At that point, this early in the match, I had to pause it and walk off on it. Because if I was going to watch the whole thing, I needed a minute. Then they go over the rail and they fight in the arena. And they do spots with chairs. where they're leaping off the chairs or leaping onto the chairs. Britt Baker and Reba set up a table at ringside and leave it there. They leave it there for later. They set it up for no reason. They leave the fight they're in, go out, set up a piece of furniture, and do nothing with it. Leave it there for later. And then, as a matter of fact, Britt tossed 4 or 5 chairs in the ring while Thunder Rosa was laying around waiting and getting her juice over on the corner. But then she had to lay there and sell on the steps forever while they filled up the ring with all these chairs. I know somebody told him, hey, go out and make some distraction while the girl's getting juice, but Jesus Christ. So now we've got 4 chairs, 5 chairs in the ring. They've already used a crutch, and they've already fought in the arena. Now they go to the break. They come back. Britt Baker gives Thunder Rosa a superplex off the top rope onto the 5 chairs, 2 count. This is fucking ridiculous. Ludicrous. If guys did it, it would be equally as stupid. Then Reba pulls a ladder out from under the ring. Thunder Rosa kicks the ladder into Britt Baker's face, and she gets juice after a while. In all the middle of all this stupid, Thunder Rosa has great babyface fire and wonderful facials and good body language. Then Thunder Rosa pulls out a table and sets it up and left it sit and goes back in the ring. It's every bad indie match that's ever been had. Then Thunder Rosa does the DVD, a Death Valley Driver off the top rope onto the ladder on Britt Baker, 2 count. Then Britt Baker DDTs Thunder Rosa on a chair and then hit the ropes and curb stomped her face first on the chair, got a 2 count. And then Reba hands Britt Baker a bag in. And Britt's got great juice. Thunder Rosa's was a little limits. They're both bleeding, blah, blah, blah. Reba hands Britt Baker a bag, and Britt Baker pours 1,000,000 thumbtacks out of the bag. And I'm out. That was it. I couldn't take any more, and I'm done. What happened from there?
I didn't write down spot for spot what happened, but...
Who won? Who cares?
Thunder Rosa won.
What'd she win with, a double-barreled shotgun or a fucking sledgehammer?
I agree. Look, I was able to lose myself in the match. Even though there's a lot of shit I really hated, I hated the thumbtacks. And as soon as I saw that, I said, Jim is going to really hate this. But other than the thumbtacks, I was able to lose myself in the match and enjoy it. Especially with the spectacle of all the blood on Britt Baker. Because it kept coming. It was nonstop. I agree with all the points you made about the stupidity of, and it's not.
Well, here's another point. The blood was the shocking part, right? Women bleeding, double juice girls match. When's the last time you saw that? So why did they have to take every hat out of the hat store and put it on top of this hat of a match?
I don't even understand why they had this match for this feud. How did we get to the level where they needed a lights out, no DQ match? How did we get here?
I'll tell you exactly, because Tony Khan or somebody gave him the idea, or they came up with the idea, we'll have a double juice girls match. And of course, since he's a mark and he's not in charge, and he doesn't know how to say no or when to say no, he let him do it.
I bet you it was his idea.
Oh, and it could be, and very well, then it's okay, I'm going to have a double juice girls match. It's like having a fucking stadium that needs a match rather than a match that needs a stadium. You've decided what you're going to do, and then you put 2 people in it that can do it. That doesn't mean that it makes any sense. But the point is, why would anybody want to watch 2 men, let alone 2 women, roll around bloody in thumbtacks? It's fucking stupid. Male or female, there's no sport or legitimacy or display of talent or anything else about the garbage matches. And all it does is make the business look bad and make it look like a goddamn sideshow. And they could have really done something positive for the women and let them get over by giving them a main event match and letting them have a match and show what they have in the way of talent instead of hitting each other with blunt shit and being stuntmen doing tricks. And you can still do a double juice women's match. That's another thing. That's why Dana White never wanted a women's match or a women's division in the UFC, because he didn't want the sponsors to see girls having a bloody fight until Along came somebody who could draw him a ton of money on pay-per-view, and then he relented, but still, they would never do something like this because they want mainstream acceptance. They want legitimacy. They want people to respect what they do. We used to also in this business somewhat. We wanted to make money first, but we wanted people to have a positive image of it instead of this goddamn circus, sideshow, sewage business. And so besides that, you could still do it. Start having a match. Start having an athletic, professional wrestling match between two women. And then suddenly Thunder Rosa gets kicked off or out of a move or misses a charge or whatever, and she hits the post. Head first, boom, and she goes down, and now she comes up bleeding. And it's accidental, allegedly. And Britt Baker can look and be shocked, but then she turns into the heel because now she starts working on the cut. She's not putting her through tables and suplexing her off the top rope. She's working on an injury and being a fucking vicious heel doing it. And let Thunder Rosa with those facials and that fire sell. And Britt Baker waltzes her across Texas. And then maybe finally she makes a mistake, and then Thunder Rosa starts the comeback, and now she's got the fire and the blood in her face. And now Britt Baker's backing up and backpedaling and begging off, and she's bumping Britt Baker everywhere. And finally Reba tries to do something with a chair, and goddamn, boom, Thunder Rosa pickles her, and the referee's shoveling Reba out of the fucking ring. And Thunder Rosa picks that chair up and looks at her, at Britt Baker, and says, "You bitch, you busted me open." One shot with a fucking chair, boom. And down goes Britt Baker, and she comes up bloody. And now it's happening naturally. It looks like a contest. It's not a bunch of furniture stunts. It's not a bunch of garbage that people are cooperating with each other to hurt each other on purpose and roll around in sharp shit to appeal to the lowest common denominator of the audience. You've got a women's athletic contest that has gotten control has been lost in a controlled fashion. And these girls are bleeding now. Whichever one you want to go over, you put them over in a fucking finish. But you've had a 15 or 20 minute main event match. You've had your double juice, but it wasn't done egregiously or in poor taste. It looked like it happened organically and part of the fucking contest. And you haven't put a hat on a hat. And you also haven't killed every finish for every man in the company henceforth that couldn't sell anything after these girls bore up under all of this.
Nobody sells anything anyway.
But I'm just saying there's a difference between girls bleeding and what is presented as a contest where the blood is an unfortunate and or accidental byproduct of the overall thing, and two girls obviously doing cooperative stage shit, because you can't do this furniture bullshit and make it look real. Obviously doing cooperative fake shit, choreographed to go through furniture and hit each other with shit and bleed on purpose with no pretense of a contest, just doing fucking, wrestling porn for the weakest minded individuals out there that like that kind of deathmatch bullshit. That's what I'm not upset that I'm upset that it's men or women doing these matches. And it's especially stupid to have the women doing it. And it's especially stupid when the other fucking company has highly trained women that look like stars and work like stars and perform like stars, and they give them that opportunity. And this fucking company gets a chance to answer that, and they have a garbage, independent, outlaw death match between two girls where they're obviously aiding each other in all of this, and it's just a freak show. This, to me, was almost as distasteful as when they brought that fucking Judas Messias, a Mexican guy from AAA, wherever he was working, into TNA, and he came through the ring and attacked Abyss, broke a bottle, and was taking the broken glass and ripping it down Abyss's arm, and Abyss was blading his arm because Abyss is a wonderful guy and I like him, but he's a goddamn complete idiot with that fucking hardcore bullshit. thumbtacks and blading your arm and shit. And all I could sit there and do, watching the monitor, all I could think was, Spike is going to see this and kick us off the air. Because everybody watching this knows that this is phony, but they also know that the cuts are real, which means they know he's cutting himself. Which means, what the fuck? Why would you ever watch that show again where the guy is obviously slicing his arm up instead of being ripped up with broken glass because they're so goddamn stupid they can't figure out a way to get personalities over and have wrestling matches and draw money with them? And it's the same kind of shit. And I'm about fed up with it. That's what I thought about that match. They lost their chance to be taken seriously as professional athletes, and now we know that Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa are just as good as having garbage matches that require no talent as all the guys are. That's what they accomplished there.
I thought they were better.
Changed my mind.
I enjoyed this match as a garbage match better than the last few we've seen from other people on the roster.
Well, that's true. They did a better job of having a garbage match in bad taste than anybody else in the company.
I hate thumbtacks. I hate when they turn the lights out. I hate the handcuffs. Each week I get to talk about things I hate that we see way too often. The bag of thumbtacks.
I'll watch the handcuffs, but thumbtacks, I don't care who does it. Jerry Lawler pulls out, well, like Jerry Lawler would have ever pulled out thumbtacks in his match. But if Jerry Lawler pulls out thumbtacks in his match, I'm done.
Lawler would have used push pins. But no, look, I was able to lose myself in the match and enjoy it, other than the thumbtacks. That was the one spot that I groaned. I was just like, ugh, this is so unnecessary. I've had a thumbtack go into my knee. It wasn't that big a deal. So don't show me like, my God, but thumbtacks. Oh my God, how will they ever deal with it?
And of course, 45 of them in your back aren't any fun, but that's what makes anybody watching that say, well, these are just stupid, stupid people. Just very stupid people. Because falling in thumbtacks or throwing someone in thumbtacks is not going to win you the match. It's not going to beat anybody. It's just stupid freak show bullshit from these basement-dwelling nerds. Have you seen now stepping on Legos is a thing they're doing in death matches on the Outlaws? Because everybody knows how painful it is to step on a Lego. It's become wrestling for bloodthirsty, low-class, unsavory children under the age of 14, whether physically or mentally, is what we've come to here.
And like you kind of said earlier, I thought, despite what the match was, and I didn't mind it as much as you did, Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa did a great job.
Yes, I can't fault their effort or their execution. I can only fault them ever being allowed to do this in the first place.
I think a lot of this is bad booking. Like I said, their feud, they've had a feud. They're attacking each other. They're, pouring water on her face paint, whatever's going on. It seems like it went to a lights-out, no DQ match pretty quickly.
Well, that escalated quickly. But you know what? And here's the thing. Maybe did you see they also, I'll say this, we're going to stop talking about this fucking television program. But they released backstage footage of everybody being led by Tony Khan himself coming up and applauding the girls when they came back and telling them what a great job they did in their performance. Because it's all fake. They're applauding the effort that the girls put in and having that fake match. Because if that was a real fight, would you be applauding or would you be calling an ambulance for these girls and concerned about their health? But no, they applaud them. They tell them how great they all did. Then they take them to the back, and there's the footage of Britt Baker while being attended to by the doctor, asking if they think Meltzer will give this 5 stars because that's what she was going for. And folks, that's what's wrong with wrestling today too.
And he didn't.
Well, God damn it. Talk about a kick in the fucking boy. He just fucking, He didn't even give them 5 stars after they went through all that. He gives everybody else all this shit.
I believe, I don't have the Observer in front of me.
Their match was better than anything Twinkle Toes does. He didn't give that 5 stars.
I believe it got 4 and maybe either 4.5 or 4 3/4.
Wow, just because she asked for it, probably. That's why he couldn't give it to her. Well, the whole thing, remember, was that a question on the drive-thru last week? Did the wrestlers of the 80s ever wonder whether they were going to get 5 stars or not? And I fucking blew snot laughing. Said they wouldn't know if afterwards, if they got 5 stars, they wouldn't be aware of it. Wrestling for children, by children, to get the praise that they somehow don't get in their empty lives.
Do you want the ratings?
Sure.
NXT, 597. AEW,
745.
768.
No, I was off by 23. So in other words, nothing's changed.
No growth.
They can have the second coming of Carl Gotch and George Hackenschmidt or 2 drunks in an alley fighting, and it'll be the same basic numbers from week to week on either program. Speaking of promos, this was the big one. Cody Rhodes, live in-ring promo in a suit with a neck tattoo. It looks even more of a poor choice now with the suit on.
You know what? That tattoo is literally that's like jumping the shark. You know, jumping the shark, it was a real moment on Happy Days and it became the expression. The moment he got that neck tattoo, everything changed with him.
I know that I'm old-fashioned, wanting a television program to make some chronological sense, but when they came back from the break, well, he came to the ring and then they went to a break. So we'll hook you. You're the stars in the ring. What's he going to say? We'll be right back. Okay, I'll buy that. Couldn't they have come back and said, Cody Rhodes is in the ring, but let's see what happened last week, because he starts the promo talking about that British menace, Anthony Ogogo, and what he did, etc. This was the whole reasoning behind his confusing and jingoistic, somebody said, and the promo for whatever it was. They didn't show why he was saying these things first. Last week, the British guy knocked him out and fucking covered him up with the goddamn flag. 5 minutes into his soliloquy, he referred to some of these things. But couldn't we have taken 30 seconds to just refresh our memories, or in case we were, I don't know, intubated or in an iron lung last week, you'd know what happened if you missed the show. But he just starts with the promo, and he does a Mr. Mackey, okay, within like the first seconds, and then I don't know where the fuck he was trying to do Dusty against the Russians. He was trying to do somebody against the Nazis or the Japanese in World War II, or the terrorists, the Middle East terrorists, or the Iranian crisis, or whatever. The problem is we haven't been at war with Britain since 1812. And he's bringing race relations into this. And yes, the U.S. has problems. Then he doesn't talk about any of them. And then he mentions a couple of problems we've got, but he doesn't say which side of them he's on. And he says that Santana, Skinnerd, and Snoop Dogg are all on his fucking jukebox, which makes me not want to listen to his jukebox because Snoop Dogg sucks. But anyway, he mentions...
No, he doesn't.
Oh, come on. He's the one that started everybody trying to speak fucking Carney with that Snoop Doggy Dogs in his house. It was a slippery slope from there. But anyway, when did Anthony Ogogo run down the United States and talk about the division in the United States and talk about how England or the UK or whatever is so much better when he's been on TV for 3 weeks and he never gets a promo? So when has he been on this anti-American campaign that now Cody is so indignant about? Did I miss it when I was fast forwarding through the commercial breaks?
I have no idea. I mean, he's talked on TV, but if what he was saying was, I'm going to take down your country, I missed that.
So he was trying to do a political speech. He's trying to do Dusty against the Koloffs. Italian immigrants came into it somehow, and a 16-year-old guy from Pakistan that invented the car bumper. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Atlanta was segregated in 1961, but then he came to tears over his upcoming baby, who's going to be born in Atlanta 80 years later, or 60 years later. But he doesn't want his daughter to think that he laid under the British flag without a fight. And at Double or Nothing, it'll be a go-go versus the American Dream, Cody Rhodes. This promo wandered around aimlessly like a mental patient walking away from a state home. And the whole thing, we're not mad at the British. And next to their record on relations with black people, we should be ashamed. And this was, but it was a political speech wrestling promo searching for a reason to be had. It was like those no good fucking Lithuanians. Let me tell you something. Like I said, at various points, the Nazis, the Japanese, the Russians, the Middle Eastern terrorists. Okay, we were mad at them. And this shit worked. But now, the enemy is us. Half the country is fucking right-wing crackpot fanatics that have infiltrated the police and the fucking government. The CIA or the goddamn, what's the agency that monitors threats, both foreign and domestic, whichever, it is said that the bigger threat now than Middle Eastern terrorism or fanatical fucking Islamic terrorism is domestic terrorism. So wrestling hates foreigners, and it's not an old trope, as they say. It's valid now, but we got to be mad at the foreigners for good reason. We were mad at the Nazis and the Japanese and the Russians and the Middle Eastern terrorists for good reasons. Now, not so much. And I don't know what that guy from Pakistan that invented the bumper had to do with this.
Yes, you do.
What does a car bumper have to do with this?
Who's the Pakistani guy that invented the bumper?
I don't know. He didn't
Shad Khan.
Are you kidding?
Remember we talked about how he made his money on bumpers.
Oh my God. I didn't put two and two together. Cody went from Italian immigrants to 16-year-old Pakistans that invented car bumpers. I didn't know what the fuck he was. So he was patronizing his patron at the same time as he was doing all the rest of this. But we couldn't figure out which side we were supposed to be on. Anyway, as a matter of fact, somebody wrote an email about this. I don't know if I'll read the whole thing or not. It's very lengthy. It's very perceptive also, but it's from Jack. And he's not a regular viewer of today's wrestling, but he follows our shows and he catches snippets on the internet. So following the uproar that he saw regarding Cody's promo, he gave it a watch. What a cringy, clunky, tone-deaf promo on his part. I mean, what the fuck? I suppose I get what he's trying to accomplish, playing up the old American versus foreigner trope. But with everything that's been going on in our country the past several years and beyond, he just came off privileged and incredibly out of touch. Talking about race, bringing up segregation to make the point that just because legally it's supposed to be gone, things now are better. Just fucking no. I'm normally not the sort of person who thinks politics and heavier topics should be kept out of sports and entertainment, but in this case, perhaps it should be. Cody simply isn't smart or articulate enough to handle this. He lacks the gravitas to be taken as seriously as he desperately wanted to be, and the neck tattoo does him zero favors on top of that. This felt unnecessary and to some extent phony, like Cody was trying to have some insightful, triumphant moment that was not at all organic or natural. Yeah, there's another. Dusty had a unique likability to even just that face, just that fucking saggy, fat-jowled puppy dog face, and then he'd say those things. And also, he had Russians to talk about. Nobody liked the Russians. Or he had the terrorists to talk about. Nobody liked the terrorists if he was fucking with the Iron Sheik. But we're not mad at the British. So I don't know. Closing comments on Cody.
No, this was a mess. What was the point of it? Whatever he had in his mind, it made no sense. I mean, just again, like you said, we're not at war with the British. The British flag was placed on him. Apparently that has triggered him to come out here and give a tearful speech to talk about whatever he was saying. He's having the first interracial baby of all time. I don't even know what he was saying out there. And he was,
God damn you, I almost did the fucking spit that our viewers accuse us of. When you say first interracial baby of all time.
But like, really, what was he talking about? The guy put the flag over him. All of a sudden, it's a whole speech about human rights, and he's going to be a dad, and he needs people to work with because no one wants to work with him. You know, you brought up they should have shown a promo package. It got me thinking when you were saying that. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. That Camarato guy had the wooden folding chair broken over his head.
The tiny dollhouse gimmick wooden chair.
I remember when that happened to Big Bubba Rogers, and then they showed that clip on TV over and over to get over the fact that he was so big and tough. He didn't go down.
Yeah, he didn't knock his hat off.
Didn't knock his hat off. Have we seen one replay or heard one mention of Nick Camarato being so tough that the chair was broken over his head?
Well, no, because
they just did it, and then that was it. They did it. We did it to do it. And now it's
but
done.
they can't replay it again because so many people laughed and hee-hawed and guffawed about it because it was such an obviously phony chair that was built for that nobody would ever have sat in. It looked like it came out of a fucking daycare center. So they do these things and they can't fucking take advantage of it because it looks so shitty the first time. People laugh. And for the main event of the evening, AEW managed to blow something even better than Marilyn Chambers ever did because they managed to blow one of their sponsorships. We'll talk about that in a minute. But for the Garbage Wrestling Championship of the Universe, I guess, the Painmaker Chris Jericho faced the bank-addicted drug robber on national television. And I had alternating emotions. I felt sad for Chris. I was embarrassed for the wrestling business. I even, at some points, felt bad for some of the people in their locker room, even though they brought this on themselves, AEW. Some of the guys back there had to be going, oh, come on. What the fuck? It's embarrassing. The guy that tried to get in the ring the other week on live TV looked like more of a threat to Jericho than this guy. Here comes down the ramp. Well, first of all, Jericho comes out first in the Painmaker outfit. It reminded me of, remember when Dusty teamed up with the Road Warriors and painted up and wore the spikes?
Yes.
Dusty also teamed up with the Rock and Roll and fucking wore bandanas, but he was trying to, sap some over. So Jericho looks like a Road Warrior in a cross between a Road Warrior and like I said, the chairman of the board of a German S&M club. And here comes, he was announced at 207 pounds. Can this guy be 5'6"? He's got broken, missing, yellowed teeth, a meth head, basically introduced from the Murder, Death, Kill gang. So now we're promoting gang signs, gang symbols. And these are notes I wrote, and we'll come back to talk about this. I wrote, TNT wants this on their station. Shouldn't some authority be investigating these people? The Murder, Death, Kill gang that this clown represents. They're doing trash TV now for the lowest common denominator, trying to hotshot this thing because Tony Khan is not smart enough to realize he's got legitimate mainstream momentum with Bryan Danielson and CM Punk. But just to make sure that poor Chris Jericho's midlife crisis doesn't enter a new phase, Tony Khan allows him to do this garbage match on television to prove that he can hang with the young kids in some respect, I guess. That's what Chris is thinking. Tony Khan and Chris Jericho literally invited the guy that bites the live chicken's head off at the freak show to dinner at the White House. It embarrasses the business and makes the deathmatch scum, more important, believe they're really pro wrestlers. It's like when Trump got elected. all of a sudden, every subgenre of subhuman, the conspiracy theorists, the right-wing militias, the racists, the fucking homophobes, the all-around stupid people that deny science and reality were validated because the president's one of us. So that's why they all came out of the fucking woodwork. Well, obviously, they're not going to lead an insurrection on the Capitol like those fucks did, because this is still wrestling and not real life and political fucking drama. But this exhibition that they gave here validates every one of those garbage match wrestlers and every one of the garbage deathmatch fans that have been viewed as subhuman sewer dwellers all this time. And now we're real wrestlers. See, one of us is on TV. And it just encourages them, because Tony Khan's a mark, Jericho's having a midlife crisis, and nobody can tell either one of these guys no. That's why this happened. And just to top it off, a no-rules match with this supposed dangerous convicted felon maniac against the Painmaker, and the referee is 125-pound Aubrey, a girl. MJF came out with popcorn to do commentary, and I couldn't even listen to MJF because I was gobsmacked and dumbstruck at what they were allowing on their television. The murder, death, kill gang representative is pacing around in the ring with a pizza cutter and walking around like he's already shit his own pants with some kind of squat-legged fucking stance while MJF is introducing himself. Did you ever see Abdullah the Butcher walk over in the corner and wave his fork at the fans while somebody was going to color commentary, or was he just fucking committing mayhem?
Just mayhem.
On the first move of the match, he waves the pizza cutter at Jericho, and Jericho blades his arm. This was where immediately I started getting sad for Chris. A 50-year-old multimillionaire that used to be a star somehow has convinced himself that he needs to cut his arms with a razor blade to further a match with a fucking bank robber and a drug addict who does garbage shit in front of garbage people. And Chris has convinced himself this is somehow going to lead him to be remembered fondly by the wrestling public because he engages in garbage blood matches with scum. They went to the floor, they threw bad-looking punches, and they took weak rail bumps. And then Gage did some sloppy shit to Jericho. You can see the scars all over this clown's bald head from all this stupid shit he's done. He's a human scar. And then Jericho comes out from under this and gets the walls of Jericho, the Boston Crab, and the bank-addicted drug robber, I will call him Batter for short, reaches out and gets the ropes, and the referee calls for a rope break in a death match with no rules. But you got a break on the ropes. They're trying to have a wrestling match in the middle of this thing when they opened with a pizza cutter. So then they go to the floor, and Jericho grabs a headlock and has to throw 4 obviously fake headlock punches to Gage's head before Gage was able to hear, "Post me!" And then he did. So Jericho could now blade his head after he's already bladed his arm. So far, I've had wrestling school students that were in their first class that a pro could have had a better match with than Nick Gage. Then Gage brings out light tubes from under the ring, and the idiot, low IQ AEW fans go crazy because a guy is bringing out fluorescent light tubes. But Jericho gets a baseball bat. And Jericho hits Gage with 3 fake baseball bat shots. I'm not saying it was a fake bat. I'm saying the shots were fake because they didn't look good, but I know they were fake because Gage got right up and stopped Jericho, and Jericho dropped his bat. And then Gage ignores the bat laying there so that he can pick up his pizza cutter. Brian, if you're in a fight with a guy, you got your choice. The bat or the pizza cutter? Which is your pick?
It depends if I'm anywhere near fresh pizza.
Well, we'll talk about that later on. Fresh pizza. It's going to be...
No, we won't.
It's going to be very scarce around the AEW locker room.
I wouldn't call it fresh either, but anyway.
Yeah. So, Chris Jericho, as I mentioned, a wealthy 50-year-old, formerly respected professional wrestler, is allowing a fucking scum-sucking, bottom-feeding, bank-robbing, meth-cooking circus geek to slice his head up with a pizza cutter on TNT cable nationally across the world. And that's the break spot. And as that pizza cutter is slicing Jericho and blood's flying everywhere, they go to the break and the spot's for Domino's Pizza. And the first thing you see is this pizza cutter cutting this delicious, steaming piece of pizza, this pizza pie. We'll get back to that. They come back on the other side of the break. By the time they're back, there's 4 chairs, a baseball bat, fluorescent light tubes, and a pizza cutter, and a pane of glass in the ring, which the bank-addicted drug robber, Batter, sets the pane of glass across the chairs that he's set up. Jericho is helpless and selling. There's multiple weapons within Batter's reach. And old Charlie Manson Jr. here is stacking shit on top of shit to throw his opponent through it. So the bank-addicted drug robber puts Jericho under the pane of glass so that then he can jump off the ropes onto the glass and then, of course, moving on through to Jericho. Of course, why wouldn't you do that? But Jericho gets up and blocks it, gets up on the turnbuckles and hits 10 fake punches to Nick Gage's head. And I know it's hard to punch bald guys, but it can be done if you're not blown up and disgusted, which is obviously what Jericho was at this point. And he gave a Hurricane Rana to bank-addicted drug robber through the pane of glass, sending glass flying into the crowd everywhere. NewLawOffice.com, 888-692-8084. And after this bump where a guy got Hurricane Rana'd off the top rope and took a forward flip through a pane of glass, shattering into a million pieces, you see the camera shot of the crowd in the front row, and they're smiling and laughing. And that tells the whole story. Oh, by the way, that was a 2 count. Hurricane Rana off the top through a pane of glass and chairs to the floor. That's a 2 count. The people were laughing at this. That's what they came for, to laugh at the freaks in the freak show. I'm sad for Chris that he feels that this is something that he has to do for some reason. But nevertheless, then Jericho takes a bump in the glass. And the sideshow geek breaks multiple light tubes over his head and gives Jericho a pile driver in the glass for a 2 count. And this is where I was insulted that they were doing this in a formerly great wrestling town in my adopted hometown, where I lived for longer than I lived for anywhere except Louisville, Kentucky in my life. And thinking of what all the great talent that had appeared there before would think of this. It was both disgusting and moving at a snail's pace at the same time. So then Batter stabbed Jericho in the head with a broken light tube multiple times. Remember, it's printed in the Midnight Express book that TBS, the Turner Broadcasting System, sent WCW a memo in 1989, madder than fucking hornets, about us putting a plastic bag over Ric Flair's head. Don't ever do this again.
Clash of the Champions.
Yep. Now Meth Head McGee pulls out taped light tubes that are taped together, and JR finally has had enough. And he says, well, this is fun. And Tony Schiavone not picking up on that JR would rather be having another goddamn intestinal operation like he had years ago than be sitting in front of this exhibition. Tony didn't pick up on that. Tony said, this is the place to be, is it not? And there was dead silence. JR didn't say a fucking word, and excrement knew probably from the look on JR's face not to jump in.
Tony was pretty unbearable throughout this episode, but specifically here, he's just becoming overly effusive about everything, and he laughs through everything.
I'm telling you, he's got the biggest paying job he's had in 20 years. He didn't watch wrestling for 20 years. He doesn't give a fuck anymore. He's thrilled to be there, and he just laughs at the whole thing because what the fuck has happened to the wrestling business? He don't know, and it's not his job to find out. And so he's the perfect one for this, but JR is realizing that the smell of this is getting all over him. Jericho's doing it willingly. JR signed to be an announcer of a wrestling show, and now this is what he's going to have to put up with. Jericho's doing it to be cool for whatever reason. So then finally Jericho hit bank addicted drug robber with the light tubes and hit him with the Judas elbow and 1, 2, 3. And that was it. Bloody, garbage, mess, sad, embarrassing, insulting, bewildering on so many levels. I don't know what to think. And then the only way they could top that was with the lead to next week. So his first labor, Jericho's was, according to MJF, was you got to fight Shawn Spears, and Shawn Spears can use a chair and you can't. The second week, he's got to engage in a bloodbath full of weapons with a goddamn legitimate brain-damaged goof off the street where anybody could be hurt at any minute. Next week, he's got to hit a move off the top rope to win the match. Oh, and by the way, your opponent is Juventud Guerrera, who you knocked in a promo last year. Is somebody that's organizing this program a fucking 90s WCW mark? Or has Juventud Guerrera been famous for the last 15 or 20 years and I missed it?
Well, they even said he hasn't been on TNT in 15 years. It's actually 20 years. He hasn't done too much in the States since that time.
And how old is he now?
He's got to be at least my age, 41, maybe up to 45.
No, wait, think about this. Juventud Guerrera was on WCW television in 1998. That's 23 years ago. What was he, 17, 18 then, or was he in his 20s?
He's 46.
Okay, the fucking top rope aerial artist that Jericho has to hit a move off the top rope to win against is 4 years younger than Jericho. And aren't you following a shooting with a stabbing? Or maybe even actually a murder with a pickpocketing to go from a death match with a bank-addicted drug robber to, oh, you got to wrestle a middle-aged luchador and win with a move off the top rope. Give me your thoughts on this exhibition of a match before we talk about the rest of the story with what happened the next day that nobody could have ever foreseen coming.
Probably not a shock to you. I didn't think very much of this. I had never watched a Nick Gage match, but I'd seen clips. Just recently, I saw the Matt Cardona clips from, what was it, last weekend or something. And it hit me watching this. This guy isn't good. I mean, any of the things that you'd be able to do in a wrestling ring beyond deathmatch wrestling, it doesn't seem like those are his skills. So then it comes down to just the deathmatch stuff, and it hit me that this is like Joey Ryan and the Dick Spot. Jericho doing this is exactly the same thing, where everyone, for a while, that became the thing. You had to do it. You had to participate. You had to do it. When I watch Nick Gage standing there, and it's so stupid, holding up the pizza cutter, holding up the light tube, and then doing it the same way that I just watched him do it to Matt Cardona in that video, I realized this isn't very special. This doesn't look very good. This guy isn't very good at it. At least in my eyes, I'm no deathmatch aficionado, but it's like the Dick Spot. And this is the thing of the moment where Nick Gage has got a moment here and people will pay attention to him and indulge him like this, but I think they may be embarrassed they were ever a part of it. Who knows?
You know, also, that's a poisonous gas that's emitted in addition to the glass flying everywhere. That's a poisonous gas that's emitted when you break those tubes, which is why they're only supposed to be disposed of in certain ways. So maybe newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. Maybe somebody caught some kind of issue from that. Who knows? We were ready for our main event. And I said, my God, we've got 25 minutes left in the show for a street fight. And so I knew that this was going to be a long slog, but I wasn't prepared. I think it was saved by the inadvertent hilarity at the end and by everybody being mystified at what was wrong with Cody's skin. Did he have the heartbreak of psoriasis or what was going on? But this was the longest match in wrestling history. It would not stop. Andre Olio against Cody. Andre had his assistant's name is Jose, I believe we've learned.
We have in fact learned that, yes. He's in great shape, by the way.
He's in great shape. But it's not the No Way Jose guy. It's just some new guy that they found named Jose.
Whatever happened to No Way Jose?
I don't know. I couldn't pick him out of a police lineup. I just was amazed every time I read the name. But Arn was in Cody's corner. Jose was in Andre's corner. This is an Atlanta street fight. Brian, we watch this program every week, but can you connect the dots for me and remind me just briefly why Cody and Andre are mad at each other enough to have a street fight match, whether it be in Atlanta or any other city in the contiguous United States?
Well, you may remember Cody had a big feud with Malachi Black, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere, or for some reason, Malachi and Andrade became friends. Maybe because they bonded off their experience on the main roster, you know?
Yeah, I remember that. And we said, well, Malachi Black should be a spooky guy out on his own and not really palling around with anybody. But yeah, they somehow found common ground, Malachi Black and Andre Olio.
Then, remember FTR attacked Cody, and it turned out that Andrade made a deal with MJF to rent out FTR, because apparently he's not just their friend, they're not just in his stable, he rents them out. Which is an interesting twist on things. And then they attack Cody.
Well, I've heard that there is a lot of money to be made in the rent boy industry. For our friends across the pond, they're blowing snot right now. Nobody in the States knows what the fuck I just said.
I do, and I will choose to ignore that comment and move on. So, of course, Andrade rented a couple of boys, and it was FTR, and they came out for no reason that we figured out to attack Cody, which I think led to an 8-man with the Lucha Brothers. And so now it's been established that Pac and Andrade, or not Pac, Andrade and Malachi and FTR, they're all somewhat involved. And then after a couple of weeks of this and no promos or anything or nothing to really explain why Cody feels the way he does, an Atlanta street fight. Because that's the way Dusty would do it.
Okay. So now
look, I may be missing something and I may be wrong, but I think that's actually the order. I don't think there was any blood feud that developed. There was no big thing that led to a street fight or a Falls Count Anywhere match. And I don't think we've seen a single promo from Cody to explain any of this.
So what you're saying is that Cody had the chance to do something in Atlanta that people would talk about, and all they needed to do was figure out how he could have a match with no rules whatsoever so that he could do that.
Yes.
Okay. Now we got that.
It's like all the Cody stuff. I mean, you can't deny it. Even with the stuff you like the Dustin match. Everything with Cody is overbooked. And when you really stop and think about it, none of it makes any sense how you get from A to Z. It's more just like Cody wants a moment. Cody has an idea of something he wants to do. Nothing makes any sense of how we got there, but hey, let's do it.
It's all about the moments. Well, there was a moment at the start of this because Andre came out. He wears a suit and tie, but he was in a white dress shirt, a wet white dress shirt contest instead of a wet t-shirt contest. It looked like somebody had sprayed him down with a hose. And I thought that I knew why, that he was wearing a shirt that was completely soaked with water, but then later on he took it off. So that blew my theory there. But he'd been showering in his clothes when he came out. And then here comes Captain America Cody Rhodes entering to monumental indifference from his hometown crowd. And I swear to God, I felt so bad here comes Cody and Arn down the ramp or down the entranceway. And Andre and Jose charge from the ring to attack them on the entrance ramp. And Andre jumps on Cody and they start fighting. And Jose goes to swing at Arn. And Arn stepped sideways and fell off the fucking ramp for a shoot. Right as Jose went to swing a punch and Arn wasn't there anymore. He just dropped out of. There is a video out there on, I guess it's on YouTube. I haven't seen it in years, but Kelsey Grammer, played Dr. Fraser Crane, is hosting some kind of award thing or charity thing or whatever, and he's talking on the microphone, a very introspective moment, and he's walking around the stage while he's pitching this charity or whatever, and then suddenly he just falls off the stage, just drops out of sight of the camera. He still got the microphone, but it was like an 8-foot drop, and you just hear him say, "Oh, good Lord." And all I could think of when Arn hit the ground off the side of that ramp was, "Oh, good Lord." And what happened was Jose, after he'd swung and missed Arn because Arn wasn't there anymore because he'd fallen off the ramp. Did you see this, Brian? And it wasn't completely clear on the television shot, but there was fan footage that was tweeted out, and that they were on this incident, not the other guys fighting. Arn falls off the ramp. Jose looks down and reaches his hand down, like, "Here, buddy, I'll help you up." And Arn reaches up and takes the guy's hand. And Jose pulls Arn back up to his feet and gets him onto the ramp again, and then gets on him and starts beating him up. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why couldn't you just jump down there and beat on the guy when he was already down? You had to reach down, "Here, buddy, I'll help you." Helped him up and then start. So that's the way the match started. And of course, with the jump start. And then Arn made a comeback and was fighting Jose. He's throwing punches at Jose. Jose's glasses were still on. Arn doesn't hit like he used to. Then Andre and Cody fight into the crowd, and Cody grabs a garbage can, but not like a gimmick garbage can, but one of the garbage cans in the arena, and picks it up and hits Andre with it, and all the garbage and the fucking refuse flies out all over the fans. So maybe that's why they were booing him later on in the match. He threw garbage on him. Would you cheer somebody that threw fucking old banana peels and goddamn coffee grounds on you? And then they're having a fight, Cody and Andre, in the arena in front of the general admission seats. And suddenly in the middle of this fight where they're throwing punches at each other right and left, Cody stops, turns his back on Andre, climbs up on the railing, and does a moonsault body block off the railing onto Andre. So in the middle of a fight, he stopped beating on the guy so that he could climb up to the railing with his back turned and backflip off on the guy. That's the way you win every saloon fight that I've ever seen. There was a sign in the crowd at that point, "Dive on me and I'll call Stephen P. New." They're listening. Should we bring it up now? The heartbreak of Cody's psoriasis.
That's a good way to put it.
As soon as they started fighting in the arena, Cody whips off his Captain America red, white, and blue robe, and his back is peeling. His entire back, there's just flakes peeling off. And you hadn't seen this, but I saw somebody the morning after that the program aired. They thought that Cody had pre-burned himself and his back was peeling because he had practiced the bump that he's going to take in the finish of this. And a spoiler alert. And they thought that you would actually, I know they're all crazy here, but you don't practice that. And so people were up in arms trying to figure out what's the matter with Cody's back, what's the matter with Cody's back. I normally hate to reveal people's magic when it's well done, but since this was the furthest thing from well done, should we go ahead and tell them what the fucking issue was, Brian?
We can, and you and I both had the same initial thoughts, I believe, when we saw Cody's back.
Well, yes, and then it's been verified by other people who have experience in this particular substance, but it was fire retardant gel, or not gel, maybe, I don't know, it's fire retardant shit that you rub on that stuntmen in the movies use when they're going to do a fire stunt. And it helps insulate your skin. It's a layer in between your skin and the fire so that for a brief period of time, you don't get burned even if your skin is touching fire. However, I don't know if they didn't get the entire story or if somebody gave them bad information. You don't put that shit on and then go wrestle for 20 minutes and then do the stunt. Because that's when the shit dried up and was peeling off. And that's probably why when he did do the thing that we'll talk about that he did shortly, all the flaming table pieces stuck to his fucking back. The top of the formica or the finish or whatever on that table peeled off and stuck to his back with the gel, the fire retardant gel on it. But anyway, that's why, unfortunately, that Cody's back looked like that he was goddamn molting through the whole match, and it was off-putting. And even the announcers were asking, one of the announcers tried to explain it by saying it was some of the garbage. I think it was Tony Schiavone. Some of the garbage from the garbage can was on Cody's back. Cody got, then they start doing the street fight stuff. Cody asks a fan in the front row for a chair, and he gives it to him. T-Pain, I guess because they named him, he's somebody.
He's a rapper.
Oh, boy.
And he's known, and he's on the TBS Go Big Home, or Go Big Show, whatever it is.
Go Home Big Show.
Go home.
Did Big Show go home?
We haven't seen him
lately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, so this match continues. They whip each other with the weight belt, and then Andre's got it, and he tosses the weight belt to the crowd, and the crowd starts chanting, "Throw it back, throw it back." And then Andre got in his assistant's purse and brought out a laptop and hit Cody with the laptop. And then they used a chair, and they used the garbage can lid, and he pulled out a table. Same old shit as in every indie garbage match with weapons, just better TV production around it. Another sign, Outlaw Mud Show, was held up right at a very appropriate time. And also there was a sign in the front row, Corny loves Sprite Zero. I was always big in Atlanta.
Too bad didn't have an address to send Sprite Zero to.
Yeah, if you can send me, well, now I've still got some of the cans I got last time. But anyway, here's the thing. Cody is selling like a baby face. The facials, the body language. He's hurt. He's crippled up. He's doing a magnificent job of portraying pain with his body. And the crowd boos every time he gets offensive. Every time he made a comeback, they started booing it. Cody does a dive out of the ring on Andre, but Andre puts a chair up and he goes head first in the chair and he gets some color. But then, to get even for this, Cody goes under the ring, pulls out a sledgehammer, throws it away. I don't need this. He can't get over it, can he?
No, that was the exact thing I was going to say. He can't get over it.
At this point, it's not. It was a tickle for the fans the first time when he used the sledgehammer to break the throne or whatever. Everybody got the message, and it's cute, and we're a new. That's 2 years later, and he still can't get over that the poor fella with the heart condition is not wrestling anymore and has apparently very little pull to begin with anymore, but he's still trying to take his own personal grudges out. So he throws the shovel away and pulls out a golden shovel.
Well, he threw the sledgehammer away and pulled out a golden shovel.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, you said he threw the shovel away and pulled out a golden shovel.
Well, that's your story. I know what I said in my mind, and in my mind, I heard myself say that he threw the sledgehammer away and got the golden shovel. And it was a golden shovel. It was a regular size 6 foot long shovel painted entirely gold.
Now, you've been in the wrestling business a long time. Typically, those are under the ring, right? That's where you keep those?
Yeah, that's where you keep the golden shovels. And the silver spoons are in the boys' fanny packs. But so he gets a golden shovel and he hits Jose in the head with it. And that didn't look comfortable. And then Andre jumps up to the top rope and he's going to flip dive or whatever the fuck off the top over the ring post onto Cody on the floor. But when he got up the top, he bobbled, he nearly fell. So that was a little dodgy. Andre pulled out a table and threw it in the ring and got the legs hung on it. And then the announcers, including Taz, who's an expert, spent a lot of time trying to tell Andre, even though he couldn't hear, how the fuck he was doing it wrong because he couldn't get the idea to turn the table over so the legs wouldn't get caught on the ropes. But then he sets it up so it looks like he meant to do it that way anyway and leaned it up and then hip tossed Cody through the table. And then Andre immediately goes out and gets another table and puts it in the ring the same way where the legs get stuck on the rope, but he gets it in. I think the referee helped him. And then Cody grabbed the other end of it and like they were trying to jockey for position over it, but in actuality helped his opponent set the table in the right place, what they thought was the right place. And at this point, I came up, before we go into this finish, I came up with a disturbing thought, possibly an idea, a burst of inspiration. Eureka! Is Cody Rhodes trying to do every trick in the book at all of them? He's doing all of them to be a babyface, and it's just not working? Or is he purposely doing every trick in the book to be a babyface, but also purposely having them go horribly awry to make himself a heel on purpose without letting us know that he's trying to make himself a heel? What do you think?
There's been a lot of theories. I just don't think Cody's very bright, and I also don't think he has a lot of wrestling. I don't think he has any wrestling instincts, to be quite honest with you. I don't think he can go out there and do something without overthinking it, consulting with people. There's nothing that feels organic or real with Cody Rhodes. So you would have to believe that Cody sat down and came up with this amazing idea. And quite frankly, if you believe that, why wouldn't you believe that he's been doing that since the beginning? When he was supposed to be a babyface acting like Ric Flair. The fuck's he been since the very beginning? Now I think Cody's lost the plot. People are aware of it. And even if he wants to try to get it back now and take control of the situation, which I think they tried to do when Cody had Arn start a bonfire in his backyard because he went to Hollywood.
And burned all of his fucking possessions.
And no one gave a shit. And the problem with all of this, which I think was one of the big problems with this match you had a guy who in his head is one thing, and the company still, whenever he's actually there, uses him a certain way, but other people don't see him that way. And other people see through him. And with Andrade, I'm sorry, you have a guy no one gives a fuck about. They've tried. He had Vicky, he had Chavo Jr., he has Jose, he's been feuding with Cody, he's been in other matches. Does anyone care about Andrade? I don't care how talented he is. So you put Cody in there in a street fight against someone no one gives a fuck about, who he doesn't really even have a real feud with. This whole thing was poorly done, and with poor instincts, he wanted to create a moment with the flaming table. He didn't want to do something that fits the match or something that made any sense. It was just all about Cody, and I'm sure that'll be episode 1 or one of the episodes of season 2 of the fucking dumb reality show, which I can't wait for. I'm going to be honest. They are the best comedy team in wrestling. They are the two of the funniest people on the planet, Cody and Brandy. I can't wait for season 2, and that's what this is all about.
30 minutes on Cody's big flaming table moment, I can see it now as the debut episode of the next season, and how that he risked his life for his art, and everyone was dumbfounded and awestruck. Actually, they were probably dumbstruck and awefounded. But you've given away the big spoiler. Andre pulls out another table. As we mentioned, he's trying to get it in. He and Cody set it up together. Then he puts Cody on the table. Then he goes to the top, but Cody gets off and catches him and goes to superplex him. But Andre blocks that and knocks Cody back down. But Cody reaches up and splits Andre's legs out and nuts him on the top rope as he's going to go moonsault off onto Cody. So Andre is sitting facing away from the ring, straddling the top turnbuckle. Cody climbs up like he's going to back suplex him through the table. And then suddenly, here comes somebody all dressed in sweatpants and a hoodie and a mask, and they stand up and drop the mask, and it's Brandy. Brandy's back. Brian, did you hear the roar from the crowd?
Now, this is a big moment. We haven't seen Brandy since the Queen show. The crowd, you would think, would go crazy to have Brandy back on the show.
The roar of the crowd was kind of, it's Brent. And she just matter-of-factly, like she's preparing her grocery list and sticking her purse in the cart to go take a loop around Kroger, she starts spraying the table with lighter fluid. And meanwhile, Cody's up on the ropes with this fucking guy, and he's looking over his shoulder. And then she said, and the referee's standing there like, oh, I don't think you ought to do that. And she sets the table on fire, and the flame leaps up. And then suddenly Cody bursts into action, and you could almost tell it. Andre wasn't really looking forward to taking this ride, because Cody's like, come on, get up here, it's time. And he kind of got up there, and Cody gives him a reverse superplex kind of thing where he superplexed him off the ropes, but Andre is coming down chest first and face first rather than the opposite direction like a regular superplex. And Cody superplexed him right over the table. Andre went over the table and landed pretty much on his feet on the other side of it and then rolled out of the way, and Cody went straight through the fucking flaming table himself, setting himself on fire in the process, and not the flame retardant shit, but his boot was actually on fire. While he was making the cover, his leg was on fire. So, the finishing move of this match was that Cody threw his opponent off the top rope over the flaming table to the safety of the middle of the ring, while he himself crashed directly through the flaming table, getting pieces of the flaming table stuck to his back and setting himself on fire. And then he rolled over and pinned the guy that was unscathed. 1, 2, 3. And while that was happening, Brandy had an expression on her face that alternated between you believe that she actually thinks that people were happy to see her back and that she had done something constructive, and at the same time, she's looking at her husband with burnt pieces of fucking formica stuck to his back going, I don't think that was supposed to happen like that.
Yeah, she lit her husband on fire on national TV. That doesn't usually happen.
When you go to a barn or a manure field to watch the garbage death match wrestling, you see two fat, bald guys in sweatpants hitting each other with light tubes and setting each other on fire. You expect to see that. And all 100 or so of the fat, bald guys that pay to get in to see it expect it too. But on national television, and not even just a national cable network, but a Turner network, one of the big ones, not just C-SPAN. You expect professional wrestling by professionals, not garbage deathmatch wrestling. There should be a higher standard here. And we can laugh and joke about the people booing Cody no matter what he does. He can cure cancer, save kittens from burning buildings. That's funny, yes. But all this match on a real television network does, besides encouraging the aspiring fat fuck deathmatch wrestlers, is all this match does is to make wrestling as a business or a sport and everybody in it as individuals look like blithering fucking idiots. How do two supposed professionals do something like this that both makes wrestling look obviously phony and at the same time hurts them worse than if they'd have had a real match? And nobody cared. And the rating was down. And Cody got set on fire. All this does, that's why, again, the garbage deathmatch wrestlers do shit like this because they have no talent and no brains. And they have no hope in life of ever getting either. And they've got no money and no jobs and they don't get laid. So they do this to make people look at them for some reason. Those are not the kind of people that get hired to be on real television for real companies. And say what you want about Cody or Andre, neither one of them has to do this shit. They're not two fucking fat tattooed guys with nose rings in a fucking barn. They can actually, with varying degrees of success, have a professional wrestling match. They just choose not to because Cody wanted to have a moment that didn't make any sense and makes everybody in the business look like a fucking moron. So, I can't, a good match is one thing, a bad match is one thing, but just this level of unprofessionalism and stupidity, and it encourages all the non-talent, aspiring garbage deathmatch fucks. Oh, look, if we do that, then we can be on national TV too, because in their simple minds, they think that's going to happen. And like I said, since they have no lives that anybody would want in any other respect, they want people to take notice of them, and they want to be somebody, so they set themselves on fire, or they drive roofing nails through their fucking tongue, or they goddamn, staple their dick to a fucking billboard, or whatever they do. And then everybody goes, oh, look, there's the guy that bites the head off the live chicken at the fucking county fair. Oh, they outlawed that years ago. I forgot. Now it's just deathmatch wrestling that needs to be outlawed. And this is the kind of shit that perpetuates that stuff and makes more people want to fucking do it because they think I'm a loser, but they do that on TV. So if I do it, I'll get on TV too. And most wrestling promoters reward these fucking simpletons with doing just that. So, and did you hear that Cody has also given his Twitter account over to the AEW Community Outreach Program? So that they can do, yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't know about
Yes, this is another thing he's done. They made the announcement. Cody's got all these followers on Twitter, but apparently maybe he's not been getting a lot of good feedback on Twitter. He said the best use for my Twitter account and all of the followers that I have will be for the AEW Community Outreach Program to use it. And I mean,
he's the most disingenuous motherfucker out there.
He's gonna be the first guy in the world to find a cure for cancer and somebody stab him for it.
Because he's ridiculous and it's all pretentious and everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. The wrestlers know it. The fans now know it. It's about what you do with that now. And by the way, right. Still, if you want to say Cody's a babyface, Brandy's still a heel. We know she thinks she's a heel. She's still acting like a heel. But this whole thing was ridiculous. And these two geniuses sat there and clearly came up with this whole thing and thought it was a great idea. And this is Cody's way. Look, Cody left WWE and put out that list. His indie credibility list. I want to wrestle in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, and I want to do this, and I want to wrestle, whatever, in my underpants. I want to grab a dick. Everything that was popular at that moment on the indie scene, Cody conveniently put on a little neatly written list and tweeted out that photo because it did the job. It made people think that he actually was trying to incorporate himself with what was genuinely happening, as opposed to he's trying to jump onto it because other than that, he's going to have no career in wrestling. He's smart enough to realize it's either over or I do this. And when he does shit like this and lighting himself on fire for no reason, against a guy no one gives a shit about, who they don't even have a feud that anyone cares about, and the guy went over the fucking table. I mean, everything that could have been dumb about this was dumb, but he wants that moment. He wants to be able to say, look at what I do, the sacrifices I make for AEW, not realizing how many guys there just wish he would stay home. And a lot of the fans feel the same way now.
And the thing is, he missed a great chance to get some sympathy. Can you imagine? He takes a bump off the top rope through a table that is on fire, setting himself on fire in the process and having pieces of the burning table stuck to his flesh. That's a way a babyface gets beat. If you'd have pitched that finish to any babyface in history, even Hulk Hogan, he'd say, okay, brother, I guess I can do a job for that.
And by the way, stay down. Let the medical team come out there and work on you.
Yes, he pops up and covers the guy that missed everything. Missed the table, missed the fire, landed in the nice soft ring. All right, there was an emergency meeting next. We'll pick it up a little bit here, the tempo. An emergency meeting of Matt Hardy, Andre Olio, Private Party, the Butcher and the Baker, and good old Jose. And the emergency meeting is Celica Matt is trying to smooth everything up. Suddenly, Matt Hardy is talking like a normal person.
Yeah.
And a baby face. Just out of nowhere. He's not talking about taking 30% of people's money, or he's not teleporting himself, or he's not talking in a fucking weird accent, or he's not doing any of the goofy things that he's done for the last couple of years. Suddenly, for what reason, we have no idea, he's a regular, reasonable, normal babyface Matt Hardy, speaking to them reasonably. So, of course, every single person in the entire group, including the people that he's had from the start, immediately turn on him and are following Andre Olio, who cannot speak any language whatsoever. English, Spanish, German, Japanese, the fucking Eskimo. They all, what, go ahead.
You have mentioned that I like some of the awful things in wrestling. I get a perverse joy out of them. Andrade on the mic has hit that level. And this week he was just ridiculous and I started losing it. I was laughing so hard
it's like
I didn't know what the hell he was trying to say. But then the way he tries to enunciate it makes it so much funnier.
He's trying really hard to clearly enunciate those words that we don't understand. He sounds like, he makes the Elephant Man sound like James Earl Jones. I'm not an animal. I'm a human being. So they all jump. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 guys jump Matt Hardy, and they're kicking the shit out of him.
They hold out their thumbs for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, they held their
he turns around to see
gave Matt the thumbs up when he was looking at him, and then he turns his back and they give him the thumbs down, and they hold their arms there like they're petrified. But did you love it how when there's 6 guys beating the shit out of Matt Hardy and music plays, and here comes Darby Allin and Sting, and they are walking slowly, casually down to the ring, and the heels are just continuing to beat on this fucking guy. I know that Darby and Sting have not been friends with Matt Hardy recently because Matt Hardy's been a heel, but if you're going to do it, do it. If you're going to come help, come help. Don't fucking just like leave the guy twisting in the wind. Well, we'll get down there eventually. They'll beat all of his fucking balls out and, eviscerate his pancreas by the time we get there. But as it turned out, once they got there, they were pretty immediately stopped anyway. The heels just stopped them too, Darby and Sting, and they start kicking the shit out of them. So then we hear the music, and apparently, and I did not know that this was the case, but apparently the Hardy Boys music in the WWE is generic music that they didn't write in-house, and they were able to get the rights for it because it's licensable, and they're playing the old Hardys theme music from the WWE program.
That was pretty cool.
That was cool.
Yeah.
And there's the music, and of course, Jeff comes out. He has to dance a little before he goes and helps his brother.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You're talking about Darby and Sting walking to the ring. Jeff's coming out to save his brother and these other guys, and he just starts dancing in the middle of the run-in.
But he didn't dance long. And then he got in the ring, and he made a comeback, and then, at the point where he makes the comeback and all the heels bump out except for the Baker. And the Baker is in there. He's going to feed all the baby faces. He takes a shot from Jeff, and he takes a shot from Matt. He takes a shot from Darby. He goes over to feed Sting. Sting's sitting in the corner with his back to the turnbuckles. And the Baker goes over and fucking staggers over to feed Sting. And Sting just looks up at him like, fuck you. He didn't get up and hit him. And then they set him up for a swanton by Jeff Hardy. So that's how they did it. The Hardy Boys, Matt and Jeff Hardy, have now been reunited to face who? The Butcher and the Baker? Private Party? One of them's hurt, Mark Quinn, I think. Andre Olio and Jose? Fucking hell, it's like they got 15 minutes notice. Hey, Jeff's going to be here. Okay, let's do something. They've had 3 months, right? And they wasted this now. Poorly thought out, poorly laid out, a rotten underneath heel group, a boring angle except for Jeff's debut, which they were going to pop on no matter what. They reunited the Hardy Boys to work with job guys. And as I said, they've had, because what was his no compete? 90 days? So they had 3 months. Okay. Oh, God damn it. It's already snowing and I haven't fed the deer or pulled the truck in the garage.
Okay, what do you need to do?
Looks like the deer ain't going to get fed tonight. I just looked out the window. Anyway, so the point is they reunited the Hardy Boys in this fashion. The Hardys are not going to ever be over any more than they are right now. They're not going to start out now and work real hard and put their noses to the grindstone and get some good wins and climb the ladder and become stars. They already did that years ago. Now you're trading on nostalgia, fond memories, and borrowed time. And you don't need to start them at the bottom and work them up. You need to start them at the top because time and fucking indifference may work them down to the bottom. They've had 3 months to know that Jeff was leaving, and they've also had some time to know that he didn't fail that fucking drug test that the WWE ran him off about. And obviously they're talking to his brother. He works there. You can't mean to tell me that when this thing looked like it was a thing that could happen, the Hardys getting back together, that they didn't immediately have Matt Hardy come out and tell his crew of job guys, you know what? I don't know what I've been thinking. I've got a lot of shit going on. I've reevaluated my priorities. Instead of trying to hornswoggle you guys out of money or whatever the fuck, I've got shit going on in my family now. And I need some time to think and reevaluate what I've been doing and maybe change some things. And you guys here, your contracts, tear them up. You're free to go. Fly away. I got bigger fish to fry. I've got troubles. I don't know whether I'm going to continue wrestling or not. And then you've got several weeks for Matt Hardy to make the veiled references about wanting to put family first, like they just did with the fake angle, and reevaluating his priorities and how does he want to leave his legacy. And if he only had one more chance for him and somebody really close to him to leave a lasting legacy, a positive impression, no more screwy things that he's doing, Matt Hardy and AEW, and no more accusations that are being made about my unfounded accusations about my family members. We're going to set this right. And everybody, okay, Jeff's coming, right? The Hardy Boys are going to reunite. And they're going to be the old Hardy Boys because Matt's got his head clear again. What about if last week, Matt, and forget about all this other fucking hoo-ha that they're doing with the Hardly Boys and their 3-way tag team ladder matches and all that bullshit. Nobody cares anyway. What about if last week Matt Hardy had come out and said, I want to talk to somebody because I've been talking to Tony Khan for the past few weeks, and he doesn't want to bring my brother Jeff to AEW. And he wouldn't tell me why, and finally I got him out last night after the matches or whatever, and I put a couple of drinks in him, and I got the truth. The truth is that Tony Khan will not sign my brother Jeff Hardy to come here to AEW on the advice of 2 of his executive vice presidents, the people that he relies on to give him proper advice, and those 2 guys are named Matt and Nick Jackson. And I'd like to have them walk their rabbit ass down to the ring right now and tell me to my face why they told Tony Khan not sign my brother Jeff. And here comes the Hardly Boys, skipping and bopping down to the ring, and they got those smarmy looks on their fucking little faces. And this is where them being obnoxious children gets more heat. Because they can get those looks on their faces and they can go, well, here's the thing, Matt. We advised our friend Tony not to sign your brother because your brother's unreliable. And your brother's got a checkered past. And your brother is one of those weak-minded, weak-willed individuals that falls prey to addictions. Not like us, because our parents raised us right. We're good Christians. We have faith. We don't abuse substances. We don't go out and get pussy. Fuck girls. They can't say that even though it's true. We don't have addictions. We don't have problems like that. We're fine Christian men, and we only want upstanding citizens here on the talent roster in AEW, and your brother's too much of a risk. He's a public relations nightmare. Yeah, well, just look, his previous employer ran him off because he wouldn't go to rehab. Yeah, motherfucker, his previous employer ran him off because he wouldn't go to rehab because he didn't need to and he didn't flunk the drug test. And I'll tell you exactly what you 2 are doing, and everybody else can see it. You're Hardy Boy wannabes, you always have been. Since the first day you stepped foot off your trampoline and stepped in a wrestling ring, you've wanted to be me and Jeff. And now because you got a guy who didn't have enough experience to know who to listen to, that for whatever reason you're in his ear, you don't want the competition. You don't want the real Hardy Boys around because you're nothing but the Hardly Boys. And boom, here's the super kicks. And they kick the shit out of Matt. In a serious, I know they can't carry, well, this is not ever going to happen anyway. And I know they can't carry off anything serious, the Cucamonga kids. But if they kicked the shit out of Matt in a serious fashion and had some people come out and try to pull him off and get him stopped, and they'd be saying, yeah, we're going to tell Tony about you guys too. And Matt gets carried out on a fucking stretcher, busted open from asshole to appetite. And the following week on TV, the Hardly Boys, Matt and Nick, they come out and they have a match and they beat somebody, hopefully quickly, so we don't have to see too much of their wrestling. And then Matt Hardy comes out and says, hey, he's got a bandage on his head. Maybe he's got a fucking arm in a sling or whatever. Think you did a good job last week. Well, I didn't need to talk to Tony Khan about this week. I just needed to talk to Delta Airlines about a flight from North Carolina. So, Matt and Nick, your worst nightmare is about to begin. And let Jeff Hardy, the daredevil that he is, fucking rappel like Shawn Michaels at the WrestleMania in Anaheim from the back of the building into the ring and start kicking the shit out of the Hardly Boys. And Matt Hardy throws his sling off and gets in the ring and fucking joins them, and they do a nice little fucking four-way, and Matt and Nick get run off, and that's when Matt Hardy sits down in the ring with the microphone and his brother and says, now, Tony Khan, you may be listening to them because you don't know any better, but now you're going to listen to me. You're going to sign my brother Jeff, or me and Jeff aren't leaving this ring on your live television program. This is a sit-down strike. And do any of you fans want to see us leave before Jeff gets signed? And is anybody in the back going to be able to make us? And that's when Tony Khan comes out. Instead of wasting it on the Ring of Honor announcement that he dropped like a turd on a plate, he said, all right, if it means this much to you and I don't agree with what they did to you last week, and I've got a problem with Matt and Nick myself because they've gone too far, and you know what? All right, Jeff Hardy, on one condition, you'll be signed to AEW Wrestling, and that condition is the first Hardy Boys match is going to be against the Young Bucks. Ah! Or they could do what they just did. What do you think, Brian?
No, I think Jeff Hardy dancing during a run-in to save his brother Matt from Andrade, his assistant, one half a private party, and the butcher and the baker was a much better idea. And obviously took much more time to conceive and put together, and you're probably not really paying enough attention to the nuances.
It actually took me 10 minutes in the garage this morning to think of what I just said, but I'm opening this White Claw for you, Tony Khan. Brilliant job on the Hardys.
You are not drinking a White Claw.
Of course I'm not.
But if you really think about it, they started teasing it. Remember, I don't even remember what the match was. Matt Hardy jumped the rail and started walking through the fans just like Jeff did. So that was really the beginning of the tease. And then, like you said, and I've killed Matt Hardy for his subpar work for a while, despite what he had to argue about and how stupid it all was, this was the best he's been on the mic.
Yes.
Since that promo after he got a concussion.
The last time that he started acting like a real human being for 1 week. Yeah. Let's get to the good part, shall we? We are an hour and a half into this wrestling program. And here Tony Schiavone is in the ring with Rick Ross. And when I first heard the announcement of this, I was like, who the fuck is that now? But I remember he's been on the program before in a pre-tape with him. He must be friends with Swerve. Apparently he's a rapper. Tony Schiavone just glorified him. 1 million selling recording artist and this guy and that guy.
He's a big star.
Well, I don't give a shit. But the point is, he's there to mediate, quote unquote, that was the quote, mediate the face-off between Keith Lee and Swerve because they've broken up their team. Swerve has switched heel. Keith is apparently just confused. I don't know what the fucking deal with his. But Rick Ross may be a celebrity to some people, but Jesus Christ on a cracker, don't give him a live microphone anymore.
Yes.
For a variety of reasons.
No, give him a live microphone every week. This was the greatest segment. This is up on that list. Jade Cargill's debut, Maki Ito singing while Shida gets beat up by Vicky Guerrero. This is up on that list of greatest moments in AEW history. This whole segment.
And everybody had a hand in this. I mean, production, talent, matchmaking, the bookers, the writers, the producers.
You see, the genius of the Jade debut was Cody's doing a promo. This woman you've never seen before shows up, seems to be doing a promo in her own world. You're trying to figure out what's going on. Then the Brandy thing happened, so that's the second thing. And then after all that, if you remember, I think it was Cage and Starks attacked Cody, and Darby had to come through the crowd to save him. Just like with this one. There's all this stuff happening with Rick Ross and Keith Lee, and then even more bad shit happens that makes it even greater.
Well, and that's... I got to be honest with you. Obviously, I've seen and been around and been a part of segments that had different moving parts, and something would go off kilter or you'd have to cover for something, but I've never seen anything like this where it was like everybody involved in this segment, they just sent them out there and said, make some shit up on the fly. And they all had different ideas and did them at the same time. Tony was in the ring with Rick Ross, introduces Rick Ross, and then Tony didn't know who was coming out first. And he actually said, I think we're bringing out Keith, with a question mark. And there was an awkward pause. And then the music plays, and here comes Keith Lee. And I'm thinking, well, now Tony will probably be able to get the next one right. You know, we've narrowed it down. But Rick Ross grabs a microphone from Tony. And this guy is supposed to be the mediator. But we've already established, I think, in the interview a few weeks ago, he was friends with Swerve, but now he makes the big introduction for Swerve. He introduced, let's bring out the young legend, Swerve.
Hey, if you're Keith Lee in kayfabe at that point, don't you think something's up?
One would think, hey, isn't he being a little more friendly to this guy than he is to me, our mediator, right? You would have to, but nevertheless, Swerve, like Merv. He sounded like Arthur Treacher. No music plays. There's a pause. Rick Ross says, hey, he asked for the music. He said, play the music. Do this thing up right. And then nothing's happening. And here, the Swerve ain't coming out. And that's when Ross turns around and looks at Keith Lee and just says right into the microphone on TBS, you know, you're a big motherfucker. And what the... And
it went out live. So if you're watching live like I was, you're like, did he just say that?
And it was done before they could even hit, because I'm assuming they're still on a 7-second delay or some kind of situation, because they've been bleeping in the past but they don't always catch it. But there was no effort to catch it because it came out of nowhere. Because, you know, there's something going on in the production truck. They can't get the music to work. Something's happening. Everybody's standing around. And I bet the guy with his finger on the button was like, well, nothing's happening. Suddenly here's motherfucker. Oh, shit. Too late. So, and even Keith Lee goes over to the ropes and makes a cut his mic signal at his throat and makes a funny face to one of the floor producers off camera. And then Rick Ross is still talking. We coming to make history. He keeps saying, we're coming to make history. And then he just starts ad-libbing. Just saying shit. And at that point, there's never any music plays. Swerve just comes out talking on a microphone. And he's in a long black coat, and he's dragging something that you couldn't see. It was like a bag or a sack or a box or something. You couldn't really see it on the camera shot. But he's talking. And he's saying that it sounds like a Bray Wyatt interview where he's saying shit, but he ain't getting to a point. But he said, I can't be putting up with all these accusations. And then Rick Ross starts doing Swerve's promo in the ring to Keith Lee's face over the top of Swerve. They're both talking at the same time. That's right. He can't be putting up with those accusations. And now Keith Lee is still standing there like, well, are you for me or against me? And he don't know what the fuck's going on. So then Swerve tells Keith Lee, you need to keep an eye out. You need to keep track of what's going on. As a matter of fact, you need to keep eyes in the back of your head. And then nothing happens. And then Rick Ross says, it's the young legend. We're going to make history. And nothing's happening. And then suddenly, Parker Boudreaux, who must have got stuck in that left turn at Albuquerque, was Solo.
Let's stop. You know who he is. No one out there knows who he is. The people who watch the show every week have no idea who he is.
Okay, well, listen to me for a second. He hits the ring, but he doesn't hit the ring and attack Keith Lee. He hits the ring and stands behind Keith Lee. And Parker Boudreaux, I now was going to explain, is the guy that they had signed in a WWE developmental, and he was there for a while, and they had big plans originally, and then suddenly he was released, and he signed here, and we saw him once, and we haven't seen him again. It's been months. So yes, you're right. Almost nobody in the building knew who the fuck it was, the announcer said Parker Boudreaux. So Parker comes from behind Keith Lee and spins him around and starts attacking him with some of the most awkward-looking shit that I have ever seen. It's like he was a bucket of disconnected arms and legs, just wailing away. And maybe this is why he got dropped at the Performance Center. Keith Lee never went down. He just went to the corner and kind of cut. This is becoming a running theme. Keith Lee doesn't really go down or sell. He just kind of leans over in the corner or on the floor and bundles up, and they just kick him. So Parker, boom, 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 hits him with all this shit. Keith Lee just bends over and sells in the corner, then goes to shoot him off, and Keith Lee reverses it and shoots Boudreaux off and clotheslines him over the top. And Parker got that bump, so he did that one. So then Keith Lee turns back to Swerve, who's still in the aisle, and Rick Ross has still got the microphone, and he's over in the corner going, whoa, whoa. Every time somebody takes a bump now, he's going to go, whoa. And Lee goes to start to go after Swerve, and some big tattooed fucker with a mohawk and a tattooed face jumps Keith Lee in the aisle, and Keith Lee sits down on the floor while the guy kicks him 10 times, and they look like shit because you can tell as green as Parker Boudreaux is, this guy is greener than chlorophyll. I mean, awkward broad arms. He didn't really know what to do with Keith Lee once he got him down there. And Lee's getting back up and fighting him back. And then Boudreaux comes from behind with a chair to Keith Lee's back. Wham! And Keith Lee, he sold it like a reverse junkyard dog stiffen up and fall bump, where he stiffened up and went to his knees and just rolled over on the floor. There must be a health issue going on where he can't take bumps, or he can't, I don't know what the fuck. Anyway, they both got on him and didn't really know what to do because he's so big and he's so immobile and they're so green. So it looked more or less like they started humping him. Did you see that when they had their bodies and they were kind of pelvis thrusting him into the goddamn back of the apron of the ring or whatever? I'm like, they're humping him. And while they're doing this, Rick Ross is screaming, it's time to make history. And they pull out the ring steps. And by the way, nobody is trying to break any of this up. Nobody's trying to stop it. There ain't no bell ring and there's no referees. There's a goddamn multi-platinum Grammy award-winning artist screaming, it's time to make history, while two jolly green giants are beating the shit out of a giant black hole of charisma. So then they put Keith Lee on top of the ring steps. And now they pull whatever he'd had in the bag or the sack or whatever. It's a fake cinder block. And it looked pretty good as they pulled it out, but you'll find out it's fake in a second. Because they pull out the cinder block and they set it on Keith Lee's chest as Keith Lee is laying back first on the steel ring steps. And then, while Swerve is climbing to the top rope, Rick Ross, and I listened to this 5 times, and this is as close as I can come to the transcription, Rick Ross is screaming, I need you to know it is official. Mogul Affiliates has fartened it up. I don't know what he said. The name of their group is Mogul Affiliates, and it's official. Apparently, they fartened it up. I don't know what. Did you hear what could you tell what he was saying?
I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah.
Mogul Affiliates, though. I don't know about that name.
Mogul Affiliates. And so then Swerve comes off the top rope with a double foot stomp onto the fake cinder block, sitting on Keith Lee while he's laying on the ring steps, and the cinder block broke in 1,000 pieces. Brian, I don't care if you weigh 500 pounds. If you set a cinder block on a human body and jump with both feet on that, is the cinder block going to bust in 1,000,000 pieces, or is the human body going to burst like a sack of fucking buzzard innards from a butcher shop? Which is going to happen?
I've never seen a cinder block Blake. I've never seen a cinder block. I've never seen a cinder block break like that.
And Rick Ross said, "It is official." This was the biggest fiasco that I've ever seen in my life. Rick Ross doesn't know what he's doing in there. I guess probably they gave him the gist of what he was supposed to say, but he don't remember it. He doesn't do wrestling promos. The two guys that they had attack Keith Lee don't do wrestling angles. Never have before, most probably. You couldn't double foot stomp a guy off the top rope while he's laying on a fucking set of ring steps 10 feet below. You've got to add a cinder block. Whose music are we playing? The music don't work. Who's coming out? It was just incredible. And the motherfucker, you a big motherfucker. The Plan 9 of outer space of wrestling angles. They just, production, layout, talent delivery, work, bad props, complete confusion. This is up there in the pantheon of the immortals.
When Boudreaux got in there and started hitting Keith Lee, it was almost like when you're a kid and you play wrestler and you do a move and then you do like some, I don't know what you call it, you put your arms out like, ah!
Yeah.
He did that after every single time he hit him. It looks so fake. And then the other thing is, and we don't know who the tattooed man will end up being. Apparently he's a former minor league baseball player that is now part of AEW. But they've done this a few times. I don't think it ever works, the idea of debuting people you've never seen before in this fashion. Where all of a sudden they're just beating someone up, or all of a sudden they're just there and you have no idea who the hell they are.
The only way that you can make a debut of an unknown is when they are not only, they have some combination of two things. Number one, they're incredibly visually impressive. And number two, they can do enough in the ring that you can give them 3 or 4 things to big moves to do and make an impact. And I know somebody's going to say, well, what, this big 6 foot something tattooed face painted mohawk fucking guy isn't visually impressive? Not these days, no. Because everybody looks like that. I'm talking about Jonah. What's his old name? Bronson Reed.
Bronson Reed.
Okay, he could be an unknown that can make an impression because you can bring that big fucking guy out and let him do that splash off the top rope. And everybody go, holy fuck. It's like when you used to bring out the Giant or Abdullah the Butcher or the goddamn Freak or the Behemoth or whatever. Somebody that's either tall enough or heavy enough or jacked enough or whatever that they stand out from whatever the current standards are, and they can do even 1 or 2 things incredibly impressively, and you build the segment around that. That's a surprise debut. The first time people in the 70s saw Crusher Blackwell, he comes out looking like a fat fucking bearded country fuck. What is, and then at the bell, he hits a guy on the chin with a drop kick at 450 pounds. People, oh shit. That's the kind of impression you need to make. And even if they look visually impressive, if they can't work, then that's, half or more of the fucking thing, to where they've got to be able to do a couple of things to get over. Bam Bam Bigelow. He could get over cold because as soon as he came out and did that cartwheel at that size and then did a drop kick or whatever the fuck he did, then you're like, holy shit. It's Jacob Fatu. He could get over cold because all he'd have to do is come out and have that animosity and fucking hit that big power slam or one of those big power moves and then the springboard moonsault. You go, oh shit. There was no oh shit here. There was just plenty of shit, but no oh. So anyway, and then we were ready for the, go ahead.
One last thing, because we've seen a lot of various, mostly hip-hop people, but even Shaq, we've seen different celebrities show up and disappear quickly. Snoop Dogg, Trina, Mike Tyson.
I forgot about Trina.
Various people. Based on the way this angle happened and the way Rick Ross was on the mic the entire time. Is he coming back? Is he going to be a part of this every week? Because they kind of set it up so he has to be, didn't they?
Well, if it made any sense, he would. The way this came off, he is the manager or the manipulator of the group putting these people together, Mogul affiliates. But I would imagine if he's as big a star as everybody claims he is, since I couldn't pick him out of a Police lineup, I'm sure he's probably been in a few, and I've never heard any of his music. I would have to think he's busy. So, are they going to have him pre-tape instructions and send them in to the TVs he came? I don't know. And then, goddamn, if he does come back, I mean, is he going to get him kicked off television, or is he going to forget what he's supposed to say? Or, it could be wonderful. It could be just wonderful. But one would think he would be involved with this group, but then one would think a number of things logically from things they do on this TV, and it doesn't work out that way. I don't know. Well, this next match was certainly fresh because I got a real good whiff of it. And I'm going to say this right now. This is it. This is not even part of the normal hyperbolic entertainment part of the programming here on The Experience. This was one of the worst matches I have ever seen on wrestling television. And I'm going to tell you exactly why. And I can't believe that it went on. If there are, and I know they have agents and producers, including some well-respected veterans. I believe we've heard Jerry Lynn is there. Pat Buck's around, right? If they have producers or agents, this fucking guy that I'm about to tell you about didn't listen to any of them. If this was the match that was planned, whoever planned it should be fired. If this was not the match that was planned, and I can't believe it is, and with 40-something years experience in the wrestling business, I'm pretty sure that nobody wanted this match to happen this way, then Rush ought to be fired. But if anybody wants to go back and look at this now from the viewpoint of me telling you that if this match had happened 30 years ago, it would have instigated a fight, either a shoot fight in the middle of the ring or a shoot fight in the locker room immediately after it was over with amongst the participants. And I can't believe that even in this company of modern thinking individuals, that anybody was happy in the back when they saw this on the monitor. This was the most egregious example I've ever seen of a motherfucker taking advantage of a guy who doesn't know any better and couldn't do anything about it if he did. And that person was Jungle Boy.
Look, if I could stop you before you get to the review, do you think Jungle Boy deserves any of the blame here?
No. I think that Rush is a complete idiot. I think he is convinced that he is somehow a star, and whether he is in Mexico or not, he has not been presented that way here. I think that furthermore, he is an unprofessional prick. I think that if, as I said 30 years ago, if this match happened, he would have got the shit kicked out of him either in the ring or in the locker room by the guy he was doing it to. But as I said, it's Jungle Boy. And while I don't know that Jungle Boy fully realizes how bad that Rush fucked him like just a complete bitch here, but let's face it, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it if he had. Not in the ring or not in the locker room afterwards. Because look at Rush and look at Jungle Boy. But the fact that this guy Rush was not immediately asked to leave the premises and never return again after this fucking display indicates that the veterans in the company have no power and nobody listens to them. And the fucking people that do have the pull don't even know what they're fucking looking at. Rush took a shit on Tony Khan's face right here on his own national television program. Jungle Boy is one of the challengers for the world title in a 4-way coming up on pay-per-view. Rush is a nobody. And he kicked the shit out of this kid, not only in a wrestling way, but in a demeaning. He did everything he could but piss in his mouth.
He almost broke his neck, it looked like, at one point.
Oh, yeah. And here's the thing. The Lucha guys cannot have a match by the rules to begin with. They're on the floor for minutes at a time. They bury the referee. Their matches psychologically are the shits, all of them. And that includes Penthouse and Felix and all the rest of them. Because, to be honest, in their defense, nobody gives a shit in Mexico. It's complete chaos, and it's a cultural institution, but nobody's looking at the rules down there anymore. And nobody even attempts to make it look like matches anymore. But it doesn't make sense here in this environment. That's why their matches are always mostly the shits to begin with. But having said that, whatever style they were working, whether it was modern or indie or lucha or territory or whatever, Rush kicked the shit out of this fucking guy for most of this match from the start, and not only that, but acted like it wasn't much trouble to do it. And then they went to the break, and during the picture-in-picture, I was fascinated. I couldn't look away from even that little box. Rush took him out and beat his ass in the arena, over the rail and out in the crowd after the previous match. There was no need after the previous match that ended up in the landscaping out front for these guys during a commercial break to go out in the arena, but Rush had job face on. He didn't want to be putting this guy over to begin with, I'm sure. He probably is pissed off that they don't see his brilliance and are not pushing him to the moon. So he decided to go into business for himself, and he's going to do whatever he needs to do to get over. And because the Lucha guys lean that way to begin with, he don't care. And he got juice on Jungle Boy. Then he got juice on him. And I'm pretty goddamn sure that wasn't planned. Because why? With this fucking... So he somehow, while he's rattling him around in the arena, also manages to bust Jungle Boy's head open. Not much. Pap smear level, but he's still bleeding. And Jungle Boy needs some iron in his blood also. Blood that bright red, he needed iron. And also it was not a deep cut. The deeper the cut.
And aspirin.
Well, no, no, he didn't get juice on purpose, I'm pretty sure. And goddamn, nobody called for this. Because why would you? This fucking unknown fucking Mexican guy getting juice on the goddamn challenger to the world title on a pay-per-view. Which was back to the whole problem with this thing. But he's bleeding somewhat, and he's getting the shit kicked out of him. Jungle Boy comes out of the corner with a clothesline, and Rush not only no-sold it, didn't even register it, and then scoffed at it and brushed it off with his hand off his chest. And then when finally old Jungle Jack gets the opportunity to fire up, instead of making a good wrestling comeback and bumping this guy around, they sit up on the ropes, on the turnbuckles, wobbling around and chopping each other, trying to set up a Hurricane Rana. So Jungle Boy got his comeback was bleh. Then he gets his snare trap on, and Rush gets to the ropes and foils that. And then they get on the apron. Where was it where he grabbed his dick? I didn't even write down the dick grab because my mouth was open. Jungle Boy's firing up on his fucking guy, and they're staring at each other. I mean, it might have been one of the chop trades, and Rush just reaches down and grabs Jungle Boy's dick. And the announcers were so flummoxed that Taz had to say something like, well, there was a cup check there, but I don't know where that came from, or something like that. So then they get on the apron, and Rush licks Jungle Boy's blood, wipes the blood off his head and licks his own hand, no-sells Jungle Boy's chops, and belly-to-belly overhead threw Jungle Boy off the apron flat to the floor. Because this fucking kid's an idiot. He's going to paralyze himself for this fucking jobber?
That was the one that got me to jump out of my chair and go, ooh! because it was so close. And again, he has a lot of hair, so you don't know when you're watching it happen in real time how close, but that looked dangerously close.
But then, and like I'm saying, nobody cleared this match. If there was an agent that cleared this match, they should be terminated immediately. It had to be Rush going into business for himself. And then after he did that, he poses for the cameras like he's the star, rolls Jungle Boy in and covers him with a foot on his chest and got a 2 count with a foot on the kid's chest. And then he mauled him some more and then turned around and shoved the referee, and Jungle Boy got a schoolboy 1, 2, 3. That's the way he won. Let me just say this also. The only chance this is not the agent's fault is that if Rush pitched the bitch about doing the job and it had to be done this way, or elsewise he wasn't going to have the match, and Tony Khan said, well, we need to have the match because I booked it, then it's not the agent's fault. If the agent went to Tony Khan and said, well, here's what this no good, low-life piece of shit motherfucker wants to do to this kid on television and ahead of your pay-per-view, how bad do you want me to beat him up? And Tony said, no, let him do it. Then that takes the heat off the fucking agent. Otherwise, fuck whoever it may be, even if he's a friend of mine. And then after Jungle Boy schoolboyed him, Rush gets back up and starts back on him to get heat. And this Preston Vance character gets in the ring with Rush, and
how about those punches?
He made it worse. It's like you told some guy from the fucking parking garage, hey, you want to come in and imitate wrestling moves. The fakest looking, awkward kicks and blows, and then they're trying to tie a rope around his neck, Jungle Boy, and choke him. And they can't figure out neither one of them was a Boy Scout, I guess. And then Darby hits the ring, music and everything, and they shut him down immediately. He didn't even get to fucking punch anybody. When the babyface hits the ring, you're supposed to feed him. Bam, he's going to nail you. Bam, he nails you. Bam, he nails the other guy. Boom, he drop kicks that guy, but he's coming up. He turns at a bam, the elbow, and now the numbers. They just glommed him. One tackle pancake. And they're beating him up. And then here comes Sammy. And then they let Darby up, and then he and Darby made a comeback together. Preston Vance is embarrassing. That's business killing level, awkward, bad, phony shit.
Yeah, maybe get QT off TV and have him work with his students on everything.
Is that a student of QT's?
I was led to believe that. I'll double check. I thought he was.
Okay, well, in that case, then there's a good reason to fire QT Marshall. If I was Tony Khan, I would fire fucking QT. I'd hire QT's parents so I could fire him for having him that led to that. So anyway, I got mad for Jungle Boy here. I was pissed. I wasn't happy. I wasn't laughing. I wasn't going, oh, look what he's doing now. I got hot that somebody could be allowed to get away with doing something like this to a fucking guy in that spot on that big a TV. And I guarantee you, I bet nobody said a goddamn word to Rush. I would have had his shit laying out in the rain by the time he got back from the ring. Fuck this fucking guy. And that's what I said. If this was one of the territories where guys' money depended on how they drew and how they were perceived by the fans, I don't think they would have got out of the ring without having a fight, but there would have been one in the locker room immediately afterwards, and people would have already been running to pull it apart before they even got back there. That's how obvious this was. And you can scoff all you want, but I've seen guys, good God, the fucking Spivey and Sid beat that fucking guy up in Texas for much less than this. And we were running after him because we knew it was going to happen when it was still happening in the ring. We knew what was going to happen in the locker room. And that wasn't nearly as bad as this.
Well, Jim, I have a clarification here. I found an interview or a quote from from Preston Vance. I started at the Monster Factory in New Jersey in 2015. QT was one of the assistant coaches there, and that's where I met him. He's been my coach since the very first time I ever stepped in the ring. QT was there.
This guy has just admitted that he has been in and or around the wrestling business for 8 fucking years. And right now, at almost 62 years old, with one ACL, another reconstructed, 2 former hernia surgeries, a bad neck, a bad shoulder, a bad back, and a bad hip, and a fucking bunion, I can work better than Preston Vance, and I will fucking prove that.
What? How you going to prove that?
I will prove that if Preston Vance wants to challenge me, I'll go 3 minutes with anybody and do a better 3 minutes than fucking him.
Come on. I don't think legal will clear that.
I'm just saying, for 3 minutes, I could fucking have a better match than Preston Vance as I sit here right now.
According to this Sam Quotier, who else was there at the Monster Factory when he was there? Damian Priest, Matt Riddle, and Nick Camarado.
Well, boy, in that case, he's number 5 in a 4-horse race, is Preston Vance.
I watched this match the first time on mute because I had other things going on. Then I went back and watched it, and somehow I didn't hear everything on there, obviously. But the first time I watched it was on mute, and I actually thought, wow, they realize that Jungle Boy's really not pulling this off right now. They're making a switch. Tony's doing something. You mentioned, is he a gambler before? He's making a gamble here. I'm going to get Jungle Boy out of this shit. It's not working. Roosh, who looks impressive, is twice the size of Jungle Boy, and he's not a big guy. They were having him just kill Jungle Boy here. They're going to put him in that match. But then I watched it with the commentator and realized that wasn't it at all.
And the commentators are trying to fucking figure out a way on the fly to explain why the guy that's getting his ass handed to him is in the main event at the pay-per-view, and the other guy we haven't seen wrestle here in 6 months.
We haven't seen this guy at all. He comes out there, he's got his assistant, Preston Vance, who's associated with them. Again, we see embarrassing forearms and punches all the time. Omega and Moxley can't do it. Despite how over they are with their fans, they can't do that. But what he did there, wow. I was about to make an insult, and I realized it's actually true. I was going to say, that's Dark Order bad. He was in the fucking Dark Order.
He was that. That's right. He was. Well, there you go. This is a whole nother level of dark and bad.
But I want to see, I'm ready to see more Roosh. This guy's great. I watched that. I was like, this guy's a star. He's just killing this guy. With that said, we have a written statement, and we have the statement that was released on Collision. Should we just play the audio? What do you think?
I think the written statement is a little dry. The audio is what's, to me, so entertaining.
So, Jim, a couple of weeks ago with everything that happened with Cash Wheeler, people tuned into AEW Collision, and there was no reference of it. Things just continued on and still have on AEW TV. This time with this being such a big story, and word breaking, the statement was issued, I believe, 4:33 p.m.
Well, and by the way, he also broke precedent because there was never anything mentioned on television about the first brawl last year. It was never discussed, ever.
He never named who were suspended, right? He just said the champions, their titles are vacant.
Yeah, so this is breaking precedent on advice of his legal team, preparing for war.
So less than 4 hours before this is when the statement went out on Twitter, and through various social media sources, I assume. But here is the way AEW Collision on TNT opened up.
Today I had to make one of the toughest decisions of my professional career. Today I terminated Phil Brooks, CM Punk, for cause. This stems from a backstage incident at AEW All In last Sunday. The incident was regrettable, and it endangered people backstage. That includes the production staff, the people who help put the show on every week, innocent people who had nothing to do with it. I've been going to wrestling shows for over 30 years. I've been producing them on this network for nearly 4 years. Never in all that time have I ever felt, until last Sunday, that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show. I don't think anybody should feel that way at work. I don't think the people I work with should feel that way. And I had to make a very difficult choice today. It came at the recommendation of a discipline committee here in recommendation, and I have followed up on that recommendation. I'm sorry to any fans who are upset by this. I'm sorry to anyone who's upset by this. Despite that, we're going to have a great show tonight on Collision, and we're going to have a great AEW All Out pay-per-view tomorrow here in Chicago. Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week in AEW history. We're going to continue the great momentum here tonight on Collision and tomorrow night on All Out pay-per-view.
Well, there's the statement.
Take a drink every time he uses the word cause or the word great, and in 90 seconds you'll be crocked.
Well, cause was certainly put there by the lawyer, so over and over again he's saying he had a reason to fire CM Punk.
Yeah, and that's what for cause is a term that can be used legally. It's like he's the one that fucked up. We had to do it, right? That's our defense. And now, go ahead.
I was going to say Tony also tried to give a very similar statement in front of the live audience in Chicago at the United Center, and very similar phrasing. Obviously, there were terms and phrases that he was either told to memorize or told to say or remembered from the cue cards. I don't know.
But instead of 90 seconds, because he wasn't reading it off the teleprompter, it took him about 6 minutes also because the people were booing him out of the building like the hunter that killed Bambi's mother.
And he sat down in a chair, and I believe it was 6 minutes in total. 6 minutes of that while the people were booing him. Like Spalding Gray with no self-awareness.
First of all, the discipline committee, not even the disciplinary committee, but the discipline committee. AEW has a discipline committee. First, we've all heard of it. Has anybody ever been disciplined before? And who is on this discipline committee that made this unanimous recommendation? Is it Megan? Is it Maddie? Is it Nikki? Is it Jack Perry is on the discipline committee? Who knows who it is? Because there isn't one. They made it up for this occasion. And then he said, not only I feared for my life, but my production people, the production, like Punk was back there with a goddamn hockey stick, waving it over his head like a helicopter blade, screaming, I want to take all you motherfuckers with me. He snatched a fucking jerk and put a face lock on him. How is that going to harm the production people? Which of the production people has he been known to threaten or been observed threatening? Did he pull some type of projectile firing implement out from his tights and was firing at random? Rubber bands or fucking those little discs he used to shoot out of the plastic guns or whatever the case, and say it was going to put somebody's eye out?
The only production person we ever heard that got maybe a minor injury was that guy Topher in the original All Out locker room brawl. He was the guy in there. No one ever named him or anything, but he got, I think, like some scratches maybe.
So the point, what in the fuck? It's like that he's talking about a full-scale gang fight. Nobody was going to get hurt that wasn't involved in it. Tony may have been scared, but I don't really think that Punk would have knocked him out. I think he would have told him off, flipped him off.
Because this is all Tony's fault. Again, to go back to that, whether Punk is right or wrong about any of these things, or whether you agree with him or not, it's all Tony's fault. Tony allowed all this to happen. He let it all fester. He wanted it to happen at times. And if you're frustrated coming off a week where, I'm just thinking about how I would feel if I was Punk. The meeting's canceled, a meeting that potentially could lead to company, not saving, but company boosting business.
Some resolution of the issue.
Resolution, and also potentially something great for the company, quite frankly. That gets canceled at the last minute. You fly to London, you think there's going to be someone there for you, there's no one there for you. Turns out someone who's friends with the Young Bucks runs that department. Interacts with a lot of fans on the way there, no one's had a bad story about that. You get there, you're a gorilla, you're watching the monitor, because what else are you going to do? You talk to Samoa Joe a little bit, you guys know what you're going to do. You're watching the monitor, and there's Jack Perry looking right into the fucking camera saying, real glass, cry me a river. You're like, what the fuck? Right then and there, if I'm CM Punk, that's when I turn to Tony and say, what the fuck?
He may have. He may have. We don't know about that part, because would he have gone over and leaned down with Tony with his headset on, and would he have said, what the fuck is this fucking little jerk doing?
Because it's not just about Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy's a part of their locker room.
Yeah. He's one of their prime stooges. If anything happens, he's on the fucking phone.
Texting Kenny right away.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, why did he feel comfortable enough in doing that? Or to do that? They know how volatile CM Punk is. We all know that. Whether you take his side or not, you kind of know what to expect. You had to know what to expect if you were Jack Perry. He felt comfortable enough to do that because he knew whose locker room he was going to be in.
And, basically, again, Tony's sitting there. Tony should have been meeting. If Punk called it to Tony's attention, let's say Tony was at the monitor but didn't see that particular thing. Somebody else is whispering at him. If Punk called his attention to it, Tony should have been the first one to meet Jack Perry coming through. But he's not going to do that, because he's not going to fucking tell anybody when they do something wrong. And if Tony saw it, then he should have been the first one. But same thing. So it's left again to Punk to go, all right, this little fucking prick, not even a goddamn guy that allegedly is being presented on my level, but just some mid-card fucking goof that thinks he's hot. I'm surprised he didn't just fucking drop him when he came through.
By the way, I'm watching now. I had not seen this. You retweeted it, actually. Very Shawn Michaels 1997-esque. After Collision went off the air, the Young Bucks went out for a victory lap?
Yes, in
Chicago?
Yeah, somebody tweeted that here it's apropos of this is how CM Punk's run in AEW ends, with the Young Bucks taking a victory lap in an empty building. So the next match was Matt and Jeff Hardy teaming up on free television in a fucking cold 6-man tag with their partner Isaiah Cassidy, because Isaiah Cassidy had a tag team partner named Mark Quinn, till apparently Mark Quinn is hurt so bad we're never going to see him again. I don't know what the fuck, where he's at. And they had a babyface match against the Buckaroos and Hangnail Page so they could play with their 6-man tag team belts they made up for themselves. And one of the iconic named tag teams in modern wrestling history, and they're reduced to having cold matches with other baby faces for a meaningless championship, and doing the same shit that the Buckaroos and Hangnail always fucking do. But now it's iconic names that potentially could have drawn some money upon their reunion had it been handled right, that are now just drifting down the river of mediocrity and despair and irrelevancy.
Did you hear the crowd reaction? Speaking of irrelevancy, did you hear the crowd reactions to specifically the Bucks and Page, but even the Hardys?
Blah.
Yeah.
Well, why, even if they don't really like the Bucks and Page, they probably don't want to boo them because they're technically supposed to be heroes around there. But at the same time, even though they probably used to like the Hardys, what is there to like right now with this presentation especially? So they don't really want to boo anybody or cheer anybody. They just want it to be over with. Which I skipped ahead until it was over with. Did I miss anything?
No, it wasn't that good. It was a typical of the Bucks trying to do their things, and Matt Hardy going slower than everyone else in there. And when Jeff Hardy does everything, he has the innate ability to make you think either he's fucked up, not that he's fucked up, but that he fucked up a move,
injured,
or just something's
injured
wrong,
or in pain, or in agony.
You can never tell what's intentional, what isn't with him. But no, beyond that, to me, the story was the crowd. The Bucks, like we've been saying, they don't get anywhere near the reactions from anyone that they used to. The bloom is off the rose.
Well, the bloom certainly fucking drooped at the end of this thing, because you could hear the silence when people were watching, because they leave the Buckaroos at Hangnail in the ring, and then suddenly up on the big screen pops up Swerve Strickland, and Prince Nana is with him. And they are what we are led to believe and told is Page's front door of his house. And they somehow get in or break in. I don't know. Did Prince Nana do the credit card thing? We've seen it on cop shows. Apparently, Page is a big-time professional sports star, but he can't hire a locksmith, and he's just got little fucking shitty locks. But they break into Hangnail Page's house, and they are doing a live remote. Again, yes, you can now stream video from your phone, right? You can live stream what you're doing on Facebook or on the internet or whatever. But they still haven't worked out how you can break in at random on a goddamn national television program from your phone. Have they?
Well, you could stream it to the truck, and then the truck puts it on the big screen.
And then they cooperate.
That's right.
And show members of their roster committing felonious burglary and breaking and entering on live television.
Well, to be fair, if they got this feed, if they got the stream from Swerve or Nana, why would they expect that Swerve would ever do anything where he would go to someone's house and do anything illegal?
Well, that's true, because there's not like there's a precedent. But as soon as Hangnail Page is the cowboy from rural Virginia, right?
I don't know what part of Virginia he's from, but he's from Virginia, I've heard.
Well, but they're in Philadelphia here. Now, a lot of the guys live in Florida, and Page is announced from Virginia, but nobody's ever said he lives in Philadelphia. But when he's standing in the ring and sees on the screen these two guys breaking in his house, he jumps out of the ring and runs to the back. Where does he live? In the fucking parking lot? Is his house next door to the... How's he going to get there?
He must be running to the train station. What do you think?
I forgot about those high-speed rails they got up there these days.
How far is rural Virginia from Philadelphia?
30, 40 years.
That's not what I meant. I meant in terms of if you were going to drive.
Mileage way, if you were going to drive, he could be there in 6-7 hours.
So at what point does Swerve get arrested on the show? In character, and again, it's hit and miss the stuff with Swerve. The promos are typically all right, although he tries to be a cool heel, it seems like. The matches are good. The fans are into him. Again, a cool heel, it seems like. But then there's these like, I'm going to just go assault someone or go to their house and film it, and nothing will happen.
He gets arrested on AEW television the week after Tony Khan watches the episode of Memphis TV where Billy Joe Travis actually got arrested for non-payment of child support. But they talked the cops into waiting until after he went out and did his segment, and then they showed it on the air. Anyway, Nana was there, and he was jumping around in the kitchen eating berries, but Swerve was being serious. And he was like, Page owes him. He cost him an opportunity, and he wants Page to pay him what he owes him. And then suddenly, Swerve hears something. And they're walking down the hall. And now, I don't know. I think maybe Nana had the phone at first, but then Swerve got the phone, and you see the video shaking, and you hear the clump clump as they're walking down the hallway. And then they walk into the kids' nursery. And now Nana is like getting the limber tail. He's getting squeamish. He's like, oh, man, I don't like this idea, man. And Swerve sets the camera phone down so he's, I swear to God, the shot is him kneeling over the crib, but you can't see the inside the crib. The baby that he heard and went down the hall and found the fucking crib is allegedly in the crib, but you never see the baby. You also never hear the baby. And he cuts a promo over the baby. Should you pay your daddy's debt? Maybe one day, but not today. And after he cuts this long, threatening promo, he throws the kid a Swerve t-shirt, and he throws it into the crib where it would have landed on the baby's fucking head. You've had children. I have not. You know more than I do. How big are these fucking cribs? About 3 by 3?
They're pretty small. You definitely don't want to throw anything over the baby's face.
Could he have missed the baby if the baby was indeed in the crib with the t-shirt?
Well, depending on the age of the baby, you wouldn't want to leave anything like that in the crib, even if it misses the baby, because they roll around, they move around, they could pull something over their face.
Oh, there you go. Then he threw in a couple of plastic bags from Walmart into the crib. No, he throws the shirt into the crib. The baby never makes a sound. And again, we are asked to believe that allegedly these 2 club-footed amateur cat burglars broke into this guy's house, were eating berries in the kitchen, sitting on the furniture, talking, and then walked down the hall, opening doors, cutting promo on the baby, bringing in merchandise for the baby. Who else is in the fucking house?
And then someone comes in the front door, right?
No, they don't.
Don't they hear? Isn't that why they leave? They hear someone else come in?
I was still shaking my head. I don't know. Well, if that's the case, then Hangnail's wife only went down the hill to the fucking convenience store and left the baby alone in the middle of the night for these 2 fucking surreptitious burglars to come in. What?
Here's a bigger question for you. The pay-per-view. He beat Hangman Page, right? In Seattle?
Yes.
What's he mad at Hangman Page about?
Because Page cost him an opportunity at something. I think they're using title opportunity like title shot again. Maybe was it the multi-man thing?
Was it the match that he lost to Danielson? Did he lose an opportunity for the TNT title?
Yeah. Well, whatever the fuck it was. The point is the baby's invisible and the baby's a mute and the mother is obviously unfit and should be reported to Child Protective Services. And these 2 guys committed breaking and entering and heinous threatening of an infant on live national cable television. And they went straight to the break so the announcers wouldn't have to react to it, because how could they?
Exactly. No chance for anyone to say anything about that. If it's an infant too, or even just a small child, you may have a baby monitor in there so that if they're not sleeping in your room, you can hear what's going on if they're struggling to breathe or if they're coughing or crying, whatever it may be.
Or, well, if they're struggling to breathe, coughing and crying, just go in the room and turn AEW television off.
Or don't throw your shirt on top of their face.
Or mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be Hangnail.
I hate your dad. Here's some merch.
Yeah. and no, by the way, before anybody says, I'm not saying they should have had a baby. I'm not saying they should have had the baby, the little baby. I'm saying, what the fuck is this at all? Why would you do any of this?
See, that's the thing. How does this get greenlit? Who pitches this? Like, okay, the next move in the Swerve saga, he's going to break into Hangman Page's house during Dynamite.
And cut a promo on his baby.
Cut a promo on his baby with Prince Nana as the watchout.
But they can't even add in the background? Or goo goo gaga? I'm sure a lot of people are saying goo goo gaga when they're watching this show. We can't pipe that in.
Like I said earlier, AEW is getting worse and worse. These segments, in terms of now we have just crimes being sent in and played over the show. We have the lights going on and off, 7 times on Collision? Last week, seriously, wasn't it like 7 times?
Yes.
The lights went on and off.
Well, and now do you take on and off as separate, or on and off, that's one? Then it was 4 or 8, one or the other.
The show's getting worse and worse. Every segment, whether it's a comedy segment with Adam Cole or a serious segment, like the attempted, wasn't a kidnapping, I don't know what, just the promo on the baby in the house.
The attempted forced merchandising of the baby. He was given merchandise that he would not want forcefully. Who breaks into a house and leaves something?
I groaned as soon as they showed him walking into the door of that house, him and Nana. I'm like, oh no, they're not doing this. Because even though people talk about it today, like I didn't like the Steve Austin, Brian Pillman thing at the house.
No.
Let alone the gun. I just didn't like the whole idea of it. And I didn't like this one here.
Well, and some people will go back, well, that Dusty did it and the Horseman did it. And yes, they did videotape themselves doing a felonious assault. But the way that it was explained in context was that they had hired a cameraman to shut up and shoot the message that they were going to send to all of Dusty Rhodes' friends. And they caught Dusty in the parking lot and they broke his leg. And they knew that Dusty Rhodes was a man that wasn't going to call the police, that he was going to try to handle things on his own. And that was just fine with them if he wanted to come back. It was all tied together and you could go with it. It wasn't. And they gave the film or the tape to Jim Crockett Promotions, and it was aired with a caution that this was not something that obviously that we are condoning. This is what happened to Dusty Rhodes. And so now they're taking that and we'll just put live felonies on the screen for everybody as they happen for our heel wrestlers because they asked us to. And it baby sound effect also, baby sound effect. Anyway.
Terrible. All right, well, we're going to go from IP Freely to You Are High. Now let's talk a little AEW, Jim, because when we first started recording this yesterday, our original intention was for you to check out something that you missed, and I forgot to bring up to you last week because I was done with AEW by the time we were done with that review.
Yeah.
After your DVR stopped, there was a segment where MJF, still in the ring, witnessed on the screen the Devil's Associates. I'm not sure exactly what the name of these druids are.
The Devil!
But the Devil! The Devil and his crew attacking the Acclaim backstage, including Anthony Bowens being thrown through the window in a suspicious-looking office.
Well, and that's the thing is that my DVR froze at 10 o'clock Eastern. That's when the show was supposed to be over with. They can't manage their time. And a lot of people say, well, you know, Cornette, you could reprogram your DVR. Why am I going to go through trouble when they're trying to give me their sales pitch on television? And why am I going to go through extra trouble? Also, I like to see every week that the WWE can do a live television show and AEW can't.
When WWE has an overrun, the overrun gets recorded for me. It's in the cable guide.
Because it's scheduled ahead of time. It's not somebody calling from the truck at 9:58 going, oh, we ain't going to make it. But anyway, so this was on November 8th. It was last week. That's why we didn't discuss it, because as you said, I didn't see it. You forgot about it. But they recapped it on this past Wednesday's program as part of the presentation that they put out on national cable TV, November 15th. And I saw it there, and I was fascinated. And I had to look over and over because there were so many things to see. And then I said, okay, regardless of what else they do on this television show tonight, nothing can be as bad, as phony, as low budget, as low rent, as ridiculous as that. And I was proven wrong. They managed to top themselves again. So we'll talk about the first one. They built a fake room out of cardboard in order to throw Anthony Bowens through a fake window. And I am not making this up. I'm not saying cardboard as hyperbole for, drywall with nothing behind it. I'm talking cardboard. They wanted the Devil and his blue dress, associates to throw Anthony Bowens through a plate glass window into an office or a room or some type of situation in this building. But they couldn't replace any of the goddamn windows in any of the real rooms in the arena that they were in with the fake glass, so that didn't deter them. They built a room out of cardboard, and it was the roof, the ceiling of the room was being held up by the fucking little corbels that you put under shelves you put on the wall. You could see it. It was visible. And the biggest giveaway that it wasn't a real room is that they forgot to put a door in the motherfucker where the only way to get into this room was through the plate glass window that he was thrown through. But it didn't stop there, because when they did the shot, some random fucking crew guy was in the room, and when he left to try to get away from this, you could still see this on camera, on the air. I swear to God, I'm not lying. He realized there was no door for him to leave through, so he just went through the corner of the walls where they weren't taped together to escape the fucking... Oh my God, I can't even believe I'm saying this. And you could see when Bowens was laying there, they didn't even tape all of the cardboard sheets together all the way so you could see that the walls had seams in them.
I like the guy sneaking out in the back of the room. Because I went back, I rewatched it a few times, I have to admit. Because I was fascinated by the fake room with the big window. Overlooking what? Why would any room have a window like that there?
Well, why would any room not have a door that you could enter it by?
That's another question.
And I mean, what in the cardboard? Are we fucking serious now? He's a billionaire. And do you think, I'm not saying the WWE has never built some fake sets, but goddamn, they had a fucking door and they were of some material that wouldn't be flopping in the breeze when it was on camera.
Do you think this was done just to mislead people into thinking that Jack Perry will be the devil character? Because I don't think it will be.
No, I think this was done because somebody thought that they probably Tony Khan, it'd be cool if we throw somebody through a window. And he's getting to the point. Now, remember I told the story from WCW, the late 90s, that Keith Mitchell told me. When he was directing and producing the program down there, he said fucking shitstain Russo called up one day on a Friday and said, we need a Partridge Family bus in Boston on Monday. And they had to fucking find one. Now Tony's, I want to throw somebody through a plate glass window. Well, where? Just make one somewhere. But this wasn't... We didn't have cardboard walls on Ohio Valley Wrestling Television, on local TV. This was cable access level. Why would they just not say, we don't have a location to do this. We got to do something else. They did something that would not in any way stand up to the test of sight on camera. And they still showed it. What kind of fucking dog and pony show is this?
And they did this after the show had already gone off people's DVRs, as you've explained.
Yes, but then they aired it back next week. That's the thing. If they couldn't shoot it or clip it for a package to where it didn't look phony, and they still showed it anyway. It boggles my mind. People were laughing about this shit.
That's the thing with AEW. Every week there's at least one thing that everyone just laughs at. And it keeps happening. It never they're really getting their shit together and getting professional. Never. It's always just more of TNA WCW. It's that. And it seems like they're happy being there too.
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing anything. I mean, even in TNA, when Shitstain had them do the VTR from Shark Boy's house, they made, and I remember I said they actually spent money on this when the company was obviously could have put it in different places and it would have been more well used. They made the interior of a fishbowl for his fucking bedroom. And it wasn't cardboard. Even TNA didn't do this. I mean, I don't know what, but nevertheless, the point is they started the program by teasing us with what we saw last week. And I thought there's no way that anything can possibly be more indie, more outlaw, more mud show. This is the muddiest and the shittiest of the outlaw mud show bullshit. No, by the end of the show, they had not just done a 10-second shot of a completely fake fucking room. They had done a 20-minute fake fucking match that made people realize that there's no reason to ever watch wrestling again.
Before we get there, Jim, let's explain exactly what's going on. We're going to review Dynamite as well as the Full Gear pay-per-view.
No, we're not. I've seen enough of Dynamite. We're about to talk about all that I'm going to fucking tolerate of the goddamn last Wednesday night's Dynamite.
Oh, so we're not going to review it on the Experience?
No, fuck that.
All right.
I immediately erased this shit as soon as I saw what I was asked to see, and we will pick up with the pay-per-view and see if they can redeem themselves, and I'm betting not.
Well, of course, this is one of the matches from AEW Dynamite this past week. One that I think you could recognize a lot of fans demanded. They really wanted to hear what you thought of it. Right away, as it was happening, we were getting tweets like, I can't wait to hear what Jim thinks of this shit.
That's while we were thinking that, again, that the fake room would be the capper. That's while we were thinking that, again, that the fake room would be the capper. They decided to go one better, and so many people on Twitter and on the internet were offended as wrestling fans by this, that they made it a thing.
Well, I'll let you give your review of what was, and I'm sure you have the stipulations there, but let me just say in advance, maybe give you an idea what other people thought. Dave Meltzer in The Observer has given that match 4.25 stars.
Oh, good God.
Super match for what they are trying to do.
What were they trying to do?
And crowd loved it. And the bike stuff fit the concept.
The bike stuff fit
but Ibushi hitting people while riding the bike looked weak. So I guess that took a 1/4 star off, maybe.
Yeah, that took a 1/4 star off. This is the most embarrassing bullshit. So they did now apparently this is to promote a video game. The reason why they did this, because they were doing the commercial. It's like a Dragon Garden street fight. That is the name of it. Like a Dragon Garden street fight, right? So the video game is like a Dragon Garden. What the fuck does that even mean? But besides that, they're advertising a video game that has nothing to do with wrestling when they've got a video game that has to do with their wrestling, and they can't sell them. They can't give them away. So now it's no count out, no disqualification, anything goes, lazy booking, like a Dragon Garden street fight.
Dragon Gaiden.
What is a Dragon Gaiden?
Well, there used to be a game, Ninja Gaiden, so I assume that it's associated with that old Sega game.
Okay, what was Garden? Was the Ninja Gaiden Garden?
Well, no, there's no Garden. It's just he's a Ninja Gaiden. I'm not exactly sure.
What is a fucking Gaiden?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's find out what a Gaiden is.
Damn it.
Gaiden. Gaiden is, in Japanese, it is a side story or tale. I did not expect that. So it's a ninja tale or a ninja side story, or like a dragon side story street fight.
Like a dragon story street fight. What the fuck? Did this come from Twinkle Toes? Because he's the Japanese nerd.
I think it came from Sega.
Well, I know that he likes to
play with his
Sega. So it was Jericho and Twinkle Toes and the former Big Show and Kota Ibushi in an 8-man tag against Take-A-Shit, Powerhouse Hobbs, Kyle Felcher, and Brian Cage, who got stuck in there some way. Apparently, either they were a guy short or somebody got hurt. And the ring was decorated with sushi menus. Like if you go in a goddamn restaurant. Pictures of the food. And Take-A-Shit comes down carrying a barbed wire wrapped baseball bat. Jericho comes in a black suit and tie with a baseball bat. And Twinkle Toes and his pal Ibushi came out together. Big Show came out in a suit. Apparently that has something to do with this video game. And then they jump-started the match on the entrance ramp. And in the first 1 minute of this 8-man tag, Big Show chokeslammed Kyle Felcher off the stage through a table to the floor. And then Felcher later on was fine. But Big Show, who's, by the way, is his right leg crooked now? Is it a hip problem, a knee problem? People pointed it out on his previous appearance also last week when he walked out.
Yeah, because of the last appearance, as soon as he came out there, I was watching the way he walked, and he's, you know, as you would think for a guy that size who was doing physical stuff for as many years as he did, doesn't seem like he's having an easy time moving around.
Well, no, and that's why he never went to the ring. They did that choke slam spot, and then this little fucking grease stain Felcher was fine later on after the biggest athlete in the world choke slammed him off the stage through a fucking table. But then apparently they got Show out to the back, and he and Hobbs did a thing where they fought in the parking lot, and you saw like 3 or 4 very brief shots of them struggling in the parking lot because they had to know Big Show couldn't get in the ring. He couldn't take a bump. He was about to take one, but he couldn't take a bump in the ring. He couldn't move around in the ring. They didn't want to expose that. But so they brought him in to do the choke slam spot and then risk his real fucking health to do a stupid spot with Hobbs, and Hobbs was never in the match either until they emasculated him at the end. I'll get there. In the meantime, Kota fucking Ibushi is the worst wrestler in the world. Is he not? No facials. He doesn't sell. He's slow. His strikes are weak. When he and Kenny have the thing where they run to the opposite corners and jump off and do backflips. And every time that they do that, this goof either gets hung and trips or can't hit it or takes forever to hit it. And again, he can't do that, but the whole match has to come to a halt so that they can stare at each other with their blank, vapid expressions, expecting the fans to get excited for something that they ain't getting and don't know what the fuck's going on because 2 guys are just standing there. And then they run to do the backflips, and Kota takes 10 seconds longer than Twinkle Toes does. Why do they keep doing that? Okay, if you did it in the past, fine. The Rock and Roll Express don't do the double drop kick anymore because they can't.
You know, Kota Ibushi in his prime was a talented guy, but a lot of the things you're saying here are things I always thought. He had bad facial expressions. Some of his stuff looked silly, even though he'll also take stupid bumps right on his neck, which he's been doing for a long time. But the other problem is, and it's been apparent since the first moment they brought him back, whatever it was, that War Games match they did, I think was the first time he was in. He's shot. He doesn't look physically like a wrestler. Well, I shouldn't say that, but he used to be in shape. He used to be on the gas, I think, but he was in shape. Now he looks completely out of shape, and he's doing everything slower. The comparison has been made, and it's probably slightly unfair because it's different, but kind of like Terry Gordy is the executioner.
Oh, no.
They brought this guy in there. They just signed him. Then they announced they signed him.
Yes. Well, because, again, Twinkle Toes has gotten every Outlaw Mud Show Japanese female a job, and now he's working on the guys. He can't get top talent, but he can get his fucking buddies that are shot or never were to begin with. So,
yeah, you know what's the funny thing too is that tag team, it's the Big Show and 3 Observer Hall of Famers.
Oh, good Lord. I mean, the Big Show, Paul's a great guy. And he was a big star, no pun intended. And if he was physically capable, he'd still be the biggest star and probably the best worker in this goddamn fiasco. But, so, and that's what, at that point, they would get a shot of Big Show and Hobbs in the parking lot fighting on a car. And then they'd go back to the ring where they were hitting each other with sushi menus. And then, that's how the match has come to be known, the bicycle match. Bicycle, bicycle, I'd love to ride my bicycle. We had bicycle races. apropos of absolute, I don't know what a bicycle has to do with anything or any of these people, but this fucking little Japanese twit gets on a goddamn bicycle on the stage and tries to ride it down the entranceway, and you can tell coming halfway down, he can't ride a bicycle. He's literally, it's moving just enough where it won't fall over sideways. And he's swerving at that. And he's got a fake lead pipe in his hand. And as he rides past people, he sticks it out and they take a bump off of it. He's not hitting anybody. He's just touching them with it and they're flying. And then he rides all the way down and some other fucking loser clotheslines him off the fucking bicycle on his head. Oh, but and then they cut back to the parking lot and Hobbs is on a platform next to the car that they were fighting on, him and Big Show. And he gets Big Show up for a slam and turns him and drops him on the car hood. And then Show slides off,
Yeah, then he rolls off the car hood.
Yeah. But that was a risk for a guy that size with that health history. And yes, if you want to get Powerhouse Hobbs over, have him slam Andre, but not if you're in the finish of the match going to cut his balls off and shove them in his mouth and show him completely helpless and emasculated in front of the entire world after you have him slam the Giant. So anyway, he slams the Giant. Then they started hitting people with the bicycle. And they brainbustered Coda on it, but that may not be the proper term. He can't have a brain. And then Jericho and Take a Shit were fighting in the lobby of the building. Did you love the DDT that Take a Shit hit Jericho with on a padded leather couch?
That was something, wasn't it? I've never seen that before.
He sold it. He sold being DDT'd on a fucking couch. And then in the parking lot, the doctors were trying to figure out how to carry Big Show out of there because he was done. And then, of course, inside, Twinkle Toes had to set up a table. And at one point, there were two of the heels beating up Kenny in the ring and getting 2 counts on him, while the stupid idiot partner that he brought in was walking around on the floor, not even paying attention to the match. So did Kenny and Coda figure out, okay, you're completely shot physically and you were never worth a shit to begin with, from what I can tell, so Tony will give you $2 million a year, just show up?
I don't think he's getting that much, but he's getting a very nice deal. And he gets to hang out with Kenny. That's a big plus. But he's shot. He's not worth any of that right now. He hasn't shown it.
So then Kenny broke a fake bottle over Felcher's head. And as soon as he did that, within 2 seconds, the director cut away to Jericho's fight with whoever in the concourse. So they broke a bottle over a guy's head and cut away and never mentioned it. Then later on, when they broke another bottle, they said, oh, there's another one. You fucking morons. Clueless putzes, fucking amateurs, imbeciles. So then Take a Shit climbed up on top of the Coca-Cola coolers and dove onto Jericho, but he shot him with a fire extinguisher. And Hobbs got in the ring finally and started to do a couple of things. Felcher got a pap smear. He was trying to get juice, but you can tell he's scared and inexperienced, so it was more like he popped a real aggravated zit. And then Brian Cage superplexed Twinkle Toes from inside the ring out over the top rope and threw 2 tables flat to the floor. And that was a break spot. That was the goddamnedest thing. What a fucking bump. It was a hospitalization angle. If you did that on live TV with somebody that the fans cared about and stuck them in an ambulance and kept them off for 6 weeks, you'd draw money. but they did it for a break spot. And it was done by the one guy on that team that nobody's going to give a shit about, Brian Cage. And it was done to the other guy on the team that wasn't smart enough to goddamn realize that he had to get back up and do more shit. So he took that bump and risked his life for fucking nothing. And as they came back from the break, the guy who just got superplexed off the top rope through tables to the floor was hitting the guy that superplexed him with pieces of the table that he just went through. And then Felcher tombstone pile drove Coda off the apron of the ring through a cardboard sign and onto metal folding chairs.
That looked pretty nasty.
Of course it did, because you'd have to be a complete imbecile to be either one of those guys. You're either going to break your neck or you're going to destroy your fucking knees. Apparently, from the luck of fools, neither happened. Why would you do that? You fucking idiots. You know that these insipid individuals are why that I do not and haven't for some time had any interest in ever being involved in this fucking business again. That a business that I've made millions of dollars in and achieved a high level in it at various stages of the game, and I'm embarrassed at what they've done to it. And it's these stupid, insipid, vapid, amateurish, childish, moronic imbeciles and their ilk that have made it that way. And then, since Hobbs is too big of a talent to be allowed to get over, we got to cut him off at the knees and take his balls away at the same time. They got Hobbs in the ring and duct taped him to the top rope, spread out. One wrist on one side, one wrist on the other side. And he was completely immobile. And then they duct taped his mouth so he couldn't speak. And then they hit him with a chair, a cardboard sign, and finally broke another bottle over his head, the second bottle of the night. I remind, wait a minute, who did the first one get? The first one got broken over Felcher's head. The guy that looks like he's 12 years old and just escaped from a juvenile reform school got a bottle broken over his head earlier in the night, and he came back and tombstoned one of these other nitwits off the fucking ring. But Hobbs, who looks like a grown adult man that could kick your ass, he's taped till he's immobile. He's muted like a kidnap victim. And then they break the bottle over his head and he hangs there motionless for the rest of the fucking show. And not only that, it's not just bad when you immobilize the monster and when you just bash the monster over the head until he's unconscious, but then when you have the people, he's in the shot, they can't cut around it. People are seeing him laying there immobile, unconscious, helpless, useless. And the longer you see that, the more it's planted in your mind. Yeah, he's a big, useless piece of shit. Even when in Frankenstein, when the monster is strapped down to the table after they find him the first time, and they've given him the goddamn sedative, you know, the hand is still moving or the eye opens. There's still a reason to be scared. And then sooner or later he's going to break out. No, this guy's just fucked. Fuck him. Just hang him there while we do our other shit. And then Jericho and Twinkle Toes beat the shit out of Brian Cage. And then Twinkle Toes beat Cage with the one-winged fairy, while in the background, the only guy in this entire goddamn match that should be, well, besides Take a Shit, but he's rapidly being ruined, that should be being pushed was hanging there like his grandmother Hobbs's fucking dirty laundry on a line. And after this rotten, phony performance, being the worst wrestler involved in a goddamn match that is so embarrassing that people were laughing about it on fucking Twitter while it was going on. Tony Khan signs the guy. 2 weeks of him on TV is too much. We're going to have him for a year or two.
Or 3.
Or 3. Well, come on now. Brian, I think you're getting optimistic at this point. That's way past the next rights fee renewal and et cetera. And, you know.
Tony still has inheritance to blow, and that's all this is.
How much you think Shad's going to give him?
Well, remember, Shad's his partner in this. You got to, at some point, you have to wonder how much of it's a write-off. But I think whatever it is or isn't, AEW is not going away. Like TNA never went away. AEW is not going away. And Ibushi being signed, again, we're not talking about Ibushi if you're a fan of his in 2015 or something. He has shown nothing in AEW. We know he's not going to be able to do promos. The only things he seems to be able to do are anything with Kenny. That actually holds Kenny back.
Hey, I understand he can do all kinds of things with Kenny, but almost nobody else.
But that holds Kenny back, actually. You know, if you think about it, like Kenny versus MJF was a match that should have been built up. Kenny's the only thing that props the Bucks up, that anyone cares about the Bucks when he's there. Now he's going to be tied to Ibushi while he's there. Because who else is he going to feud with? Do you want to see Kota Ibushi against MJF? Maybe if you're like a super nerd, you want to see the match to see what it would be. I don't know what it would be now versus a few years ago. But you can't have a feud.
MJF would have to put his foot down about that, wouldn't he?
You can't have a feud with him. So they're signing a guy who was once really good in the ring, who's very close friends with an executive vice president who seems to get all of his friends signed to deals. And we've seen nothing except embarrassing stuff from him in that War Games match. Couldn't ride the bicycle, and then once he did, he couldn't hit anyone in a convincing way with a fake pipe.
I wonder if he can pat his head and rub his tummy at the same time.
But AEW, again, another week where it's just embarrassing, where nothing looks impressive, and where they say everything is great and moving on in a fantastic fashion. Well, there it is, the conclusion of Volume 1 of Jim Cornette's Omnibus, the worst of AEW. Any final closing thoughts, Jim?
Oh, you don't have to fret. You don't have to worry. You don't have to have your panties in a bunch of faithful listeners, because just like the potato chip people, they will make more. There'll be a Volume 2 of the worst of AEW. It's already in the works, and it will be coming your way soon. So take heart. There's more where this came from.
And you can hear more in the coming weeks on The Experience and The Drive-Thru as we review future AEW shows. But until then, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!